The top magic family in South Korea right now is the Shin clan, despite countless geniuses in the clan. The main character, Shin Haju, the third son of the family, is known as the most extraordinary talent among them. The clan head has sky-high expectations for this son. The pressure he puts on Shin Haju is to graduate at the top of the Obelix Academy, become the greatest mage, and lead the family. Ever since he was a child, Shin Haju's talent has far surpassed that of his siblings, even outshining everyone else. It is no surprise that the clan head hopes his son will reach the pinnacle of magic. Time flies, and now Shin Haju is a second-year student at the prestigious Obelix Academy of Magic. Unlike others, his spell-casting process is incredibly lengthy. First, he has to concentrate mana, going through 8 steps to form the spell formula. But just as he was about to finish casting, 2 wolves lunged at him, and just like before, he became the laughingstock of his classmates, led by that annoying big Sehiker. Haha, you call that magic? Shin Haju, a washed-up mage who can't even use A in this modern age, should know his place. Magic is not meant for someone like you. He sneered. Shin Haju continues to fight hard, even when injured and exhausted, refusing to give up. However, since he exceeded the time limit for this monster suppression test, he failed. Shin Haju's feelings are a tangled mess. To say he is not upset or angry would be a lie, but at least this time, his spellcasting speed has improved significantly. When he was deemed unsuitable for A, the clan head quickly gave up hope for his son. In fact, he even gave Shin Haju a push to destroy the mana circle in his heart. Yet, he has no intention of giving up on his dream, even if the path he chose is traditional magic, something long considered outdated. And the downside is that Shin Haju can only learn those ancient spells through dusty old books, while others study modern spellcraft. Shin Haju's room is nearly buried under piles of ancient magic texts. One fine, Shin Haju decided to tidy up this mountain of old books, and suddenly he stumbled upon a strange tome he did not even remember buying. The book looked quite old, but it had a unique, expensive appearance. Curiosity pick. Shin Haju opened it up, revealing pages filled with incomprehensible scripts. He recognized a few words: Zebel Beitinio, the name of the first great mage of humanity, the first emperor of the Megas Beitinio Empire, and the founder of magic. Since childhood, Shin Haju has read many biographies about this legendary figure, and it had been a long time since he encountered that name. As Shin Haju flipped through a few more pages, something strange began to happen. The book suddenly burst forth with a blinding beam of golden light, so intense that Shin Haju struggled to hold it in his hands. But the scariest part, Shin Haju heard an otherworldly voice emanating from that very book. Descendant of the same bloodline, who can hear my voice? Zebel Beitinio have left this book for you. Shin Haju's eyes widened in shock. Until now, he had no idea that being out of sync with the times, unable to grasp a magic, was actually a blessing in disguise. Shin Haju had endured a lot of humiliation, like being the only one to fail the practical exam in class, and having to retake it amid the laughter of his peers. For 2 years at the Magical Academy, Shin Haju had become someone who could only endure in helplessness, never dreaming he would stumble upon such an opportunity. A day after discovering the book left by Zebel Beitinio, Shin Haju still went to class as if nothing had happened. During lunch in the cafeteria, just as he found a corner to sit, he heard a familiar voice ringing above him. Eating alone again today? Shin Haju looked up, not too surprised to see the person who had just arrived. You made it, he replied. The newcomer sat down across from Shin Haju with a bright smile. Hey, your bowl looks pretty good. His name is Jizun Chan. He might seem a bit clueless, but he is in the top 10 of the academy, and reached the milestone of a 3-circle mage by age 18. Let us just say, Jizun Chan is a pretty talented young mage, and he is the only person Shin Haju can genuinely call a friend in this school that feels more like a prison. Jizun Chan is the only one who treats him with sincerity. His catchphrase is, if anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will take care of them. After Jizun Chan finished chewing on a piece of meat, Shin Haju decided to share with him the story of the strange book he found yesterday. It seemed to be about Zebel Beitinio, but from page 3 onward, it was all blank pages. Plus it emitted light and a voice, so he wondered if someone had tampered with this book. Using magic too. That is some serious investment. So what did the voice say? Jizun Chan looked intrigued, but his mouth was still busy chewing. Basically, it leaves magic for its successors, something like that. But if you do not have the same bloodline, you can't open that book. Shin Haju replied with a self-deprecating tone. Sounds interesting. Can I give it a shot? Jizun Chan's voice shot up, clearly excited about the book. However, Shin Haju's face fell because, from page 3 onward, the book was indeed just blank pages. But the last page says that to inherit the magic, you have to face the door of death once, specifically creating a magic circle in your brain, not your heart. Jizun Chan paused chewing when he heard this, his expression turning serious. What kind of nonsense is that? Creating a magic circle in your brain. Isn't he that basically asking to die? Hey, let me see that book. That night, the two returned to the Obelix Academy dorm, and Shin Haju pulled out the strange book for Jizun Chan to check out. The voice claimed that only someone with the same physique as Jaibel Beitinio could open the book, but Shin Haju felt like this was some cruel joke, so he handed it over to Jizun Chan to try, and the result? This guy, all muscle, could not budge the book at all. It would not move an inch. Like it was magically locked up. I do not know. Forget it. Toss it out. Jizun Chan sighed. I am so sleepy. I am heading out. Good night. After he bolted, Shin Haju opened the book again, and strangely enough, he opened it with ease this time. However, another bizarre thing happened. On a page that was blank before, it was now filled with ancient scripts, and he heard the same voice from yesterday coming from the book. Hailgia, if my guess is correct, you are using magic by creating a magic circle in your heart. Right? For ordinary folks, that is nothing special. But for people like us, that is not the right way. Hearing the book hit him with that dark truth, Shin Haju felt a chill, and at that moment, it flew up. Escaping from his grasp, the room was still. No wind, yet the pages kept flipping on their own, and that voice continued to echo. If you accept my will and are willing to become my disciple, then destroy the magic circle in your heart. Create a new magic circle in your brain, and then open this book again. Shin Haju was so tense he was sweating bullets. He still thought this was some cruel prank, as that voice kept urging him to create a magic circle in his brain. Magic power, the very source of magic, is a potent toxin for the brain. If it penetrates the brain, your mind will collapse, and in the worst-case scenario, it could lead to brain death. This is knowledge every mage learns from a very young age. That is why earlier, Shin Haju told Jizun Chan that the last page of the book had some lines teaching him self-destruction. But who exactly is behind this book? Shin Haju just could not figure it out. Sure, there were people at the academy who disliked him, but it could not be to this extent. Right? Shin Haju tossed the book aside and went to bed. But that night, he just could not get it together. The next morning, Shin Haju brought that strange book to the professor, asking for his help to check it out. The teacher picked up the book, giving it a once-over, and remarked that it seemed quite old. How do you want me to check this book? Could you just open it for me, and maybe see if it is sealed with any magic? Sealed? Huh? A perplexed look crossed the professor's face. Shin Haju did not want to dive into the details of what had happened with the book. He spun a tale about a bizarre rumor circulating around the academy regarding this book. Worrying about rumors is not good for your studies. You know, I will help you check it out, but you really need to focus on your studies more. The professor grumbled, then turned his attention to the book. But after some study, he found absolutely no trace of magic on this book. The teacher handed it back to Shin Haju, reminding him not to get caught up in rumors and to focus on his studies. Shin Haju returned with the book, his feelings all tangled up inside. He had hoped there was just a chance this was all just a joke, but even Ji Sun-chen, the top magic student, and the professor could not crack it open. If that is the case, this book might just be the real deal. That night, Shin Haju sat in front of the book, lost in silence for a long time. Breaking the magic circle in his heart meant starting from scratch, and creating a new one in his brain was way too risky. But since there was a chance this book was genuine, he ultimately decided to take the plunge. Shin Haju still had the potion his father had sent him before. Just taking it would destroy the magic circle in his heart. He still remembered the family head's words back then. Forget about magic and focus on studying sorcery. His attitude was cold, overflowing with disappointment. A far cry from the proud and hopeful tone he had before Shin Haju enrolled at Obelisk. But he had no intention of giving up on magic. Right now, holding that pill in his hand, Shin Haju was not about to back down. He just wanted to gamble, to heed the call of that book. Shin Haju's hands were trembling wildly. He reassured himself that his life was already on the brink, and if he did not take risks, he would just be stuck in place. With that, he decisively popped the pill into his mouth. He had even prepared himself for the possibility that he might not survive today. The potion acted fast. Shin Haju felt a sharp pain radiating from his chest. The magic circle connected to his heart was shattering. This pain felt like the death of a magician, and right after that, Shin Haju embarked on a forbidden challenge, transferring mana through his brain. The moment he transferred mana to his brain, the pain in his heart vanished, replaced by a hammering headache that felt like a lightning strike. The pain was so intense it made him wish he could just reincarnate right away. Yet, just when Shin Haju thought he was giving up, someone whispered in his ear, "Do you hear me, my future generation?" This voice was formed from mana, and Shin Haju could hear it crystal clear. He felt the light and darkness, the sky and earth, the souls of mana dancing and whispering, coexisting with the mana in his body. The pain gradually eased, and he heard someone laughing, singing, almost like a blessing being bestowed upon him after what felt like an eternity. Shinhaju woke up to find himself sprawled on the floor. Above him was that strange book. The sun was shining, and he was still alive. Without wasting a second, Shinhaju flipped through the pages of that book. Today, another blank page was filled with ancient script. As he read those lines, the voice echoed in his head again, this time clearer than ever. Congratulations on completing the first step. You read? That is the name of this book. From now on, your legendary story will begin through these pages. I pass on all my magic to you. The one who comes after me, I should say. I pass on all my magic to you, my apprentice. In that moment, Shinhaju cried, feeling like his old life had ended, and a brighter chapter was about to unfold. A few days later, Shinhaju dutifully attended class, but instead of listening, he was glued to read. The blank pages in that book gradually revealed new information. All the magic passed down from that mysterious master. Red held a wealth of knowledge far beyond the current wizard training curriculum. At first, mana also had its own will. For most people, when mana enters the brain, a violent clash occurs, leading to the destruction of this central organ. That is why, for the brains of most people, mana is a deadly toxin. But for Shinhaju, it was different. The strong will of his brain thwarted the will of the mana. In other words, not only was his brain unharmed, but he also mastered the mana. Perhaps that is why he had a natural resistance to any chips interfering with brain functions. Shinhaju's intense focus on that book caught the attention of the teacher. Although he was annoyed, the teacher chose to take a jab instead of outright criticizing him. You all know, there is a midterm assessment for the second-year students, right? This year's exam will have a new rule. Starting now, students who do not meet the standards will be expelled. The moment he uttered those words, drop out, his gaze was locked onto Shinhaju, and that smile of his was downright sinister. He went on to add that this rule was proposed by none other than the head of the Shin family himself. The students in the class started buzzing with excitement after hearing this. Some troublemakers like Big Sahik were absolutely thrilled about it. Now that we have weeded out the defective products, it seems we have one serious risk in our class. Shinhaju knew they were talking about him, but he could not care less. His mind was split in two. One half wondered why his father would propose such a thing, and the other half was busy thinking about that book. After class ended, he stepped outside and searched for a virtual reality training center. Shinhaju wanted to practice his new magic on his own, but renting a training room in the city was just way too expensive. For instance, this place was the cheapest, but still charged 200,000 per hour. That is a lot of cash for just 1 hour. But even so, Shinhaju gritted his teeth and paid up to rent a training room for an hour. After the staff handed him the room key, they gave him a scrutinizing look and thought to themselves, isn't he this the third young master Shinhaju from the Sina clan, the son of a noble family, yet deemed unfit for a how unlucky can you get? By this point, Shinhaju had changed into his training gear and was ready to start his magic practice. His first task was to tame a wolf. Compared to the 2 wolves in the last test, Shinhaju was now facing a whole pack. Although they were just virtual reality technology, their aggression and attack power were still very real. Wolves are low-level monsters, but taking on 10 of them at once is no walk in the park. The average time to complete the exercise with wolves at the academy is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Now Shinhaju would practice the techniques written in that Yidrech book every day. That was the only way he could make progress. This was the first time he tapped into the power from the new magic circle that had emerged in his mind, and it was way stronger than Shinhaju had ever imagined. Watching the water magic flow endlessly, he was so moved that his hands trembled with excitement. This is amazing. Is this really my true power? I can't believe it, Shinhaju murmured, while other mages simply circulated the magic circle through their hearts to use a magic. He could circulate it throughout his entire body by using his mind to control it. Thanks to the infinite circle, the long-suppressed magical power within Shinhaju was finally unleashed. He unleashed his power with reckless abandon, almost as if making up for the frustrating 2 years he had just endured. My disciple, do not be surprised by things at this level. You still have a long way to go. The infinite circle is just the foundation of Beitinho magic. It is all about controlling magic through imagery in your mind. This is the first book of magic in the Beitinho style. Now, Shinhaju was used to the enchanting voice coming from that book, fully devoted to following the wisdom of its mysterious owner. But that person had said, the mind is the first step of Beitinho magic, and he had harnessed his thoughts to skillfully flow mana throughout his body, releasing it into spells. An hour passed in the blink of an eye as Shinhaju left the training center. The staff entered the gym he had just vacated to clean up, curious to see how the genius Shinhaju had been training. The results displayed before him left him speechless, as Shinhaju completed the control exercise in just 6 minutes and 37 seconds. Clearly, This was on a whole different level of international competition. How could someone deemed incompatible with a set such a record? Is this junkie machine broken already? The annoyed staff member kicked the machine hard. Meanwhile, Shinhaju was on his way back to the academy, cheerfully humming a tune because he knew that 6 minutes and 37 seconds today was just the beginning of a legendary new era, and that legend was none other than him, Shinhaju. However, the journey of learning magic from Widrith was not all smooth sailing from start to finish. The notes within were completely different from the magic he had learned since childhood. For example, manas like the arms and legs, the heart and mind moving at will. Shinhaju had to find enlightenment through such vague phrases, as if there was a hidden rhythm behind a transparent veil. Something he could almost touch but could not quite grasp. In the study of magic, this sensation is referred to as the wall of enlightenment. When a mage hits their magical limit, they also hit that wall of enlightenment. And this holds true in any era. Shinhaju decided to focus on circulating mana throughout his body. Just as described in the Idrith book, when he regained his focus, he realized he had been circulating mana for 10 straight hours. For a normal person, doing this would likely lead to exhaustion or worse, passing out. But strangely, Shinhaju felt no fatigue at all. He started circulating mana at dusk, and when he opened his eyes, it was already daylight. Shinhaju dragged himself to class like any other day. As soon as he stepped out of the dorm, he spotted Jizen rushing over. "Good morning, Haju. You look so worn out. Are you okay?" Though Shinhaju was basically fine, constantly focusing on mana circulation was definitely no walk in the park. He wanted to quickly get used to this magical circle in his brain to master it as fast as possible. It was just so exhausting. At 12 years old, Shinhaju unlocked his second magical circle. People began calling him a prodigy, and his family placed immense expectations on him. Yet now, he found himself back at square one with the first magical circle in his brain, utterly lost on what the best path forward was. Shinhaju knows that breaking through the wall of enlightenment is essential for progress in magic. Your father used to say this a lot when he still had hope for you back when you were little. And then suddenly, Shinhaju recalled a saying, "Perfection is just a chain, a lie born from human arrogance." It felt like hundreds of light bulbs lighting up simultaneously in his mind. Perfection. Shinhaju felt like he was finally touching the key. So right after that class, he returned to the dorm and began channeling mana. This time, Shinhaju was not just mindlessly doing it anymore. He started to truly feel it. Mana became his hands and feet, his heart and mind moving at will. Finally, his mind was liberated. An instant magic without incantation successfully activated. A magic uses short spells to form the essence of magic. The method may be consistent, but the approach recorded is about freeing one's thoughts. The magic that Shinhaju now masters is different. It is the kind that can freely change form. Magic without structured spells. After awakening this ability, Shinhaju felt utterly exhausted yet incredibly exhilarated. He could not believe that he had just opened the first circle of magic, but could wield such impossible magic. He was gradually breaking through the wall of enlightenment to reach a higher level. Another night passed, and the next morning, while Shinhaju was sitting in the lecture hall, a professor came in to announce a visitor wanted to see him. If Shinhaju guessed right, it was his father. And he was indeed correct. "It has been a while. Father," he spoke first, only to receive a cold, distant stare in return. The two sat facing each other on the sofa. The tension in the air was so thick it felt frozen. After a long while, the head of the Shin clan finally spoke. "You are still in school. It seems you have not taken the medicine I sent. Have you?" "Yes, that is correct," Shinhaju replied, not wanting to reveal his connection with Idrej, so he chose to downplay it. "But lately, your magic has seen some progress, has not it?" Shinhaju's tone was very serious, but his father did not take it well. Ever since his son could not harmonize with the A-chip, he felt that becoming a great magician was just a pipe dream, and this time was no exception. "Shinhaju, you have wasted a year, and it is time to face reality. No matter how hard you work or what you achieve in the future, if you refuse a magic, you will never become a true magician," Shinhaju's father bluntly stated. However, the unique talent of his son was something he had to acknowledge. That is why he made the effort to come here once more to advise him to give up trying to be a magician and return to studying magical theory properly. So even if you are an outcast, you can still make the most of your talent. "I have said it before, and I will say it again, I am not giving up on magic. I refuse to live a mundane life tied to my father's family name. I want to be the next head of the Midosen clan." Shinhaju spoke with fierce determination. If it were the old him, his father would have surely supported these words. But now, the head of the family frowned deeply, staring intently at his son. Becoming a grand sorcerer or the head of the Midosen clan is not just about ambition. "You know, don't worry, Dad. I will prove it." Those two words almost made the head of the family burst out laughing. "Prove it? Are you talking about barely passing the Academy S tests and not getting expelled? In this upcoming standard test, I will make it into the top 10, and if I fail, I will leave the Academy and dedicate myself to studying magical theory like you want. But if I succeed, I want you to see me as a talented sorcerer and promise to support me fully. Dad Shinhaju could not figure out where his son was getting all this confidence from, but he did not want to say much more. So he put on his coat and stood up, silently accepting this deal with his son. A few days later, the instructor announced the method for this test: one-on-one combat. Elimination style. This method was quite new. Since the students were used to monster exterminations, the test would begin in 3 days, and starting from the 16th round, outside businesses and members of the Magic Tower would join as spectators. Shinhaju did not even need to look to know that the Bexa Hayek group was laughing at him. They probably think that in a one-on-one match, he will be eliminated faster than you can say parking lot. But this change in the testing rules worked perfectly for Shinhaju's desires. Now it is time for everyone to see what he is really capable of. That day during break, all the students were buzzing about the upcoming test, and it is no wonder. Besides the unique test format, the arrival of the Magic Tower people was enough to get them hyped. It meant that students who perform well would grab the media's attention. The Magic Tower is home to 12 high-level sorcerers worldwide, holding power equivalent to an entire nation. Being accepted into the Magic Tower is a dream for every student, and Shinhaju is no exception. Hey! Defective product. A mocking voice pulled him out of his thoughts about the upcoming test. Shinhaju did not even need to look to know that voice belonged to Bexa Hayek. He and a few annoying students came over to throw a wrench in his plans. This guy was the epitome of someone who is full of themselves and just coasting along, and comes from a high-class family. But his personality is unbearable. He loves nothing more than bullying his classmates. Especially Shinhaju. What a piece of work. How are you holding up? In the first match of the midterm evaluation, I heard I am your opponent. You must know you are as good as dead. Right? Shinhaju never wanted to make enemies. But this guy's attitude is just too much, and keeps bringing up how he is going to take revenge for what happened 5 years ago, leaving Shinhaju to just sigh in defeat. 5 years ago was when the finals of the basic magic tournament took place. Back then, Shinhaju crushed Bixahak, leaving him in tears on the arena. And that is when Han decided to target him. After Bixahak found out Shinhaju was incompatible with A, he harassed him non-stop to vent his old grudges. But Shinhaju was not angry. Instead, he felt sorry for how childish his opponent was. No matter how much Shinhaju stayed silent, Hem would not stop rambling. Didn't he, the teacher, say anyone who does not meet the standards in the midterm would get expelled? Should I beat you down until you get expelled? And then what would you do? Go home crying? Bixahike laughed maniacally, reveling in his taunts, while Shinhaju remained silent. If he is your first opponent, you can let this golden opportunity slip away. This is the perfect chance to show everyone your skills. Is not that what is going to happen to you? Shinhaju could not hold back his smirk any longer. His comment reminded Bixahike of that humiliating loss 5 years ago. Darkening his expression, it seemed Bixahike never expected someone like Shinhaju, who could not even implant an A chip, would dare to say such things. After a few seconds of confusion, he started laughing maniacally. Is this idiot losing his mind? Have you gone crazy? Still clueless about the current situation? You clueless failure. What are you hoping for? Bixahike had no qualms about humiliating Shinhaju in front of everyone, but he did not realize that Shinhaju had changed. His confidence was well-founded now, and Shinhaju was not afraid to hit back hard. You were just as loud 5 years ago and got crushed by me 5 years later, and it seems you have not improved at all. That line hit Bixahike right where it hurt, making him seethe with rage. Shinhaju maintained that smug expression, even calling him the weak wizard Bixahike, which sent him into a rage. Lunging at Shinhaju and grabbing his collar, Shinhaju remained calm, brushing Han's hand away and straightening his collar before continuing. Someone like you, stuck in the depths of despair, probably would not get this, but only those up high can afford to fall temporarily. And once you are a genius, you are always a genius. I hope you remember that. With that, Shinhaju turned on his heels, leaving Bixahike grinding his teeth in rage. He swore that in the 3 days leading up to the exam, he would crush Shinhaju and turn him to ashes. The very next day, Shinhaju stumbled upon the first article about his grand return as a genius. The genius has fallen at the Shin household. Can Shinhaju rise again against all odds? Shinhaju guessed the article was penned by someone Bixahike hired, just to draw attention to him, so that he could defeat him amidst all that hype. But this time, Bixahike was bound to be disappointed. On the contrary, he ended up helping Shinhaju grab the media spotlight. The more they anticipate the genius's comeback in this midterm review, the more it benefits Shinhaju. Just then, Shinhaju's dad called. He guessed it was about that article. Yes, Dad. I read the article today. You do not have to worry. Shinhaju reassured him. The voice on the other end paused for a few seconds. Did you set this up? Yes. I provoked Bixahuk to grab public attention. The head of the Shin family was at a loss for words. He truly could not imagine where his son found such confidence. Given the stakes from the previous bet, his dad agreed with him not because he believed in his son, but because it would not harm the Shin family. To be honest, he never expected Shinhaju to win. And since that article could bring shame to the Shin family, that is why he made this call. The public thinks you have been disowned by the Shin family. Even if you bring disgrace, the impact on the family will be minimal. Shinhaju cut off his dad, but considering the potential gains, he believed it was worth it. The person on the other end huffed. Gens? Huh. If you win, what will the Shin family actually gain? It is. Shinhaju confidently replied. The greatest mage to ever come from the Shin family. And I will be the strongest head in its history. Dad will have the greatest leader the Shin family has ever seen. Shinhaju did not hide his ambitions from his own father. Seeing his aspirations soar even beyond the master of the magic tower, his dad had nothing left to say, only warning him before hanging up. If you are so bold yet still bring shame to the family, you better be ready to face the consequences. 3 cold beeps echoed through the air. But Shinhaju was not sad or feeling sorry for himself. The stage for the exam was already set. He believed that in just a few days, his father's attitude towards him would completely change again. After one more day, the day of the midterm assessment exam had finally arrived. Just as Bexahike said, he was Shinhaju's first opponent in this intense duel. As they faced off, Bexahike could not help but smirk mockingly. What is up? Defective product. Do you like the article I wrote about you? You are called a prodigy, right? You have been famous since you were a kid. Huh, I can't stop laughing just thinking about how funny it will be when you lose, because you can't even cast a single spell, no matter how hard his opponent tried to attack. Shinhaju remained completely unfazed. Is that because I was thinking the one who is going to lose is you? Thanks for the article. By the way, thanks for always waving your arms around in front of me. But honestly, I could not care less about a nobody like you. Let us wrap this up quickly. And do not hold back on me. Okay? Bexahike was speechless, then put on a look of disbelief. He felt like Shinhaju had truly lost his mind. As for Shinhaju, standing before all the spectators, he boldly declared he would defeat his opponent with just the first magic circle. The arena Obelix Academy was massive, and down on the stage, Bexahike faced Shinhaju with bloodlust in his eyes. After Shinhaju's bold declaration, it seemed like Bexahike had even lost his sanity. When the referee blew the whistle to start the match, Bexahike quickly launched a surprise attack. But just as he swung his arm, a new magic window appeared, and 2 strikes were unleashed simultaneously. This was Bexahike's signature magic. Explosive Burst. There is no denying its devastating power. Shinhaju tilted his head to the side, easily dodging it. Seeing this, Shinhaju even activated his 3rd magic circle, still using that explosive magic, but the accumulated effect of the attack was enough to blow away half the stands. Dust and smoke billowed up, and everyone present fell silent. Only Bexahike's laughter echoed throughout the arena. Haha! This is what happens to you when you try to act so cocky, you dumb piece of trash. However, what happened next left him utterly stunned. Shinhaju was completely unscathed. Not even a scratch on him. The fury of his opponent flared up with 3 magic circles. Bexahike unleashed 3 attacks all at once. This time, they were effortlessly neutralized by Shinhaju's water magic. Bexahike was astonished, his eyes wide in disbelief. At this moment, inside the observatory, a young mage could not help but murmur after witnessing Shinhaju's moves. Even though it is just a first circle spell, he cast it with such speed. Why did you change your schedule in Lamphop just to catch this academy match? Do you know something about Shinhaju's magic? The girl next to Ben Hoi. I just read an article about the prodigy making a comeback, so I was curious to check it out. The other guy let out a sound. Turns out he is just another spectator here for the gossip. But come on. If the rumored master of Lamphop, an 8-circle mage, shows up to watch a second-rate male student, that is bound to cause a stir. No doubt about it. The young-looking man is Kim Kang-in, the master of the Blue Magic Tower, and an 8-circle mage. He definitely knows he should not be too obvious. Hence the VIP room for discreet observation. Just as they were talking, the VIP room door swung open. Kim Kang-in turned around, a thrilling smile appearing on his face. You are here too. Meanwhile, down in the stands, Bexahike was starting to lose his nerve. At first, he was super confident, but after his magic barrage was neutralized, anxiety kicked in. Shinhaju not only successfully defended with just 1 spell, but his casting speed was unusually fast. How could Bexahike not worry? Are you curious about my spell casting speed? Shinhaju asked with a smirk. Under attack from him, Bexahike lost his composure even more. Just like before, he unleashed all 3 spells at once, and their power exceeded before. Yet still, it was ineffective. Shinhaju remained unscathed. dodging effortlessly, then launched a wind attack, though Bexahayek managed to dodge this time. The fact that his opponent wielded two types of magic so skillfully only added to his confusion. You really think you can beat me with just first circle magic? Even so, Bexahayek remained stubbornly defiant. Yeah? Of course. And undeniably, Shinhaju was not backing down. His nonchalant replies nearly made Bexahayek blow a gasket. This time, Shinhaju summoned his wind spear once again. Bexahayek successfully created a shield to absorb the blow, but Shinhaju's spell-casting speed was so fast that as the first spear was neutralized, he quickly conjured a second one for a sneak attack from behind. This spear ripped through Bexahayek's sleeve. He was now panicking like a deer in headlights, while the crowd held their breath, captivated by their duel. "You son of a, what did you just do?" Bexahayek yelled. "Huh? Still not getting it. Want me to show you again?" A smirk crept back onto Bexahayek's face, and at his fingertips, a whirlwind of wind magic was ready to be unleashed. What the heck is that? Is that really a wind spear? A wind spear should not have a double shot property, right? Watching Shinhaju unleash a storm of attacks, Bexahayek found himself at a loss for what to do next. True, it should not, but I can make it happen. Block this one, because this time it is 4 shots coming your way. That is why Shinhaju said from the start that he would defeat his opponent with just one magic circle, because if one of his magic circles can unleash this many directions, who can stand against it? Bexahayek was still desperately trying to create a shield, but he only managed to block 3 of the wind spears, while the last one curved toward him and stabbed straight into his back. Seeing his opponent struggle, Shinhaju could not help but revel in it. The plan was solid, but are you really just going to stand there in shock? After all, the match has barely begun. He had no intention of letting his opponent catch a breather. Wind spears kept flying, leaving Bexahayek scrambling to keep up. He began to retreat, trying to create some distance. After all, mana and its range are limited. Bexahayek believed that as long as he kept a safe distance, those complex attacks would not reach him. But sadly, he was mistaken, because right after, Shinhaju gathered his smaller attacks and unleashed a massive, intense wind spear. Kim, watching from the VIP room, could not help but gasp in awe. Not only was he casting magic instantaneously, but the trajectory was also shifting and merging mid-air. What kind of magic is this? A spear from Sin and Hike. So the person who just stepped into the VIP room is the head of the Sin family. Shinhaju's father, the wizard Sin and Hayuk. He is the head of the Mado Sin clan, and he is an 8-circle wizard, not falling behind the masters of the magical towers at all. Until now, Sin and Hayuk had remained silent, but Kim Kang-in and the girl beside him were endlessly impressed, because the intricate magic Shinhaju was using clearly disregarded the rules of open-source magic. Speaking of that so-called open-source magic, for example, with reverse attacks, if the target exceeds 38 meters, the magic can reach them, and if the trajectory has been altered once, it can be changed again. In other words, open-source magic only works based on its predetermined effects. So in modern magic battles, it is like a mind game, where each person tries to predict the other's moves with known spells, and flexible reactions are the key to victory. But the Baitinho-style magic that Shinhaju is using is something entirely different. It bypasses the limits of modern open-source magic, powerfully leaving the opponent with no way out. Bexahayek is now sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly shocked that he is struggling against his opponent's first spell. You really underestimated mages in their first spell, did not you? Say Hayuk. Shinhaju slowly approaches and sits down to meet his opponent's gaze. Even if you exhaust yourself with a 3rd-tier spell, just a tiny move from me could take your life. What do you mean by that? Bexahayek feels the hair on his neck stand up, but he is completely out of energy to run away now. At this moment, Shinhaju summons water magic. Water orbs hover in the air, seeming harmless, but then they wrap around Bexahayek, surrounding his head and cutting off his breath. Watching Bexahayek struggle to breathe on dry land, the audience falls into an eerie silence. Even though he is wearing the Academy's battle uniform protected by a safety barrier, it is useless now since Shinhaju's attack, though simple, targets his head directly. The outcome of this battle is already clear, and the referee immediately blows the whistle to end the match, declaring Shinhaju the winner. At this point, he retracts his magic, and Bexahayek, now unconscious, is dragged off the field. Shinhaju knows every eye in the audience is glued to him, and it has been a long time since he has enjoyed this feeling. Feeling like a true mage once again is absolutely exhilarating. After this battle, Kim Kang-in and his secretary also leave. Indeed, the match was worth his anticipation, and Shinhaju successfully piqued the curiosity of this young mage. Shinhaju finally gets a breather, while just practically bouncing with excitement. Looks like he could leap onto him at any moment. Even though he treats him sincerely, He is already used to Sin Haju's stellar performances. Who would have thought he would see him make such a powerful comeback? That magic you just pulled off was amazing. How did you practice it? He enthusiastically asks, waving his hands animatedly to reenact the earlier battle. Your wind blades shot here and there, merging and then separating again. It was like a magic show. You want to know? But my magic is a secret. Sin Haju cheekily replies. He feels he should not reveal anything he learned in Dredge to anyone. Then, Sin Haju pulls out his phone and invites him to check out the front page article, titled The Return of the Genius. The article even includes a video interview right after he finished the match. In the video, the reporter helps voice the curiosity of many people. What was that magic Sin Haju just used in the battle? And how could he cast it so quickly? Are you asking about changing or combining the trajectories of the spells? I will answer those questions for you. Do not worry. Before Sin Haju could even speak, another voice cut in. It was Kim Kan-in. So pumped that he practically jumped in front of the cameras for this interview. He approached, casually throwing an arm around Sin Haju's shoulders. I have been watching your recent matches, and I am seriously excited. I bet you have used it the 4th magic circle engraving. Right? Sin Haju did not reply. Well, Kim Kan-in showcased that magic right in front of all the reporters. The engraving he mentioned is a spell that mages use to prepare a main spell for instant casting when needed. With an engraving, instant casting becomes totally doable. But why is not such a useful spell more widely used? The reporters kept firing away with their questions. Well, that is because engraving has its limitations. It can only be used to activate spells 3 levels lower than the caster's own level. Haju, I'm right. Are not? Yeah? You are absolutely right. Sin Haju replied. Even though Kim Kan-in's comments were a bit off the mark, and since neither of them knew how to explain the flight magic system, he showed up just when they needed him, so they just went with the flow. Does that mean your current skill level? Haju, is it level 4 magic you? The reporter asked again. Exactly. I am sure of it. Kim Kan-in was so hyped. He answered before the main character could, and Sin Haju did not even object. Turned into the hottest news of the day, seeing such a young kid like Sin Haju unlocking a 4th magic circle. That is comparable to the record set by Tower Masters. And since this information was confirmed by the owner of the Blue Tower, the media had no doubts. So everyone believed that the prodigy Sin Haju had returned with 4 magic circles, while in reality, he had only unlocked 1 new circle in his mind. After watching that interview clip, Ji-sun-chan was left feeling skeptical. Haju, are you really a level 4 wizard? Sin Haju did not answer right away because the interview was still ongoing. The reporter was still curious about how he bypassed the rules of open source magic, attacking outside the normal range and changing the attack direction twice. This time, even Kim Kan-in was stumped. Seeing him at a loss for words, Sin Haju decided to step in. Allow me to explain. Bypassing the rules of open source magic is actually pretty simple. I have improved the magic formula. Hearing this, Kim Kan-in's eyes widened in astonishment. Improving the magic formula. He thought that was impossible. Improving a magic formula is like trying to add flying features to a car. It is not something you can just whip up easily, especially for a young guy like Sin Haju. He felt the kid was just talking nonsense. But right after that, Sin Haju showcased his skills in front of everyone, leaving them utterly stunned, including Kim Kan-in. As the master of the Blue Magic Tower, he was extremely curious about this young man. You are not an A-compatible person, so no one really knows what your future holds. And if the magic enhancements that Sin Haju talked about are real, then this is going to be a magical revolution. From this day forward, the entire community of sorcerers will be shaken by this news. Ji-sun, after hearing this, looked even more skeptical. Magic enhancements. Huh, should I believe this? Yeah? Better believe it. Sin Haju replied. Well, anyway, congrats on the win. Now I am heading back to the dorm. I need to get my head straight, because tomorrow I am facing a tough opponent. The next day, Sin Haju finally faced the opponent that Ji-sun had been tight-lipped about. He was a talented sorcerer, but when he met this person, he struggled hard and ultimately could not escape defeat, because that person was Adella Starrett, a genius born from the Starrett family in France and the Korean sorcerer clan. Adella's magic was something special, primarily due to the moonlight secret arts of her sorcerer clan. She faced Ji-sun-chan with such ease. The match ended without Adella even breaking a sweat. Shina Zhu sat in the stands, intently observing the beautiful figure and her long blonde hair. Her power was a secret art that combined light and darkness, creating a brilliant moonlight that shone through the still night. This magical secret technique was not registered under normal magic sources. No matter the distance, power, or technique, it was all a big question mark. He knew that facing her would be quite a challenge. Just then, Adella turned her head and stared directly at the stands. That cold gaze made Shina Zhu genuinely wonder if she was looking at him. Either way, the match was over. Shina Zhu went over to get water for Ji-sun-chan, trying to comfort him a bit after facing that deadly sorceress. While the two were joking around, she suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Zhu, I heard you have recently returned to being a real sorcerer. The reason I enrolled in this academy is that I hope you can help me remember it. Zhu was no stranger to this girl anymore. They had known each other for a long time before enrolling in the Obelisk Academy. The Birth Clan and the Mystic Clan used to have a really good relationship. Because of that, you and Adella had plenty of chances to meet at various events. But if you had to sum up your relationship in one word, it would be rivals. Adella even dropped her studies in France, enrolling in the Obelisk Academy just to outshine you. But ever since you were deemed incompatible with A, she has been so let down that she stopped talking to you altogether. Zhu being labeled as incompatible with A was not just a major life event for you. It was a huge shock for Adella too, as she lost her rival to push herself against. Now that you have just made your comeback, she is already showing off her competitive spirit like this. Adella, I am not worthy of being your target. Zhu scratched his head. It had been a while since they last talked, and facing Adella felt so awkward. Guess we will find out when we face off against each other. Adella coldly replied before turning to walk away. But Jizhen-chan started to get worried. Hey, Zhu, are you sure you are ready? Ready for what? Zhu replied, a bit confused. You really do not know. Your next opponent is Adella Sterik. Zhu's face went blank. Seriously, the Obelisk Academy was ruthless, pairing him up against the top seed in just the second round. They had one day to rest, and the next day, Adella stepped into the arena with a completely emotionless face. Meanwhile, Zhu did not feel any excitement at all. Up in the stands, some of the regulars had their sights set on him, maliciously assuming that Zhu was too scared and had disappeared, and that his stats from the previous match were just a fluke. During yesterday's interview, he only talked about his supposed transformed magic, but in the end, it was just hot air. He probably realized he could not win against Adella and decided to back out early, and they were reveling in their gossip in the arena. The referee kept glancing at the clock, looking frustrated the moment he announced that the waiting time was over and declared Adella the winner by default. Zhu rushed, panicked. Sorry for being late, he panted, looking like he had just woken up and sprinted from the dorms. The referee did not give a damn about why Zhu was late. He did not allow him any time to catch his breath, and immediately blew the whistle to signal the start of the match as a punishment for his tardiness. Zhu quickly steadied his breathing, facing Adella calmly, but she was very curious about why he was late. It is nothing important, just some last-minute preparations, Zhu replied, then began to unleash his limitless circle. Because I am pretty strong, Adella, so I need to be thoroughly prepared to defeat you. You prepared that in one day? Adella asked, raising an eyebrow in skepticism, because she can feel that Zhu in front of her is completely different from yesterday. At the same time, Adella is also filled with anticipation, wondering if she will get to witness the true power of the person standing before her. As the battle cry echoed, Adella, like a seasoned warrior, aimed to seize the advantage with her first strike. But compared to that clueless guy, this girl is way calmer and more composed. Adella unleashes a six-barreled barrage of magic, all aimed straight at Zhu. In response, he conjures a wind-based magic to block them. Adella is not rushing. She follows up with an earth spike attack. As she casts this spell, the ground erupts, with sharp spikes shooting up at incredible speed. Zhu retreats at lightning speed, performing a dazzling mid-air flip to evade all the spikes. Adella keeps the pressure on, launching attacks from above, confident that her opponent won't be able to counter this. Watching the aerial assault aimed at his defenseless state, Zhu can help but admire her agility, and naturally, most people would think he could not dodge it, but for him, it is a whole different story. Zhu conjures a defensive magic shield mid-air, stunning everyone around him. Adella is left wide-eyed as she sees Zhu flip the shield around and use it as a platform. His confident, lofty demeanor, combined with that unique use of magic, truly earns him the title of genius. And with that fighting spirit, he forces Adella to consider using her family's secret moon magic. She is determined to win this battle at all costs. As for Zhu, he knows that to take her on, he needs to pull out all the stops, even bringing the sun into this fight. Zhu stands high above, his back to the sun, but Adella down below, trying to get a clear look at her opponent, is blinded by the light. She vaguely realizes that an attack from Zhu is gearing up, forcing her to brace herself tightly. In an instant, Adella conjures a massive protective shield. At that moment, Zhu leaps down from above, wielding a wind-based sword. He slashes fiercely at his opponent's shield, but it is no use, as she is cautious enough to use a level 3 defensive magic. With his attack thwarted, Zhu temporarily retreats to widen the gap. Right then, Adella seizes the opportunity to counterattack. However, as she prepares to strike, She realizes that Shina Zhu has bound both her legs without her noticing. The panic on her face is unmistakable, recalling just moments ago, when Shina Zhu landed, his left hand touched the ground. Could it be that he cast a binding spell then, at this speed? Adella's eyes can't even keep up with her opponent's movements anymore, with no way to attack. She can only keep conjuring up her giant shield. But Shina Zhu has no intention of attacking head-on. He circles around to her side, then uses water magic to form an arrow, shooting it straight at Adella without a second thought. Meanwhile, she is busy trying to dispel the blinding magic at her feet, while Shina Zhu launches a barrage of water arrows. Luckily for Adella, she manages to break the blinding magic just in time and conjures a shield to block the incoming water arrows. Even though she is sweating bullets, Adella still finds Shina Zhu easy to deal with, since she watched his interview yesterday and believes he is only a level 4 mage. If he is using magic to continuously cast spells, then he can only use level 1 attacks, and level 1 magic won't take her down. Just as Adella is basking in her victorious thoughts and reinforcing her shield, an arrow comes crashing down from above, right behind her. Adella's eyes widen in horror. Was not Shina Zhu only firing 3 water arrows? So when did this wind spear come into play? Feeling the sun blazing down on her head, a theory pops into Adella's mind. Could it be that Shina Zhu hid the wind spear in the sunlight, just like years ago? Adella finds herself collapsing under the arrogant gaze from Shina Zhu's weapon. Did you forget who you are up against? Adella stared. Today, Kim Kang-in and his secretary are back at the arena to witness Shina Zhu's battle, and witnessing his sharp combat skills continues to surprise them. It seems that from the moment he dodged Adella's ground attack, everything was meticulously planned. By flipping into the air to avoid her strike, Shina Zhu legitimized his high ground by turning his shield into a platform. Then he concealed his figure in the sunlight, limiting his opponent's visibility to the max. Next, he sets up a multi-layered wind spear before landing to draw Adella's attention. Finally, when Shina Zhu makes Adella believe the real threat lies in the ground attack, he launches the precast wind spear, determined to take her down. The entire process unfolds seamlessly, with no mistakes whatsoever. Now Kim Kang-in understands why Shina Zhu has earned the title of a first-level archmage. Simply using a magic circle and level 1 spells, he can still defeat a stronger opponent. But with this performance, his father, Shin In-hee, still does not seem satisfied. After all, it is still just level 1 magic. Look, no matter how well he calculated or how strategic his positioning was, he still can't deliver a finishing blow. Just as he said, a level 1 spell can't completely take down Adella, and at this moment, she is standing back up again. Shin In-hee's eyes are filled with disappointment, especially with Kim Kang-in openly shielding his son. He can't win, because Adella has not even tapped into that magic yet. Down in the arena, Adella's feelings are a whirlwind. Shina Zhu's impressive display just now reminded her of the past, back when the Shina Zhu clash with A was still a tense standoff. Inspired by that stunning performance, Adella decides to unleash her full power. Shina Zhu does not seem surprised by the situation at all. Finally, it is here the supreme lunar magic, the secret art of the sorcerer clan, the light bearer. The ground beneath her cracks open as Adella conjures countless magic circles. Hazu is pushed back by this overwhelming power. Those circles radiate blinding light. Meanwhile, in a room, Kang-in and another person are watching the match unfold. Yas In-hee, who just got up from his seat. Where are you going? He replies casually. The match is over. No need to watch the show anymore. Just then, outside, unexpected noises make both of them turn their heads. Their eyes widen in disbelief. No way. Kang-in looks down, his expression one of sheer shock. And then, the door gets pushed open by Su-chan. He rushes in, and Adella, standing in the arena, is equally stunned. This can't be happening. Before her stands Zhu, with magic circles behind him. He extends his hand forward, slowly saying, Fire Mountain, as Adella's face reflects disbelief at the approaching flames. Level 2 magic, and Haju's eyes shine with confidence. I told you, I took my time to prepare to defeat you. Adella retorts, a mere underclass can only manage level 1 magic. She raises an eyebrow and asks, you have already surpassed the 5th magic circle. Hazu does not answer but looks straight at Adella with a smile. Flashback to the night before. In the Obelisk Academy dormitory, Hazu sits cross-legged on his bed, intensely focused on a book. He frowns, deep in thought. Adella is not someone I can beat with level 1 magic alone. His fighting style does not align with the secret arts of the lunar magic. Flipping through the book with a determined expression. At first, he thought he would wait until he fully mastered it before overwhelming her. Hazu reads the latest content and realizes, on the most recent page of Idreth, if he can truly wield the underworld. He flips through each page of the book. It states that to channel energy into the next magic circle. Following Haju's guidance, he flipped to the next page, revealing a drawing of a spell along with a note stating that this magical circle would elevate him to a whole new level. He immediately wondered if it was some kind of mechanism. Haju extended his finger, deciding he would try it without hesitation. The moment he touched it, the book emitted a blinding light. Haju stared at the glowing object in his hands, surprised and exclaiming. The light grew stronger, forcing him to pull his hand back. Damn it! It is glowing again. Hey! Haju shouted, shielding his eyes with his hand. After a while, the light began to fade, but he felt completely lost. Haju blinked and slowly opened his eyes again. At that moment, he found himself in a space that looked like a library, gazing up at the shimmering light above, where a clear voice suddenly echoed, "Welcome to the first trial page." A girl dressed in a black and white gown appeared in midair and introduced herself. "I am the guide managing the first trial page." Haju curiously asked back, "The first trial page?" Info replied, "Exactly." With that, she gestured with her hand. "This is the first trial page." Inside the address book, Haju was taken aback. Inside the book, he quietly thought it was not about teleporting to some distant place. He was really inside the book. Haju forced a smile, unable to believe it, and Fa began to explain, "In this trial, I will test whether your talent is truly exceptional." She pointed her hands at him. "The trial guidelines will be provided when we start," and Fa continued. "If you pass, pages 18 to 31 will update information about level 2 magic." Haju stroked his chin, deep in thought. "So I have to pass the trial to gain information about the next spell circle?" She asked in a clear voice. "That is the explanation done. Shall we start the trial?" He firmly clenched his fists. "Of course. Let us get started right away." And Fa placed her hand on her chest in a gesture of respect. "Got it." In an instant, her entire body soared into the air. "Now then, let the first trial begin." And Fa closed her eyes, her whole being radiated a golden light. Haju below clenched his lips tightly, feeling the tension. He watched as her form began to dissolve. "I did not think she was human, but I did not expect her to be a magical entity." Then, a voice spoke up. "Now, I will explain the trial." Hazu's eyes widened in surprise. "This is the voice of the professor. A gem filled with a myriad of colors flies into your hands. This gemstone is called Mana Spectrum. It is an unfinished crystal, blending 4 uneven attributes together." Haju gazes up, bewildered. "Your task is to fully refine this gemstone." He bows his head, lost in thought. Fully refining this gem, Haju observes the gemstone in his hand. Mana Spectrum is an extremely delicate crystal that requires careful control of mana. He ponders. Inside this gemstone, there are 4 types of mana, existing in a chaotic state. And now I have to refine it. Haju thinks to himself, as if making a request. "I need to separate sand, salt, sugar, and pepper from a fine mix." Then he analyzes the situation. This is no easy task. Usually, only those who are skilled in mind control can refine it. Haju chuckles to himself, his eyes filled with confidence. But this is going to be quite interesting. Suddenly, a burst of blue light flickers from him. Focusing, Haju looks down at the gemstone swirling with colors. In an instant, the colors separate into distinct types. The gemstone radiates a halo of light around it. He closes his eyes tightly and tells himself to concentrate. As the boundaries between the beams of light become clearer, Haju grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into the stone. Instantly, the gemstone glows, releasing an energy that knocks him back. Haju leans against the book, deep in thought. If the mana shifts even slightly, it will create shockwaves. They are sending a warning signal. He takes the book off his head for protection and begins to analyze. Even trying to analyze the mana, they have fused together to the point of being inseparable. Haju leans down on the floor, wearing a mysterious smile. "But I have thought of an idea. I will keep trying no matter how long it takes." He recalls the following experiments, losing track of how much time has passed. "I keep experimenting to refine it, time and again. Just a tiny mistake means starting all over. I have repeated this countless times." After a long while, he holds in his hand the refined gemstone, and finally, he has succeeded. Mana Spectrum. That sound echoes once more. "Congratulations on passing the trial." The hair, Haju, drenched in sweat, looks into his palm with joy. That voice continues. "You have mastered mind control. I will be updating the Y dress book with the level 2 ring, the techniques to create the resonance ring." A few seconds later, he found himself back in his beloved bed. Haju's face was a picture of shock. The magic circle in the book faded away. He picked up the book. "All right. Finally, I get to learn the level 2 magic weaving technique." Hazu's face turned serious as the next match was about to begin. "I absolutely need to master the level 2 magic ring." Thinking this, he glanced at the book. The next day, at the match venue, Adella was casually waving her hand to initiate the lunar glow. Streams of light slowly descended. She struck with force again. The control arm had not awakened yet. The magic circle immediately emitted a blinding light aimed straight at Haju. Suchan watched the match, feeling extremely anxious. "Damn it! Haju is going down." Adella closed her eyes, calmly brushing her hair back. "The match is over." She thought to herself, "I can't believe he got so strong in such a short time." Adella slowly opened her eyes. She was lost in thought. "Haju, What kind of person are you really? But it is over now. The genius I once looked up to is gone. But just then, strange sound suddenly echoed behind Adella. Confused, she turned around. What is that sound? Hazu's aura flickered brightly. Level 2. Resonance activated. A red magic circle appeared behind him, along with 2 flames in his hands. Darkness cloaked the vision. Hazu raised the purple flame, combining 2 infinite magic rings. His hands clasped together. Sharp claws emerged from behind. Hazu thrust his hands forward with the will to be free. He opened his eyes wide. Become my arms and legs. The expressions of Kangin and Hike, standing high above, turned rigid. Suchan and the host were left speechless. Adella was also taken aback. What is happening? Before her eyes was the scene of Hazu controlling those hands to block the light Adella had created. He pointed straight ahead. Fire Mountain. Seeing this, she stepped back a few paces. Defensive magic. A massive gun appears above Hazu's head. The first resonating version. Adella watches this unfold, her eyes wide in disbelief. She stares at the fireballs being shot out continuously. I can't stop it. Adella raises her hand, allowing the beams of light to enter her body. Then she lets out a soft laugh. Her gaze is incredibly gentle as she declares, "You have returned. Once again, you are the target I aim for." The gun, following Hazu's command, fires relentlessly at where she stands. Dust clouds erupt from the arena, forcing others to cover their noses. The dust gradually settles. Adella, after taking that hit, remains standing there. Yin Hiu and Kang Yin keep their eyes glued to the fight. Seconds tick. She collapses, utterly powerless. Hazu watches her lie unconscious on the ground. You are exhausted too. Unable to resist, you slump down. The referee's voice rings out. The match is over. The winner is Hazu. In the room, Kang Yin asks Yin Hiu, who is striding away, "Are you leaving?" He replies slowly, "I have another meeting." Tears well up as he seems to understand. That is how it is. Then he casually slips his hands into his pockets. "You really are not great at lying, are you?" With that, Kang Yin's gaze drifts to Hazu, who is happily celebrating. A moment later, as the match concludes, everyone starts to leave one by one. He takes off his jacket and sighs deeply. So tired. Then he recalls the second ultimate magic circle, resonating in sync with the mind circle amplifying the magic. And lunar magic is a hybrid type of magic. Hazu ponders, by merging the range of light magic with the potential of dark magic, by adjusting the intensity of the dark element, I can narrow down the attack range, and I counter the lunar light with advanced dark magic. After all, lunar magic is the unique secret art of the sorcerer clan. Not everyone can wield it, but by observing the structure of the magic in summary, I succeeded in controlling pure mana. The resonance circle allows me to analyze magic with a more unique perspective. The process of refining mana also trains your ability to control it. Thinking this, he raised his hand to his face. If it were not for these factors, defeating Adella would be nearly impossible. Hazu suddenly noticed everyone buzzing with excitement. Kangin flashed a smile, both warm and respectful. He stepped closer to where Hazu was. Kangin stopped right in front of him and spoke up. "Hey, Hazu." You looked up, startled, and let out a surprised response. Hazu jumped up in shock. The master of magic. Kangin looked straight into his eyes. "I came because I wanted to talk to you." Hazu. Moments later, Hazu and Kangin were seated in a private room. His demeanor was friendly. "Sorry to interrupt you when you were trying to relax. I watched your match." Hazu politely replied, "Thank you." Kangin pushed his glasses up and got straight to the point. "I am going to ask directly. Hazu, have you reached the 5th circle of magic?" Hazu was taken aback when he heard Kangin say that. He reflected on it, thinking back. He had used 2nd level magic in the match. The Lord of the Green Tower must have thought he was using a cheat. If I used 2nd level magic, then of course, a 3rd level mage or higher would mistake me for having reached 5th level magic. Hazu waved his hands, hurriedly explaining, "That is not it. I have not reached level 5 yet." Hearing this, Kangin's voice suddenly rose with excitement. "Got it? Then how were you able to use 2nd level magic?" Hazu, you could see the thrill on Kang's face. Feeling awkward. "If I said it is an illusion technique, you probably would not believe me, right?" Kangin stroked his chin. "If it is an illusion technique, it is transformation magic that you mentioned in the last interview, right?" An image of Hazu confidently performing flashed in his mind. Hazu immediately agreed with Kangin's thought. "That is right. It is transformation magic." Hazu pondered. "Let us just leave it at that." He forced a smile. Still, reaching level 5 at 18 is hard to believe. This would make waves around the world. After that, when I use 3rd level magic, it would definitely cause a stir. Hazu told himself. For now, I need to keep this under wraps. Kangin was still curious. Illusion techniques really are amazing, but what about 2nd tier magic? His gaze locked onto you, like he was trying to see right through you. Hazu was caught off guard by this unexpected question. "I have upgraded the spell of projection." Kain gasped in surprise at that. Upgraded the spell of projection. Then he stood up. "This is definitely the way to go." Kain, while impressed, strutted over with a swagger. "It is truly amazing." His face suddenly flushed red. Then he reached out his hand as if ready to throw down, but out of nowhere, he spun around 180 degrees, grinning and placing a hand on Haju's shoulder. I am really impressed. I can't believe you even improved on the weaknesses of the projection spell. Your voice sounded a bit flustered. Thank you. Haju looked up and suddenly realized. Red eyes. Kain's expression had turned serious. His red eyes were fixed intensely on you. Haju bit his lip tightly. He was tense, as if worried Kian would discover something. The whole room fell silent, thick with tension. A few seconds passed, and the corners of his mouth curved upward. Red eyes. The hand that was firmly on Haju's shoulder withdrew. For sure. Kain turned away, trying to look back at you to finish his sentence. There is no trace of mana from a level 5 magician. Now I am absolutely certain. He smiled. But you, Haju, mentioned you are still not level 5. Now if you will excuse me. Kain raised his finger to lightly tap the glass, along with the announcement. I will explain everything to the mind reader. The ruby magic eye has verified it. Hearing this, Haju hurriedly stood up. He bowed slightly to bid farewell until Kain's figure faded behind the door. Haju remained in that position, silent for a long while. He straightened up and ran his fingers through his hair. Thank you. Be careful on your way back. Haju still found it hard to believe. I never thought the Tower Master would use the ruby magic eye for verification. He pondered. The ruby magic eye is a treasure for the Tower Master of the Green Tower. Kanjin's magic eye can see through the essence of mana. It is considered the most powerful clairvoyant magic eye in the world. Haju wondered, did I escape because the Tower Master did not catch me? He thought resolutely, the Bindner magic is my biggest secret. I can't afford to risk revealing it. The next day, in the arena, the announcer boomed. The match has ended. The results echoed through the air once again. The winner is Haju. His expression remained completely unfazed as he breezed through the match. Just as Haju turned to leave, a voice called out from behind him, wait. Reflexively, he spun around to see Adella. Haju asked curiously, I thought you were supposed to be out for about 4 hours. But you are already back. She replied softly, yeah, I am good now. You have your hands on your hips. What is up? Adella hesitated for a moment. It is nothing major. I just wanted your thoughts on our match. Her cheeks flushed, and she avoided his gaze. Anyway, there is still the finals ahead, so if you are tired, we can talk later. Haju cheerfully agreed. No need. Let us talk now. He continued. Feedback would help me too. Follow me to the waiting room. Adella's eyes lit up at his agreement. He looked at the person walking ahead, deep in thought. Just like the previous match, there was not much to learn about tactics and magic usage. Haju awkwardly scratched his head. I could practically feel the heat radiating from behind. Meanwhile, in a towering skyscraper, in an incredibly spacious and luxurious room, a girl was observing Haju's image on the screen. Talking to herself, Haju, I thought it was all over. A voice turned back in frustration. Are you really just gonna let Haju be? Jihan chuckled dryly. What else is there to do? Hearing that only made him more anxious. What if they take Haju home? Do you remember what happened a year ago? You know it better than anyone. His voice was filled with reluctance. Do we really have to go through that treatment again? And watched Lin's intense reaction and sighed. Don't worry. Jihan glanced at the screen showing Haju receiving the trophy and spoke dismissively. A year ago, that kid could have been a genius. But now, he is just trash. Barely able to use level 2 magic in a real match. Jihan smirked derisively. He looked over at You watched his match too, right? Well, it is all hype. But dude, everyone's going crazy because it is just that awesome. And stepped closer and threw an arm around his shoulder. Listen up. Jihan started to reassure him. All his recent opponents are just high school kids, facing off against a level 4 mage. He could wipe the floor with them. But Haju has a major weakness. He has never been good with magic. He barely manages to compensate for that just by using tricks and low-level spells. His gaze was dripping with disdain. In the end, Haju is still way behind a typical level 4 mage. After all, his skill level is just too low. I tried to convince himself of those words. Is that really the case? I think so too. Jihan was determined to drag him down. It is true. No matter how hard he tries, he will still end up flat on his face. He calmly raised his glass and took a sip. Someone who has never liked magic will always stay that way, but was feeling a bit anxious. What if he threatens the next head of the family? His words made Jihan's eyes flash with intensity. In an instant, the coffee cup in his hand shattered. His face lit up with danger. We can deal with that later. It won't be too late. The atmosphere shifted to a deep red. The sunset faded down. At the competition venue, a few people were still standing in the ring. One contestant tripped and collapsed right on the ground. The audience erupted with cheers. The genius is back. This is epic. So cool. Everyone there focused their gaze on Haju, truly a prodigy from the clan. It is amazing. He smiled brightly, standing in the ring. He waved to the crowd, soaking in all the cheers. Forbidden spells surpassing even high-level magic. Haju is definitely a genius. Then, Suchan quickly ran down. Haju, you were so awesome. He grabbed Hazu's shoulders and shook him excitedly. You really did it. Everyone's recognizing your skills. Congrats. Haju could not handle the excitement and shouted, Suchan, calm down. A few meters away, a couple of guys were still unwilling to back down, making snide remarks. What is up with that guy? Without forbidden spells, he is nothing. Cheng Su cheerfully stepped forward. Congratulations. Hazu is the homeroom teacher. He is really proud of you. Suchan excitedly asked, Teacher, are you treating us to celebrate Hazu's victory? He sighed in defeat. Suchan, please. He laughed heartily. I have already planned to invite all of you. No need to ask. Hearing that, he threw his arm around Hazu and jumped for joy. Awesome. So great. Let us. Come with us. Hazu spoke. Wait a second. He looked like he had no choice. Sorry about this. I really want to go, but I have an important meeting. Suchan stepped back in shock. Oh man. Come on. His tone dripped with disappointment. Without a guest of honor. What is the point? Hazu waved goodbye. Sorry. This is really important. Moments later, he hurriedly left. Sorry. Suchan. Hazu dashed out to the main road. I have a very important promise to keep. He maintained a resolute expression as he looked straight ahead. Hazu approached the car parked nearby. The driver spoke up. We have been waiting for you, he said respectfully. Young master. The driver slightly bowed and gestured towards the inside of the car. The host is waiting for you. I will escort you to the main house. As the car approached the mansion, night had fallen. Hazu stepped out of the car. Standing before the massive door, he faced the house. It has been a year, Hazu reminisced. Ever since being deemed unworthy of magic after standing up against his cold father and moving to the academy dorms, I was never allowed to set foot in the house. He pushed the door open and walked into the main hall. Hazu scanned the surroundings. Nothing has changed. Everything is just as I remember. He quietly stepped carefully on the cold floor. Hazu suddenly stopped in front of a room. He thought of Inhiki's distant expression, clenching his hands anxiously, but with his father's talent. Hazu stared straight into the room. Finally, I am back here. He gently tapped on the wooden door. Inhik was sitting at his desk. He was tall and slender. His gaze still held a sharp coldness. Inhik's icy voice echoed as it filled the room. Hazu stepped into the room and bowed politely. Long time no see. He lifted his head slightly, locking eyes with him. Father. Inhik handed him the book he was reading and said, Take a seat. His tone was flat. I once thought you were just a useless brat, Inhik said as he walked past Hazu. With a spellcasting speed 20 times slower than average, just a tiny slip would lead to a total failure, and he did not even know how to cast multiple spells. He stopped right behind Hazu. Back then, you were the perfect example of a useless fighter. Inhik placed his hand on the armrest of the chair. Yet, everyone still believed you would somehow unlock a special talent. So I told you to switch to studying magic to maximize your potential. He spoke without looking at Hazu. Of course, I did not expect much from it. I saw it as the last resort of a desperate person. You responded clearly. I understand. Father. Inhik recalled some recent news. You have returned. The one once called a genius, Hazu, who had never quite fit in with magic. Many are skeptical of your comeback. With your recent performance in the midterms at Obelix Academy, Hazu might be on the brink of a comeback. The whole nation is starting to pay attention to you as the youngest son of the prestigious Madosin family. At the age of 5, Hazu was already proficient in level 1 magic. By age, he had mastered spell casting. Hazu, once seen as the pride of a family with a long-standing legacy and a massive magical stone business, expected to inherit the family head position but failed, disappointing both his father and the public. He turned his back on Hazu. Furthermore, I read the article from Trang Biga. I see it as a great opportunity for you to redeem yourself after your previous failure. However, there was a hint of pride in Inhik's voice. You have exceeded my expectations. Despite that incompatibility, images of him back then flashed through his mind, creating transformative magic. Inhik extended his hand toward Hazu, emphasizing each word. This time, I have one. Hazu could not help but notice a smile breaking through his father's usual cold demeanor. You truly deserve to be called a real wizard now. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to process the recognition from his dad. In an instant, Hazu sprang to his feet. Thank you, Dad, Inhik declared. From this moment on, the family will do everything to nurture you. He continued to emphasize, if you need anything, just tell me. I will also approve your return to the Madawson clan. Inhik pointed firmly. His voice dripped with trust. As the rightful heir of the family, make our lineage proud. Hazu beamed with a bright smile, determination shining in his eyes. Inhik raised his finger. And I want to remind you of something, he warned. If I find out that you are slacking off or being lazy in your training. Inhik placed his hand on Hazu's forehead, his serious tone mixed with a chilling pressure. I will revoke your magic circle. Hazu felt his grip tighten with anxiety. This is indeed the overwhelming aura of an 8-circle wizard. It is terrifying. But this is also my last chance. Hazu struggled to maintain his composure as he locked eyes with him. Yes, Father. Inhik sat back down, asking casually, what is your goal? Hazu questioned back. You want to know my goal? He repeated once more, right? I have always wanted to become the head of the Madawson clan. Isn't he that right? Inhik's expression turned serious. Jahan, Siha, Jinia, Minji. Currently, you are the weakest compared to your siblings. Hazu raised his hand in defiance and replied determinedly. I have already told you before, my only goal is to become the head of the family. That is it. First, I will make everyone remember my name. He questioned curiously, how are you going to do that? His hand brushed against a newspaper on the table. I participate in, Hazu stated firmly, the World Academy Olympics happening in 2 months. Contestants from all over the world will be there. He flashed a confident smile. And I will bring the gold medal home. Hazu thought to himself, the annual Olympics for wizards is here. Welcoming all magic users under 20, also known as the Magic Olympics. It draws attention from all around the globe, on par with the biggest professional tournaments. Inheek suddenly spoke up, but our top performer, the Blue Towers Wizard, only snagged a silver medal. He reminisced about that tense moment when he received the award that year. Inheek's voice was filled with doubt. You are aiming for a gold medal. Sounds way too unrealistic. I think so too. Right? Hazu replied. Yeah. So I want to set a condition. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A condition? You are making a request, yes? For the next 2 months. Keep my siblings from holding me back. Inheek gasped at that bold move. Using something nearly impossible to secure temporary protection. He thought to himself, normally, I would refuse such unreasonable requests. Then a hopeful smile broke out, but this time is different. The next day, at the academy dorm, inside a room, books were scattered all over the floor. Sunlight crept through the window, shining on the sleeping Hazu. The rays woke him up. Hazu rubbed his eyes and wondered, did I really oversleep again? He sat up against the bed, lost in thought. After I got back from tea, I started reviewing the criteria for the second test. I passed the first test, but to reach the third stage of magic, I have to pass the second test. Right now, I do not know where to begin. The only thing I know is resonance, meaning I need to increase my compatibility with magic. The toughest phase of the second circle. Hazu flipped open the book. To pass the test, I need to touch here and control mana based on the principle of resonance. He placed his hand on the page filled with incantations. One trick I know is that I need the judgment ring and the resonance ring. Minutes passed, and Hazu focused intently on studying. He sighed, deciding to take a little walk to clear his head. A while later, in the city center, Hazu changed into a different outfit. He strolled leisurely by the lakeside. That is right. Taking a stroll every now and then really does help you relax. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and soak in that fresh air. After finishing breakfast and enjoying a nice walk, I feel like I have a better understanding of resonance now. Just as Hazu was unwinding, a loud, piercing sound suddenly erupted. Hey! Watch out! Instinctively, you turn toward the noise. But something white is flying straight at you. Hazu gets smacked in the face by a plastic bag. The girl rushes over to check on her. Are you okay? You are on the ground, holding your face and shouting. It hurts so much. Hazu lifts her injured face. Hey you! Seeing the girl looking worried in front of her leaves Hazu stunned. Adella. A little while later, the two of them are taking a walk together. Hazu, puzzled, asks, anyway, why did that plastic ball fly toward me? Adella hesitates for a moment. About that, she remembers what happened earlier. I was happily spinning it, because I was about to drink banana milk. Then it just flew away. You respond. I get it now. Adella shyly looks down. Hazu lightly shakes the milk bottle she is holding. No worries. Thanks to you, I get to drink banana milk too. But you are just drinking it, right? But you still only drink that. Huh? She opened a plastic bag full of milk for you to see. Of course. It is the best drink humans have ever made. Hazu found it hard to believe. A lot. Way too much. Right now, the sky is incredibly clear. Adella spoke up. I heard you went back home. Hazu smiled, then replied sincerely, yeah. I returned to the magic tower yesterday. Hearing that, her expression turned gloomy. Thank goodness. Do you still want to be the tower master? Hazu was slightly taken aback by Adella's question. Did I say that? She reminisced about their childhood together. Yeah. We talked about that before. You rubbed your chin. I do not dream of that anymore. Adella was shocked by the denial. What? You have accepted the reality? Huh? She feigned sympathy, mumbling, nah. Just thinking about how many remarkable siblings the Tower Master has. Becoming the Master is not easy at all. Hazu saw Adella talking to herself and asked, huh? What are you talking about? You let out a light laugh. His resolute demeanor was hard to shake. My dream is to become a master of magic and stand at the pinnacle of all sorcerers. Hazu's eyes sparkled with ambition. The entire magic tower, he emphasized. That is my goal. Adella exclaimed. The pinnacle of all sorcerers. That is a daunting goal. Beyond imagination. She smiled. Being the one to follow you. It feels so intense. At night, countless stars twinkled across the sky. In the vast magic tower, he was nervously biting his nails, hands trembling tightly, unable to hold back. He slammed the table. Hey, A questioned. Aren't you worried at all? Jihan remained calm, arms crossed. Dad must have his reasons. Right after that, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Can't believe he set such conditions. Jihan recalled earlier, in his father's office, he had asked, Father, did you call us here for something? His expression was serious. I know your personalities well, so I command you for the next 2 months. Do not touch Azu. When Jihan and A heard this, it felt like thunder struck. Unwillingly, they blurted out, Dad. Why? Contrary to that unexpected loss, he still managed to keep his cool to bite back at A. Can you tell us why? Dad, and Hiyu explains. Both of you know that Hazu officially returned to the magic tower yesterday. He is still just a teenager. That is necessary. The other two are really dissatisfied but too scared to speak up. And Higu rubs his temples, especially you two. He will be watching him closely, looking for a way to compete for the position of head. Jihan bit his lip hard, trying to suppress the fire raging inside. He forced a warm smile. Yeah, I understand now, sir. What about? He turned around, staring out the window. That is it. You two must be tired. Get some rest. His face quickly paled. The words caught in his throat. A hint of green appeared on Jihan's forehead. His expression was fiercely intense right now. Damn it. I can't accept this. Jian analyzed. Jin Hayek and Min Ji are not interested in fighting for the head position, so I understand why they were not called to the meeting. But just let Hazu be after a year away from home. If it were the father from back then, he would have told us to endure, saying that a year's worth of power is not enough to qualify as an heir. Besides, the protection for the young only applies until the age of 56, before the marking process happens, meaning that being over 17 has already surpassed that limit. He was fuming with anger. So then why would he say that? His father's face looked shocked. Could it be Dad has? Jian quickly brushed that thought aside. Not all. Hazu has not proven himself enough for Dad to see. Dad wonders. So then why? He pondered. Perhaps he sees some potential. Jihan makes a guess. Or maybe Dad is interested in the mysterious system that Hazu controls. Or maybe Dad and Hazu have struck a deal. After hearing that, Dad is even more fired up. A deal? Huh, what new deal? Keep it in mind. Exactly. Dad would not make a decision like that. That is just too much. Dad asked. Frustrated. Should we call back everyone we sent to keep an eye on him? Jian sighed. Maybe. Before they believe they will go undetected. He pondered. The bodyguard, the intelligence unit under Dad, operating as the secret force of the tower, a specialized infiltration team, gathering intel and escort missions. There is nothing they can't handle. Jihan reported to Unit A. To clarify, he pulled all the surveillance teams to follow Hazu. She asked with wide eyes. His eyes carried worry. Hey, what are you planning to do? He looked on with tears in his eyes, unable to respond. You head out first. Jihan strides out the door, meaning that his face radiates an ominous vibe. Even if team agrees, sitting idle for 2 months is not his style. If Hazu makes any sort of deal with Dad, that is risky. I will need to consult the Black Tower. A warm morning at the Obelisk Academy. Pradshu addresses the entire class. The midterm exams are finally over. You all did great. First off, it is truly an honor to have a top student. Let us give a round of applause. Under the cheers of everyone, Hazu slowly stands up. Congratulations. Hazu. The teacher approaches and hands him an honorary certificate. You have ranked first nationwide. Congratulations. He politely bows and responds. Thank you, sir. The teacher looks at him warmly before seriously advising. Since you have achieved first place, you will have to hold that position for 2 months straight and participate in the Academy's Olympics. Hazu no fear. Determination shines in his eyes. Yes, I was planning on that too. As Hazu returns to his seat, a few people start to throw shade, dismissing his achievements, winning with illusion magic. And yet you are so loud about it. Those two huddled close and whispered some nasty words. 2 months. Huh, more like a week before they drop in rank. Exactly. A lost soul can only go this far. Hazu brushed off those taunts like they were nothing. He slowly sank into his chair, looking as calm as if nothing had happened. Suchan stretched out, clearly exhausted. Finally, it is, he grumbled to Hazu. Feeling annoyed. Why was there a full 8 periods of dry theory? At least tomorrow is all hands on practice. Suchan was about to go on, but before he could finish his complaint, Hazu playfully punched him in the chest. See, I told you get some exercise. Suchan flopped to the ground, pretending to sulk. Hazu just rolled his eyes at that. Are you really a magic user? Though, you weakling. Suchan's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He chased after Hazu, ready to tease him, but only got cold waves goodbye. You magic noob, now even magic can't save you. Huh, if you dare, try to beat me. Suchan growled in frustration. Just wait. I will get stronger than you and land a punch. Hazu quickly turned around, smirking. Really? If so, how about dinner at the training room to change things up? Suchan stared blankly. A completely unresponsive. Hazu shot him a curious glance. What is with that attitude? Suchan stepped closer, putting a hand on Hazu's shoulder. Let me be straightforward. It is not that I hate practicing. I just hate practicing with you. Got it? That statement left Hazu speechless. Suchan lowered his head, exhaling in frustration. Honestly, I am a little scared. His voice echoed under the blue sky. The way everyone looks at you. At the Obelix training room, Hazu was training like a maniac, and everyone was staring at him with awe. Hazu was working out while secretly grumbling. What the heck are you doing? Junho, I told you. Training is more important. Everyone in the gym was amazed by Hazu's impressive stamina. Who is that? Can a human really lift a red weight? Suddenly, someone shouted out. It is Xit, the top male contender in the midterm exam. Hazu paid no mind to the gossip. He calmly set the barbell down, then slowly walked out of the gym. His mind was still racing with thoughts about balancing magic and physical strength. He got so caught up mastering magic like Baidino that he totally slacked off on his physical training. Shitha, What a mess. Hazu took a sip of water. He recalled the knowledge from the books. Even in Dredge's book, it was clearly stated that book mentioned the infinite magic circle flowing throughout the body, connected to the physicality of the body. A strong body combined with powerful magic will create a synchronization that enhances effectiveness. After that, he moved on to other exercises like running, weightlifting. Each time he practiced, he reminded himself that he had to master both magic and training to optimize his physical strength. Back to the Obelisk Academy, a fierce Black Panther was staring intently at Hazu, eyeing him like prey. Hazu was facing a real-life challenge that was anything but easy. He was surrounded by 3 gigantic and powerful panthers. They were closing in on him, their claws lunged forward like lightning strikes. Hazu skillfully dodged back, narrowly avoiding those deadly attacks. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Hazu unleashed his spell to counterattack. However, the panthers were not easy to fool. They quickly coordinated to evade his counterattacks with agility. In a life-or-death moment, Hazu crouched low, causing 2 panthers to crash into each other painfully. Then Hazu channeled his energy, and a deceptive orb appeared in his hand. Firestorm. The flames quickly engulfed the unfortunate Black Panther. The other one tried to escape, but could not evade its doomed fate. The match concluded, and the sound of the announcement echoed from the headmaster. Congratulations to Hazu for completing the practical training of the artifact. The instructor slowly observed and analyzed. The results were in. After a thorough check, he nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Full marks. Hazu smiled with contentment. Thank you, teacher. In his heart, he was calculating. If he could achieve the 3rd circle, he would be even stronger, needing to rapidly enhance the infinite magic circle. Then Hazu closed his eyes, slowly feeling the energy gradually enveloping him. At this moment, he was in a state of intense focus. Energy swirling around him, the will circle, the resonant circle, pushing both types of mana throughout his body. Hazu was not just sensing but also controlling the energy circles. Here, adjusting the vibration frequency and the rotation speed of each circle to 12.25% and 4.63%. The will circle and resonance circle began to change angles. They gradually got closer, then increased the purity of the will mana to 8.9%. As the 2 energy circles neared each other, Hazu silently cheered himself on. Just a little more. But at that moment, the process seemed to come to a halt. He was panting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hazu's eyes filled with exhaustion and a sense of frustration. A synchronization rate of 99%. Even if he tried 100,000 times, he could not reach that percentage. But then he quickly regained his spirit. The hand tightened around his grip, but no matter the cost, Min was determined to succeed in mastering the enchantment. Waiting for the night to fall, the wind whispered secrets as Hazu strolled quietly down the street. When suddenly, he felt an eerie presence lurking behind him. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, but the feeling of being watched kept gnawing at him, prompting Hazu to take action. He sprinted forward, the shadow ahead observing him silently. As the distance closed, the figure lunged at him out of nowhere, with a vicious punch thrown his way. Hazu's reflexes kicked in, and he swiftly dodged to the side, his eyes flashing with suspicion and caution. Who was this? Spotting a familiar face, Hazu momentarily froze. You, he exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the person as Bitch Sayek. Without a word, Sayek charged at Hazu, ready to attack. But Hazu, with his sharp reflexes and calm demeanor, managed to evade each strike thrown at him. This agility only fueled Sayek's frustration. Muttering, "Great job being a coward. Just dodging like a rat and ignoring my attacks." Hazu sat, pulled off his headphones, and spoke softly. "What is up? You are not going home this weekend." Then he looked up, his eyes betraying a hint of pity, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. He added, "Not that you do not want to go home, but rather you can't. Right?" Each word pierced Sayek like daggers. He was under strict supervision, so even if he wanted to go home, it was not happening. Huh? Hearing that, he snapped, "Shut up before I kill you." But Hazu merely smirked, maintaining a nonchalant expression, as if amused by the whole situation. "Haha, you are wielding your family's power like that. And this is the outcome. Even without restrictions, I would not go home. Way too embarrassing." Hazu's actions at that moment mirrored the playful taunts he used to throw at Sayek back in the day. Seething with rage, he unleashed a barrage of attacks aimed at Hazu. "Shut your mouth, that useless bastard." Hazu could not believe he dared to act like this. Was this jerk really planning to use that against him? Casting magic right in the middle of the street, Sayek charged recklessly forward. With just a glance, Hazu had already predicted Sayek's attack pattern. He quickly grabbed Sayek's arm. The other hand struck hard at the back of his shoulder. Sayek's body immediately stiffened. Hazu let out a quiet sk. Then he turned and pinned Sayek down to the ground. Hazu looked at him with a dangerously cold gaze, even pressed into the dirt. Sayek continued to struggle fiercely. "Let me go. You bastard." At that moment, a thought flashed through Hazu's mind. This could be an opportunity for him. The police were already on their way to the scene. Sayek still refused to back down, continuing to squirm. "Let me go." Today I am going to make him pay for everything. The police officers are still trying to keep their cool. Maintaining order. We can chat later. Just let me out. Hazu steps closer to report the situation. I have to stop him, because he attacked me with magic. Then he glances at the surveillance camera hanging on the wall. Hazu clears his throat, trying to act composed. Can't believe he actually used magic in a place like this. That guy. The officer nods in agreement. We will go over the details tomorrow at the academy. It is getting late. You should head back to the dorms. But Sayek is still refusing to get in the car, standing his ground with the officers. A thought crosses Hazu's mind at this moment. Bitch Sayek. Keep pushing my buttons like this. The next morning, at Obelisk Academy, a crowd gathers in front of the announcement boards in the main hall. Everyone is focused on the detention notice for Sayek. Did you hear? Bitch Sayek used magic on the street over the weekend. It is complete chaos. Seriously. Below is the detailed notice from the academy office. Bitch Sayek has been deducted 10 points for using magic off campus. They look at each other in confusion. But why only a 10-point deduction? Is that it? Exactly. Isn't that enough to get him expelled? Hazu happens to walk by and overhears the chatter. His mind racing, he thinks to himself, bitch Sayek caused this much trouble and only got 10 points off. Turns out it is true. Sayek is notorious for being a party boy, thanks to the timely intervention of the bitch family, a newly rising clan. They donated a massive sum to the academy to secure their reputation, so the academy can punish him too harshly. Hazu walked, deep in thought. Maybe right now, bitch Sayek is getting a taste of his own medicine. Just as Hazu predicted, in a hidden corner, Sayek gets slapped right after he picks up the phone. Hey, you crazy fool. He cautiously admits his fault. Dad, but the other side continues to berate him. I told you to stay quiet until graduation. The irritated voice keeps ringing in his ear from the other end. Is that too hard? He struggles to keep his anger in check. It is not. Those nagging words make Sayek grow increasingly impatient, but he still tries to endure. If this family does not earn the title, it is all your fault. Do you understand? Yes, Sayek was about to say, I will remember this, but on the other end, the call was quickly cut off. He stared at his phone, bitterness creeping in. Damn it! Sayek roared like a wild beast and smashed his phone to the ground in a fit of rage. Then he gritted his teeth and called out Hazu's name. His eyes burned with resentment and fury. Hazu, I'm furious. Sayek stomped on the phone, cursing that bastard without a break. He was determined to blame Hazu for everything. Everything. Absolutely everything. Was that bastard's fault. Lost in his madness, Sayek had no idea someone was standing right behind him. It was not until Smith's low voice rang out that he jumped and stopped. Well, you seem to have some serious issues with Hazu. Huh? Caught red-handed in a chaotic state. He did not even try to hide his bluntness. And what about it? Smith, is that not allowed? The old man chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Of course not. You have every right to like or dislike someone, but, you know. Sayek. Smith stepped closer, his smile turning cold. Don't you want revenge on Hazu? Sayek was quite surprised by the question, but it was more than just a simple question. It was a subtle probe that wormed its way into his mind, awakened the desire for revenge that lay deep within Sayek's heart. Isn't that what you want? Outside, the dormitory was eerily quiet. Inside his clean and tidy room, Hazu sat deep in thought at his desk. He was drowning in contemplation. After the incident with bitch Sayek, I could fight back. But honestly, I also gained something from this. A new message notification popped up on Hazu's phone. The sender, his dad. The gist was that the negotiations with the bitch clan had concluded. In exchange for keeping this incident under wraps, they had secured a 3% stake in the bitch clan's operations. He even took a moment to praise Hazu, saying he did great. If you want a reward, just let me know. Hazu smiled softly, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He began to think even deeper. For the bitch clan to gain prestige, they could not just focus on the academy. They needed to maintain good relations with other prestigious clans. In that case, they had to resort to special measures. The bitch clan was right to do so. After a rational analysis, he came to a conclusion. In the end, the real victim of this incident is none other than me, the direct descendant of the Xin clan. Hazu continued scrolling through his phone. Thoughts surged like a tidal wave. No matter the cost, the bitch clan also wants to handle this little dwarf incident. But these conditions really highlight the importance of titles for a clan. A title symbolizes a clan status. It is seen as the emblem of the clan, like the mage of the mage clan or the sorcerer of the sorcerer clan. This title delineates a clan's standing. The impulsive actions of Sahigu flashed in Hazu's mind. Bitch Sahigu was basically expelled from the bitch clan. Because of this, with his skills, he could not possibly harm me. He picked up the book and let out a sigh of relief. Now everything is all sorted out. Forget about becoming old man Nondi. Time to focus on improving my farming technique. Back to the Obelix Academy. The campus was bustling with crowds coming and going. Hazu walked while quietly observing. Has the control over the instructors tightened due to the bitch Sahigu incident? Suddenly, Hazu heard someone calling out, Sin Hazu. He turned around, awkwardly smiling. Hello? Smith, the old man, gave a light grunt, then squinted at him with a dangerous glare. Hazu met that gaze with a calm expression. Suddenly, Smith's attitude shifted to a strangely warm demeanor. I have noticed you for a while now, Hazu. It seems you really do not like me. Huh? Hazu politely responded. Yes, that is right. Wait, I do not feel that way at all. Smith tilted his head. Looking at you, his eyes glistened. Pretending to understand. I get. Really? I have said some harsh words to you before, but they were all genuine advice. Please do not misunderstand me. Okay? Hazu kept a polite smile, even while feeling a surge of caution inside. Yeah? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? Smith's smile was a mask of deceit. He reached out towards Hazu. How about we start fresh from now on? Hazu smiled faintly and firmly declined. Thank you. Suddenly, an odd feeling bubbled up inside him. Smith was standing there, surrounded by an invisible dark aura. Hazu sensed something was off. What is this unsettling feeling? He kept that fake smile on. The sweet tone was infuriatingly phony. Even if it is late, congratulations on topping the midterm exam. By the way, and I genuinely hope you find your own path. Hazu clenched his jaw, trying to resist the invisible pressure weighing him down. Man is right. But now, Smith's entire body was enveloped in dark magical energy. A sudden thought crossed his mind. The Black Tower. Thinking about this scenario, Hazu's face quickly turned pale. A cold sweat broke out all over him. Instantly, images of the towering black structure of Chauffard flashed in his mind. Ominous and dangerous. Unlike the 12 recognized towers, this one was unofficial, following a different path. A gang of twisted criminals formed by a sorcerer, who suddenly became the king of dark sorcerers. Hazu's face tightened, instinctively realizing something. Damn it! Smith is connected to the Black Tower. In his eye, Smith looked like a spider monster laying a trap. Thousands of questions raced through his mind. This means there are other sorcerers from the Black Tower at school. How? When? Hazu watched him warily, mentally denying everything. That does not matter right now. His gaze flickered with a cold glint, silently making a decision. First, I need to understand the magical formulas to assess the situation. Suddenly, a multitude of different formulas appeared around them. Hazu's eyes lit up. The formulas looked so familiar. This is the mind control spell. He frowned anxiously. Wait. Mind control. It felt like his brain was resisting any external interference. Smith's mind control spell does not work on me. Hazu lets out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Looks like I am going to make it through this one. I see everyone around the academy still chatting away. They are sizing each other up, still clueless. So the next step is... Hazu closes his eyes and mutters, I need to dig up more info about that Black Tower and the spell that just affected me. When he opens his eyes again, the once lovely spark in his gaze turns hollow. Smith waves his hand in front of him, assessing for a moment before clicking his tongue in disapproval. Not bad. He sneers while stroking his chin, looking down on him. A fool who can't even handle a basic A chip. Yet here he is, making me apologize. Then, Smith steps closer, whispering, Hazu, listen closely. He drops a strange chip into Hazu's hand, commanding him, you need to carry this from now on, and do not ask why. That is it. Hazu, like a clueless puppet, looks up in response. Yeah, but deep down, he is filled with doubt. Is that all? At that moment, Smith suddenly turns and smiles wickedly, asking, and Hazu, explain your magic transformation. He jolts, shocked by the question. This? I can't say. So Hazu instantly hugs his head in pain under Smith's bewildered gaze. Watching him act like this in front of him, Smith coldly comments, it seems the subconscious desire to keep the secret of his vision magic is incredibly strong. Finally, he can't hold back and gives an order. All right. Stop that. Seeing this, Hazu immediately breaks into a cunning, smug smile. Yet he can't stop thinking about mind control magic. It intervenes in the target's brain, suppressing emotions or controlling them at will, a magic that symbolizes the Black Tower. If a high-level magician uses this spell, it could even shatter a person's mind, turning it into an incredibly dangerous forbidden art. Hazu bends down in thought, and as I have just seen, if the person affected by the magic has a strong will about specific memories, trying to extract them could lead to their mind breaking down. Just look at how easily he gives up. It seems that the transformation magic is not the goal he is after. Smith grits his teeth in anger at this sight, then he rubs his forehead in disgust, constantly lamenting, you have vision magic that does not suit your status. So I have tried to sell you off cheap, yeah? We can't let this mission fail. After a moment of hesitation, Smith snapped his fingers. After the mission wraps up, we will take your vision power. Hazu, once freed from the spell, pretended to be confused about what just happened. Seeing this, the old man called out, Hazu. Smith smiled gently and asked him, you all right? You seemed distracted while we were talking. You must be really tired. I won't bother you anymore. Good luck out there. You pretended to be dazed and replied, yeah? I get it now. Watching the old man's slowly retreating figure, Hazu's expression instantly turned more serious than ever. It was now lunchtime at the academy. The courtyard was bustling with groups of students walking around. They chatted as they strolled. I am so hungry. Let us grab some coffee. Yesterday, You pass by them with a heavy heart in some corner of the academy courtyard. Now, Hazu sat silently, staring at the object in his hand. He lifted the chip to eye level. Full of doubt, this is Hazu muttering. An illegal A chip, a cutting-edge upgrade chip. Giving me this means their goal is to frame me as an illegal A user, thinking about the possibility of becoming a target for attacks. He clenched his chest, realizing that in the end, he would drown in a wicked smile alongside scandalous headlines. Hazu sat in his chair, resting his chin on his hand, full of confusion. They want to tarnish my image. Professor Smith has no reason to harm me, of course. There is some bad blood between me and him, he whispered softly, but someone must have requested the Black Tower to do this, cutting off mid-sentence. Hazu frowned, deep in thought. So I can roughly estimate the scale of the situation. Remembering what Sahyuk had yelled, I am going to kill you. He thought to himself, this mess is too much for a grounded kid, so it must be one of my 2 brothers or 2 sisters. Hazu pondered, feeling frustrated. They want to ruin my reputation and completely eliminate me from the hair competition. 4 people with clear motives. First, the eldest sister Minji is not actively participating in the hair competition. She is not the type to do something like this. Brother Jinhai is actively participating in the inheritance contest, but he just does not have the guts to pull off something this bold. After eliminating the first 2, a thought suddenly sparked in Hazu's mind. It must be one of the other 2 remaining, or maybe both of them. He clenched his fist, pondering, should I capture her? Smith and ask him, remembering the power behind that old man. Hazu hesitated. The Black Tower is extremely sensitive to information. Smith probably does not even know who the master is. If I capture him, the information will be lost. Right now, getting caught by the Black Tower would not be good for me. He stood up, his gaze sharpening. A little later, in a high-rise building downtown, Hazu stood silently behind the elevator door. Kanjin did not turn around but spoke up. Hello there, Hazu, he said, turning around to question. What do you want to talk to me about? Kanjin's narrow eyes narrowed, silently assessing his opponent on the other side. Hazu was quietly observing as well, the master of the Green Tower. Kanjin, he seemed colder than usual, looking at the incredibly confident person in front of him. Hazu silently steeled his resolve, but right at that moment, under that intense gaze, Kanjin suddenly covered his face and hesitated to speak. You know, I told you not to think of yourself as a burden. Seeing that expression, Hazu's determination only grew stronger. It is now or never. He narrowed his eyes, continuously evaluating, just as the rumor suggested. What kind of research is he doing that makes him this worried? Thinking is one thing, acting is another. Hazu immediately stepped forward to ask, are you researching something? Kanjin did not hide it, just pointing to the side. I am studying a strange magical stone. It is taking way more time than I thought. Hearing that, Hazu was a bit skeptical and repeated, magical stone. While thinking, Hazu was distracted by something beside him. Looking at the shimmering, rainbow-colored stone on the table, he stared blankly, wondering, that is elemental manhwa. Hazu gasped and looked at the person in front of him with wide eyes. This is truly a rare opportunity. Kanjin plopped down in his chair, speaking plainly, because we are both busy. Let us get to the point. He raised his hand to support his head, observing and assessing. What you want to discuss is important enough to not be postponed. So what do you want to tell me personally? Hazu showed a puzzled expression, speechless. You are really getting emotional now. At this rate, whatever I say, you won't even hear it. Still, he quietly reminded himself, well then, let us negotiate. After thinking it over, Hazu sat up straight, suddenly serious as he began to speak. Before diving into the main topic, I need to tell you something. He did not hesitate to say it. The magical stone that the Tower Master is researching. It is the elemental manhwa. Kanjin was stunned by that revelation. He shot back a fierce glare, questioning, how do you know? That name has never been revealed outside, not to mention its very existence. Kanjin seemed angry as he pressed on. You better watch your words now, Hazu. Flustered, quickly waved his hands in explanation. I am not a spy sneaking around the Blue Tower, nor am I stealing any information. He squinted, suspicious and probing. So how do you know about it? Hazu rummaged through his bag as he replied. The reason is very simple. From inside, he pulled out a manhwa stone, shining brilliantly. I have one too. I just saw it. Kanjin jumped up in shock, exclaiming, This is... Hazu lifted the stone high, confirming in a deep voice. Exactly. This is the elemental manhwa stone. Perfectly crafted. After hearing this, he could hardly believe it. Stammering, Hazu, could it be? You crafted it yourself? At this point, Hazu did not hide anything and emphasized, yes, it was. Kanjin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, muttering, what a joke. He frowned, recalling the top magical engineer of the Red Tower, Jim Peeler, known as the best magical artifact creator in the world. Even our elite artisans from the Blue Tower, who are renowned for their skills. And then there is me, one of the top 3 crafters in the world. Looking at that shimmering manhwa stone, Kanjin felt helpless as he realized it was just like him. If he could not craft this precious gem, how could an ordinary high school kid possibly do it? He still could not believe it. Pressing on with questions. Hazu, is it just a coincidence that you are the one who possesses this magical stone? Hazu calmly tightened his grip on the stone and replied, that is right. I discovered that the Green Tower is the only place capable of processing a magical stone like this. I just happened to have it with me. Kanjin swallowed hard and asked, can I ask how you got it? He looked at the stone casually and said, there's really nothing to tell. I just stumbled upon it and got lucky enough to craft it. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanjin's eyes sparkled with joy. I told you, your luck is off the charts. Hazu could only smile shyly in response. Kanjin slammed his hand on the table, declaring, fine, mages have the right to keep secrets. He put on a noble expression to emphasize his point. I won't press you any further. Hazu replied cheerfully, thank you. Immediately after, Kanjin pulled out his glasses and gloves, asking, can I take a closer look? Hazu did not hesitate and handed over the stone. Of course. He gently lifted the stone for a thorough examination. This is the only magical stone in the world that embodies all 4 elements at once. After examining it, Kanjin returned it, but not without asking a question. Hazu, what is your purpose in bringing it here? You are not hiding anything, are you? Well, I want to use it to create an item. He looked at Hazu suspiciously and asked, an item? What kind of item are you looking for? Kanjin then started listing clothes, decorations, or weapons. Hazu nodded, listening, then stated his request. I just need to enhance elemental magic performance. Anything else is fair game. Looking at the glowing manhwa stone, do you think that is possible? Hazu appeared innocently clueless at that question. Seeing that expression, Kanjin chuckled and said, sorry, but you are the heir of a magical family, right? Your family should be able to cover the costs. However, Hazu quickly denied his statement. That won't do. He put a finger to his lips, signaling for secrecy. For this crafting, I want to keep it a secret from my family and everyone else. Kanjin was intrigued by that. Hazu, you are quite clever. But what about the crafting fee? Kanjin wrote down the amount he would have to pay. Maybe it will hover around this number. He curiously asked, can you afford it without family help? Hazu chuckled in response. Nope. But in return, with that, he flashed a super confident smile and murmured, I have got another plan. Hazu excitedly shared his scheme. I will craft the elemental manhwa right here, right in front of you, right in front of the tower's magical chief. Kanjin was just as pumped. So that means you will transfer the crafting method to me right now. He excitedly threw his head back and shouted, 2 of them. With this, I can totally cover the fees. We are getting a sweet deal here. Once we are done, Hazu hesitantly began to speak. Can I ask one more thing? At that moment, Kanjin, thrilled with the proposal, generously asked back, what is that? Is it related to today's events? A little later, after he sat down, Hazu hesitantly pulled out something. This? Kanjin examined the chip in his hand before thoughtfully saying, this is a new upgrade chip, kind of a legal chip print. Where did you get this? Just to confirm. Hazu immediately tightened his grip on his thigh. He spoke in a low voice. A sorcerer from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. There is a Black Tower sorcerer blending in at Obelix Academy. Please help me deal with them. Their conversation stretched on until the moon was full. Hazu stood still in front of a white car. He leaned in, peering toward the window with a gentle smile, reminding, be careful inside. Take care. Sua simply glanced over and replied, yeah. We will meet again soon. He quietly watched the car drive away. A little later, in the empty hallway, back in the room, after showering and changing, Hazu comfortably collapsed onto his cozy bed. Reflecting on today's events, he happily told himself, I never expected Kanjin was researching elemental manhwa. Hazu rested his hands behind his head, feeling secretly pleased. Thanks to that, I can keep secrets from Dad while still crafting items. Suddenly, Sehuk's tall face pops up, accompanied by his harsh words. Hazu, that little punk. He is not getting off easy. You remember to analyze it. I was only planning to propose a 3% stake from beggars' mining rights, but now we can hold on to it. That is amazing. Thinking about it, Haz's eyes gradually began to close. If everything goes smoothly, on the other side, Kanjin was still doubting after receiving all that information. It is hard to believe. I have heard that the security at Obelisk Academy is extremely strict. He recalled the Black Tower and murmured, yet there is a Black Tower wizard hiding out there. Back to the conversation this afternoon. Kanjin lifted the chip and said, and the only evidence we have is this printed chip. Hazu, a bit anxious, probed further. Is it really that difficult? He did not answer but flashed a knowing smile. Then Kanjin winked confidently and declared, usually, the Green Tower would not act just on the suspicions of a student or unreliable hints. But that is all right. Go ahead. Take a risk. Hazu weaved through the crowd, chatting on the phone as he walked. The voice on the other end asked, you have arrived, right? Hazu, he replied. Yes, then I will rely on you to execute the plan. Hazu's back looked like a fairy CEO entering the elevator. The voice on the phone reassured him. You do not need to worry. This means if the information is correct, our Green Magic Tower won't make any mistakes. Hazu confidently responded with a solid, yes, I trust you. You promised the person on the phone. Then I will be in touch later. After that, Hazu walked into the fancy restaurant he had arranged for his family. He greeted politely, "I have arrived." In front of Hazu were the young lady and young master of the Shin family. Waiting for him to join them for dinner, Hazu showed respect. "Dear siblings, Miss Shi from the Shin family." Minji warmly welcomed her beloved little brother after days apart. "Oh my. It has been so long since I have seen you." Hazu, she ran over to her brother. He showered her with compliments. "It has been ages, sis. You have not changed a bit." Hearing her little brother's praise, Minji felt like $1,000,000. Hearing my little brother praise her has definitely raised Minji's value. She is loving it. "Are you complimenting me?" Hazu says sweet talking is just oozing out without a shred of shame. "Yep. Of course." Minji's excited. You can practically see it on her face. She is all smiles while ruffling her little brother's hair. Hazu, hearing his brother's voice, made him rush over like a fireman. "Minji, come on. Do not talk about that stuff." He pats his younger brother on the shoulder. "So glad you are back, Hazu. It is hard to be completely happy, though, but hey. Regardless. Welcome back. Little bro." He forces a smile. "Yeah? Thanks, bro." But inside, he is rolling his eyes. "Big brother, you are still as blunt as ever." Minji frowns, a bit annoyed. "Bro, why do you always have to say unnecessary stuff?" Jenk pauses, asking back, "Did I say something wrong?" Hazu stands there for a moment before looking at the others. After a bit of hesitation, he finally manages to say something. "Long time no see." Glances at the two people he can't stand sitting at the corner of the table. Jihan, Siha, the young master of the clan. Jihan finally speaks up. "You are not a little kid anymore. Now you are a man." The young lady of the clan, Saya, sees her little brother after all this time and still wears that annoyed face. "Little bro, long time no see." Even though Hazu meets those two, he still manages to put on a distant smile. They just smile on the outside, but it is clear they want to have a go at him. He thinks to himself, "Just as I thought. Culprits are right here." Jihan gives a half-hearted laugh. He lifts a glass of red wine and a toast. "Let us eat and chat. Shall we? I am curious why you called us all here." "Little bro." He looks at Hazu with a sideways glance. "Nothing special. Really?" He casually retorts to the opponent's jab with a natural grace. "I just wanted to see you guys after a long time, so I set up this little get-together." The team is already getting impatient. "What? You called us all here for such a trivial matter." He is not one to back down either. He throws shade right back. "Even if you did not, well, Jihan Orxa will just handle it anyway, right? Just one little comment, and bam." Instant irritation. They are slamming the table, shouting like it is a battlefield. "I can just stand this little brat." Sia points a finger at Hazu, yelling at him, "What do you mean by the plan? It is just blood-boiling nonsense." Yelling like a madman. "Don't play dumb. Are you planning to join the hair competition or not?" Hazu itches for a fight, throwing out a couple of snarky remarks. "If I say I am not interested, would you actually believe me?" After hearing that, Sia gets all riled up. "Who would believe that? You are just pushing my buttons more. Then why ask in the first place? Losing your mind over it, you. This annoying little twerp." Jihan, sitting nearby, gently chimes in. "Sia, you should not talk like that. With matters like this, words are not enough. You have to prove it through actions." He puts on that fox-concerned voice of his, inspecting the situation. "And Hazu, I heard you have recently mastered quite an impressive spell. It is called transformation magic, right? That kind of magic. Can you share it with your family?" You could feel the tension as Hazu flinches at his scrutiny. Hazu carefully analyzes every implied word from him. Nice try. By sharing the transformation magic, it would mean giving up the competition for the hair. But he glances over Exa, who is fawning over Jihan. "Hey, that sounds great." Then he starts to think, "But it is not a trick, is it?" Hazu stands up, about to speak. He puts on a pitiful face, calling out to those scheming names. "Brother, sister, this magic is my only hope." Hazu's eyes are filled with determination. He is trying to nail his role in this play. "For someone like me, who is not cut out to be a mage, it is my only chance to survive. I can share it. Okay?" Hazu continues. "This is not even about the hair competition." Minji sees her brother's eyes welling up and feels emotional too. "It is Then you do not have to say anything. It is your only hope, right?" Even Sie and Jin Hyuk had to put their snacks down to witness the performance of these two sisters. Minji grabbed a towel to wipe away Hazu's crocodile tears. "And you just whispered, 'Thanks for understanding me,' says I watched this drama unfold." I'm completely stunned, rushing in to break up the emotional chaos. "Let us put this pointless argument aside for a moment. Why do not we chat and relax a little?" She turned to have a private conversation with him. I just wanted to hear Hazu talk more. Even the cake sitting on the table was ignored, like it did not exist. Sia and Jihan quickly separated to have their own conversation. Meanwhile, the three of them kept laughing and chatting as if nothing was wrong, timed by creating suspense. And that is how the young ladies and gentlemen awkwardly wrapped up their meal together. Suddenly, he looked around for a moment. "I guess I should." Just then, someone's phone buzzed with an urgent message. Everyone stood up, confused. They could only stare at each other in shock. Minji was panicking. What is going on? Jahan was equally stunned. This is an emergency message. Sia was sweating bullets while holding the phone. He could not believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Right now, and at this moment, young Master Jihan bit his lip while staring at the emergency message on his phone. His face twisted in disbelief as he kept his eyes glued to the screen. The message read, "Emergency alert. Hot news. An employee from Obelisk Academy has been identified as a criminal sorcerer linked to the Black Tower. Lang Smith, the second son of the Smith family in France, has been arrested. The arrest was carried out by Jiang Shua, a level 6 sorcerer and secretary of the Green Tower." Everyone's eyes were glued to Jihan, who was sitting calmly at the head of the table. Hazu smiled smugly. Gotcha. He recalled the grimace on Jihan's face when they caught him in the act. Then he stared right into Jihan's face, trying to act unfazed. Jihan, it is you. Is not. As the final night began to fall, moonlight flooded the dark sky. Hazu, headphones on, contemplated the message from earlier, when suddenly a chime rang. Looks like Hazu was right. He could not take his eyes off this urgent message. At 10:31, deep in the shadows, a level 6 wizard and his assistant from the Green Tower uncovered some suspicious activities involving Lang Smith at the training supply room of Oberlitz Academy. Lang Smith was accused of tampering with the materials meant for the survival test, and if they had not stumbled upon the supply room, who knows what disaster could have unfolded during the test on Friday. The South Korean government, the Korean Wizard Association, and the International Wizard Association have declared they won't overlook this intrusion by the Black Tower. Suddenly, Hazu hesitates, but the assistant next to him quickly chimes in. "How did you know Smith would meddle with the training supplies?" Hazu confidently replies, "I am just drawing a logical conclusion based on the intel I have." You recounted how Smith infiltrated the Black Tower. The image of that mysterious old man flashes in his mind. Considering that Vin Smith breached the academy, it is highly likely he will make his move on campus. Every piece of evidence Hazu presents is compelling. And thinking back to when he used mind control on me, the date he could act is clear. You sound like Detective Conan, asserting with confidence. Friday, the day of the survival test. Hazu's deductions are becoming more and more accurate. If he wants to pull something during the survival test, he will need to tamper with the alchemical materials. And the usual supply checks happen the afternoon before the test. The only time he could intervene unnoticed would be, you recounted how he suddenly discovered Old Smith. Hazu asserts. Tonight, Thursday night, you recount your investigation. From the moment Smith was spotted to when you flew out to expose the mastermind. I have got the Green Tower monitoring the supply room. Now, we just need to gather everyone to find out who is behind the Black Tower. Of course, Hazu draws a solid conclusion. We have caught Professor Smith, confirming there is a spy from the Black Tower at the Obelix Academy. Professor Lang Smith, you recall his smug attitude before leaving, and I suspect there is a connection between Jihan and the Black Tower. I executed the plan flawlessly, gathering intel without revealing myself. Hazu is feeling himself. It was a perfect operation. He ponders. The only regret is not being able to find irrefutable evidence linking Jihan to Professor Smith, but I will uncover it if I dig deeper. As he sits there, casually playing the helper role. Hazu, I was all set to help you, but I ended up being the one receiving assistance. The reputation of the Green Tower skyrocketed thanks to this situation. Hazu smiles warmly. I will definitely repay this favor. There is no way I am turning that down. He keeps chatting away when suddenly, a call comes in from the head of the tower for Hazu. I appreciate your honesty. All right. I will wrap everything up. He takes off his headset and politely responds. Yes. Thank you. Be careful out there. Suddenly, Hazu is ambushed. He jumps, looking over to see a blurry figure repeatedly yelling his name. Hazu. 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 It is that crazy guy Sayik, lunging at him with a wild grin. Die. Die. You failure. You panic. Sayik. Hazu is so startled that sweat streams down his face. This brain-dead lunatic is frantically unleashing terrifying spells. Attacking him relentlessly. Hazu can't react fast enough. It is too quick. He quickly activates his magic flow, twisting that spell into a spiraling attack in front of him, amplifying its resonance, which forms water. Hazu grits his teeth, pushed into a corner. All he can feel is worry. This is too powerful. This attack won't hold. Hazu immediately uses his right hand to control his flailing left arm, and mentally commands the water to adjust. He frantically dodges the attack, but in the chaos, he accidentally sends the magical water back at its original target. Hazu's magic erupts, shaking the very heavens and earth, and he gets flung away. Hazu stares at his scorched hand. Indeed, he could not dodge everything. Sayik is also knocked back a few meters, but he is completely unscathed. This shows the gap in our abilities. This crazy guy is drooling, looking like a wild beast. You can keep crawling, but you are just useless trash. Open your eyes and face reality. Hazu sat in a corner by the electric pole, staring at Sayek. You notice something off about this lunatic? Wait. There is something really strange. His eyes are bloodshot. He licked his tongue like a beast thirsty for blood. Hazu analyzed every single move of his opponent, turning red with rage. This reaction, he is on some illegal stimulants. You tear apart every weakness of this drug. Its nature is to burst mana circuits, causing blood vessels to rupture. It transforms a person into a raging maniac, a bloodthirsty warrior. But more importantly, the user fights to the death. Hazu screamed in fear. Are you out of your mind? Sayek, with the speed of a prince, lunged forward to attack. Crazy. No way. I am perfectly fine. He struggled to get up, suppressing the spell. Red mana swirling, a level 3 fire spell. In that life and death moment, Hazu was gripped tightly by both arms, fear coursing through him as he clenched his teeth. That lunatic. Drool dripped from him as he kept spouting off nonsense at Hazu. I am telling you, In fact, I am just now getting back to normal. Sayek laughed loudly, practically cackling. You are about to die. Then he brutally suppressed Hazu with magic. A fire blast. A cloud of dust erupted from the park where they stood. Sayek revolted in seeing Hazu taken down. Just look at this loser. Hazu cradled his face in pain, and he taunted, You are still alive. Huh. Sayek screamed in frustration. You have blocked my magic twice. He cursed at Hazu, who lay sprawled on the ground. You pathetic piece of trash. How dare you? Suddenly, Sayek howled like a dog that is broken free. Then he flipped his face like a pancake, letting out a sigh of relief. It is all good. Hazu tried to sit up, thinking to himself, just as I suspected, a volatile mood. Must be from the drugs. His gaze locked onto Sayek, the raging maniac standing right in front of him. But the absurd part is, Hazu recalled the backlash of magic from earlier. The power was unreal. No matter how much crazy pills he took, there is no way he could be this strong. Could it be? Hazu hesitated to conjure a spell. Should I check it out? He hunched over like a zombie, taunting. What are you staring at, you little punk? He launched a gust of wind, but Sayek just stood there dumbfounded, watching the magic shaped like a pigeon dive toward him. And he kept on cursing. Punk, just to get a kick out of it. Sayek immediately countered with fire magic. How dare you use that level of magic against me? Hazu replied calmly. I should have used it more carefully. He quickly dodged, trying to control his legs, throwing a few sarcastic comments. But he never expected to end up in this situation. Sayek, caught off guard, could only scramble in the air. It is right below him. Hazu calmly created a stream of spirit energy airstrike. He was utterly terrified by the blinding light of this energy surge. Your face is as tense as a guitar string, man. Sayek suddenly unleashed a powerful blast of fire mana, ready to crush it. From this distance, he yelled, Fire blast. Hazu could only stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Sayek continued his relentless assault, determined to end it, but Hazu managed to dodge his strike just in time. Hazu analyzed the situation carefully. The fire blast's advantage is its overwhelming power at close range, but its effective range is only 25.4 feet. It is easy to avoid. He looked up at his opponent, who was laughing maniacally in midair, unable to believe his eyes. No way. Sayek frantically unleashed his attacks, but none of them hit. Hazu was on high alert. Did you hate me so much that you had to resort to chip in? Sayek did not dare admit to his dirty tricks, just hiding behind a grin. Chip in? What nonsense are you talking about? Hazu responded coolly. It is no surprise you do not remember. Hearing this, he shot back shamelessly. Why would I need it against a useless guy like you? If you are going to keep blabbering, why do not you just take a hike? Hazu effortlessly dodged every magical strike, then dissected the issue. The effect of chip in enhances the user as body, boosting their mana structure, altering both strength and spell range. Sayek, caught off guard, could only howl. So what? You worthless punk, Hazu calmly explained. The funny thing is, I have been studying the transformation of spell structures and mana, including the conversion of magical energy. Because of this, I am quite sharp on the magical changes caused by mana enhancement and spell detonation. He thought to himself, whether it is luck or misfortune, I have got some connections thanks to Chip-In and this crazy potion. He yelled loudly. What the hell are you talking about? You jerk. Finally, Hazu unleashed his ultimate move. I do not feel grateful to you at all. Solving this is just a matter of time. Resonance. Hazu laid out the problem for his opponent to see. Anyone reaching this level would surpass their current realm. However, for days, he had been pondering over the Y-Drag book. These thoughts were giving him a headache. The issue was the penalties increase when combining different spells, putting pressure on both body and mind. The stance of both the boss and the mastermind made Hazu look more imposing, but the penalty was time. If you reach spell level 2 and use resonance, the time limit is 3 minutes. Just then, new power fully awakened. Hazu's eyes sparkled. and two spiraling magical energies coiled behind him as he smirked. It is time for the earthquake. Hazu's earthquake shook the ground, the aftershock spreading endlessly. His strike slammed directly into Sayek's thigh, leaving him stunned and howling. Sayek is reeling from the sight, saliva dripping like a waterfall. This is a level 3 spirit. How could a rookie like you find it? Hazu sees this guy starting to panic and puts on a show. You think I can't handle this? His rage peaks, unleashing a torrent of wild spells and crude insults directed at you. You little punk. Just die already. Seriously. Die. Hazu conjures a shimmering butterfly, boldly taunting. I always thought you were hopeless. And do not even get me started on your magic that is just ridiculous. Then he bows his head and chants an incantation, summoning a water shield that instantly becomes a solid barrier against the onslaught. Sayek's fury erupts as he rants. You could not stop me earlier. And now you are using it. Just burn already. Hazu is proving he is not an easy target for this guy, swirling a vortex of water to counter his fairy magic. Sayek is stunned, never expecting Hazu to be this strong, spiraling into a total frenzy. What the heck? Hazu controls the magic swirling around him, then issues a warning. Understand this before you speak. If I were you, after witnessing that quake, I would realize this water shield is different from the last one. Your magic can't touch me anymore. Suddenly, his face falls, his clothes shredded by Hazu, his body trembling to stay upright. Just one more word. Hazu, like a starving beast. Sayek charges with the raging current, eyes ablaze with fury. He lunges forward to strike. Now I get it. You have been using some kind of stimulant. Have not you? That is why you are so strong. Hazu calmly declares. It is. From where Hazu stands, a magical vortex appears. I won TCU as a victim. This is all on you. Hazu dances like a DJ spinning a track, as the beat expands, closing in on Sayek, shrouded in darkness and confusion. He panics. What is this? You brought this on yourself? If you hesitated to kill me, things would not be like this. Now Hazu's face is surrounded by swirling magical chains. Sayek screams in madness. Come out. Stop hiding. Hazu, do not. For me. Hazu. He chants a spell. Earthbind. No escape. Hazu is determined not to give him a chance to retaliate. He is immediately ensnared by Hazu's binding chains. Even the spindly legs of a spider like Sayek can escape these chains. Hazu delivers a final command, preparing this guy for a one-way ticket out. Too late now. The only mercy I can offer is a peaceful exit. He screams. Stop talking nonsense. This is not over. If you had not shown up, my life would have. Hazu stands calmly, schooling him. You think your life would change? I do not see that happening. You would probably just blame someone else. This guy's just a puppet, screaming in the chaos. Where are you? Where the hell are you? You bastard. Hazu glanced back and asked casually, do you know why people do not use illegal A besides its side effects on the body? He was caught off guard and shouted. What did you just say? Hazu kept his cool, immediately using magic to suppress the chip implanted at the back of Sayek's neck, making him scream in pain. Hazu chuckled as he pulled his hand away and teased. I just infused mana into your chip's hot frequency. How's that? Even with a human touch, it still hurts, right? He was in so much pain that he could not even spit out another droplet of saliva. Desperately begging, please, stop. Hazu was thrilled to see this crazy guy lose his cool. Just a little flick from him had Sayek leaning forward. The A in his body had been pushed beyond their limits, ready to collapse at the slightest touch. Then Hazu widened his eyes, stating his final words. In the end, I will thank you. Hazu looked down at Sayek with disdain. Because of your reckless actions. Do you really think you will get anything good from this mess? Hazu's words cut like a knife to the heart. This time, the stakes were higher. 30% of the rights to mine magical stones, or maybe even 40%. Right? He was writhing in pain from that punch and getting roasted at the same time. Hazu reveled in Sayek's suffering. Goodbye, Sayek, and thanks for being so generous. He suppressed the magic on the chip at the back of Sayek's neck. This sent Sayek spiraling into agony, as Hazu's magic pierced deep inside him, erasing him from the world map in just a flash. He had effortlessly taken down this guy. Then Hazu picked up his phone from the ground, seeing a call from his dad. He answered immediately. Hazu cheerfully chatted. Hey dad. It is Hazu. Heek is worried about his youngest son. Yeah? Why are you calling so late? He turned serious. I know everything. From the bushes, a shadow quietly listened to the entire conversation. Despite how late it was, the fact that no students or police showed up while such a big incident was happening in the dorm was highly unusual. Hazu spoke to his dad, oblivious to his surroundings. The students must have evacuated by now. And Heek warned his son. You can't assume that is me just because I can keep the police away. he calmly replied. Many people can block the police from arriving, but only Dad would stick around to the end. If it were anyone else, they would jump in the middle and might even stab you in the back. Hazu subtly brought up his two aristocratic siblings. Because of their guardianship, they can't really keep an eye on me. Finally, Inheek had to agree with his son. You are right, he added. For you, Hazu suddenly paused, noticing something in the distant bushes. Someone's footsteps were approaching. A masked demon in armor stood there, wearing a mysterious smile. He did not flinch at all. Dad had to send Hein's team to follow, as the masked guy's crew approached the spot where Heek lay unconscious to check on him. On the other end of the line, Eek was confused and kept asking, I know you are watching over me, so why not ask for my help? Hazu glanced at him, trying to keep it cool. You want Dad to see my level 3 magic, right? He does not believe in the power I showed earlier. I did not think you would achieve it so quickly, he said, implying that Hazu had hidden the fact he could use level 3 magic. Hazu's expression did not change as he answered the interrogation. Yeah, that is right, he thought. Of course I am lying. I am just using the resonance effect from level 2 magic. But despite his self-adoration, Hazu remained humble, standing beside S-Team and that crafty GI hand. He was not strong enough if they knew he was using level 3 magic. He hinted at the difficulty of imagining interference from other siblings, as Hyan was using soundproofing and illusion magic to shield the area. Yenhu had to acknowledge the talent of his self-absorbed son. Not bad. I will send the car over. Let us go home and stay the night. As soon as his words ended, he decisively hung up the phone. All right. Thanks, Dad. I will see you when I get back. Enho suddenly stopped smiling and burst into a louder laugh. I do not know what you have been up to all year, but your confidence is impressive. Hazu cheerfully greeted. Long time no see. Hyan, you finally dropped that creepy mask. Behind that mask was a battle-hardened face. Hyan replied seriously. Long time no see. Hazu, please allow me a moment. He stood up gently and used magic to heal Hazu. Your wounds are pretty serious. Then Hyan roughly placed his hand on the injury. I will do basic first aid. The rest will be taken care of by your family's doctor. Hazelchai. Yeah? Thanks. He walked over to the car and calmly said, I will let you handle it. Hyan, receiving the order from the young master, immediately put the mask back on. I want to let this leak out. As night fell, a few twinkling stars dotted the sky. The Inhaik family's office tower loomed against the mysterious sky, and Jihan cursed angrily. Damn it, and trudged heavily to his desk. How could this happen? Suddenly, Jihan froze when he saw Turkish lounging on the sofa, casually starting a conversation. Finally wrapped things up. I thought I would be waiting forever. By the way, I really like this sofa. Han suspected. You came from the Black Tower. Turkish smirked with a mysterious smile. Step aside. You are pretty unlucky. I never expected the Green Tower's people would mess everything up. Nothing more to say since you got caught before you could act. Jihan, having done something bad, was hit right in the feels, frustrated to the point of shouting. Is this really the time to laugh? Aren't you the one bragging that you would never fail? Han sighed. What more do you want from me now? Turkish acted as if nothing had happened, laughing loudly. I tend to laugh a lot. Anyway, the mission failed, so I will refund you. Of course. I will deal with the consequences. And stood up and approached Jihan, pretending to be innocent and wanting to help. You are a VIP client, so no need to worry about your info leaking. As for Lang Smith, I do not know how Turkish is so certain, but he is convinced that that guy won't make it to tomorrow morning. Jihan brushed aside Smith's issue. That guy's life is not my problem. That jerk, Sahil, used an chip and nearly wiped out Hazu. How are you planning to handle that? And confidently replied, do not worry about that. That kid's already brain dead. Jihan was taken aback. Brain dead? What do you mean by that? Turkish recounted the time Sahil went berserk and fought you unconsciously. Seems he only targeted Hazu and relished in Sahil's downfall. Now he is on his last legs due to the side effects. Jihan broke into a sweat, brushing off everything to focus on the youngest brother waiting for a beatdown from the family. I do not care. What about Hazu? Turkish recounted the incident. He was injured but left already. Jihan was fuming. Are you playing word games with me? The other party replied nonchalantly. Of course not. I am just stating what I saw. Hem was frustrated, grinding his teeth. So that means Hazu defeated Sahil, the chip user. Turkish burst into laughter. Exactly. Well, not entirely accurate. When Sahil attacked, I could not tell if it was to protect or monitor Hazu, but Seok Hyan was there, and had set up soundproofing and magical barriers. Reacted pretty quickly. I could not follow the fight to the end. It was quite interesting. Jihan raised an eyebrow. Wait, when did Seok Hyan start keeping tabs on Hazu? Turkish could not be sure. I only saw Seek Hyan after Hazu wrapped up with our VIP client, so I do not know for sure. Jihan's expression turned serious. Seek Hyan, the leader of the guards, was taking direct orders from his father. But why was he there? Then Han lowered his head. On alert. If the guards are moving, I need to be extra careful. Looks like I have to stay away from Hazu for a while. Jihan finally regained his composure and talked to Turkish. What do you plan to do with the enchip that Hazu has? Han firmly refused to answer. He did not need to worry about this. The enchip I gave Hazu has a self-destruct code. It will be destroyed and soon turn to dust. Turkish piqued Jihan's curiosity. Got any more questions? Han, still holding on to his pride, could only reply curtly. As the conversation ended, Turkish took his leave. Well then, I will excuse myself. I need to deal with Lang Smith, and leapt down from the family headquarters like a shadowy bat. Excuse me. Clients. Jihan stood there, watching the figure disappear, speechless and frozen in time, and walked into the room, his mind racing as he started plotting, determined to ensure Seok Hyan would not find a single trace. I will erase anything that could be evidence. To do that, breaking through the security system at my place will be a piece of cake. Turkish was flying down, urging himself to hurry up. A few days later, the luxurious building where Haju lived sparkled in the morning sunlight. He was in his room, hastily folding his address textbook. Then, with a heavy sigh, Haju recalled the scene of the horror when he saw Smith sprawled on the floor, frothing at the mouth. Today, the Green Tower Master made it clear. He thought for a long time, realizing Smith suddenly flipped out and died while being taken away. Suddenly, Haju grimaced. He would been looking forward to this, but he never expected it to turn out so pathetic. There was nothing more to say. Even Seok Hyan had wrapped up the Hiju case. A notification sound shattered his thoughts. Haju picked up his phone. It was a message from Hiju, sent as a parting gift to his little son. The negotiations with Big Gar are complete. In exchange for keeping quiet about this matter, we secured 43% of the rights to exploit the magic stones. Good job. Thanks to this, we won't face any financial shortages for our overseas projects. If you want something, think it through carefully. He felt smug. Dad poured everything into this one shot. He must be pretty satisfied. Then Haju felt proud of himself. Well, at least he was glad everything was sorted out. He shifted the topic. Now, onto what is left. Instantly, Haju turned his attention to news about the Grand Mage Tournament, the ultimate showdown of top mages coming together at the highest level. The competition will take place in 53 days. The Academy Olympiad has the whole world buzzing with excitement. The Academy Olympiad is a prestigious event where the strongest students from magical academies worldwide gather to compete. This year, the fierce competition is about to begin. After reading the news, Haju lifted his head, a smug grin spreading across his face. The only thing left is the Academy Olympics. Suddenly, a surge of magic enveloped him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Haju clenched his fists, breaking through that magic aura, thinking to himself, the 12-hour penalty is finally over. He shut his eyes tight, standing firm to absorb the essence of magic from the Edret book. Zerminkin, level 3 spell. Then, Haju quietly directed the book to unleash 2 streams of ice and fire magic through his body, flipping the pages to begin the test. The Edret book emitted a powerful aura, blinding Haju and causing him to shout out in surprise. Suddenly, he found himself in a monochrome world, utterly bewildered. What is this? This blank white space. Is this a whole new world from a book? Haju gasped and turned around, startled to find a figure standing right behind him. Beta, dressed in a striking dark blue outfit, looked captivating. The dramatic voice echoed. Welcome to test number 2. She smiled warmly and introduced herself. I am the evaluator for this test. Haju hesitated, wondering if test number 2 would be anything like the last one. He stared wide-eyed at Beta, who was floating effortlessly in the air, still pondering if it would be similar to last time. Expertly crafting elemental manalai stones, she explained the test's mechanics, stating that the successor would be evaluated based on their ability to handle the magical circles. Beta's soulless eyes locked onto Haju's face, as she added that details would be revealed once the test began. If he succeeded, pages 32 to 81 would have updated information about 3rd-level magic circles. Hearing about this daunting challenge made his heart race. This was madness. But luckily, Haju's delusions of grandeur helped calm his panic a bit. Updating from pages 32 to 81. He thought he would only get 10 more pages this time. No big deal. He felt a bit wary. But that also meant the 3rd-level magic circles were on another level entirely, perhaps even beyond the elemental and resonance types. Haju was torn between excitement and fear. A stream of translucent energy radiated from Beta as she gently declared, "Let us begin the test right now." And then, she vanished into thin air, leaving him in a state of shock. A voice echoed in the air. My apprentice, I will now announce the details of test number 2. Haju respectfully responded. Master, is that you? A magical circle gradually emerged, and the voice continued. From now on, 100 magic circles will appear one after another. You must activate them all. He quickly reached out to control the magical circle. Haju's magic suppressed the circle, sending it flying out to 1,000 meters. But hold up. It is not over yet. Suddenly the magic circle emitted a massive surge of energy and began to change shape. Once the circles merged, they would activate on their own. He was caught off guard and yelled, "Why is it changing?" The magic circle reverted to its original shape, and the voice warned, "Each circle activates in 3 seconds. If you fail during that time, you start over, so be careful." Haju lowered his head, smugly thinking, "I just need to remember. Right?" Seeing his triumphant expression, the voice reminded him, "Also, the order of the magic circles will change each time. Don't try to cheat with rote memorization." Haju instantly dismissed those thoughts. "Right? It can be that easy." With determination in his eyes, he closed his eyes, then raised his hand to control the magic circle, a fierce will shining in his gaze. "Let us give it a shot." The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the golden sunlight creeps through each house in Haju's neighborhood, where not a single sound can be heard except for the constant noise coming from his home. The book on dread magic was left behind by Haju, just lying on the table. After casting the magic circle, he felt completely drained. Haju leaned on his desk, frustrated. 8 hours. 8 whole hours. And he only managed to activate a maximum of 10 spells. He gently picked up the dread magic book, thinking, "Well, the good news is I am starting to understand it, but relying solely on tricks won't get me far. I definitely need to find more clues." Haju set aside the unfinished test to calmly read the book. He absent-mindedly twirled his pen, his face a mix of contemplation and worry. Suddenly, his master's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that the book on dread magic is not the only one I have written. If you encounter difficulties, seek out my other works. They will surely help you. Haju was taken aback. So the dread magic book is not the only one. There must be others I need to find. But I do not even know their names or where to look. The sky was a brilliant blue, with clouds weaving between the tall buildings, creating a refreshing scene of the magnificent urban landscape before him. Haju abruptly left school. Rushing to the convenience store, he needed some fresh air, a change of pace. He unexpectedly ran into Adella, and they both froze for a moment, oblivious to the cashier calling for them to check out. Haju stood there, stunned, while Adella's eyes widened in surprise. "Haju, after shopping, they found a spot outside to sit and chat under the summer sun." He smiled and said, "What a coincidence running into you." Haju looked into her panda-like eyes and teased, "You look like you have been up all night." She immediately denied it, and he did too. Adella quickly changed the subject, introducing a book. "I am reading this paper. It is really good. Want to check it out?" She named the book. It is called The Theorist of Spatial Teleportation, and Haju immediately pointed at it, joking, "This looks like some kind of textbook." Huh? Adella's eyes lit up as she looked at him, insisting, "I know, but just give it a read." Haju took her advice and opened the book. He was struggling to read, his face scrunched up in concentration. But when he glanced over at Adella, she was happily sipping her milk. Haju looked at his own milk and noticed he was missing one. After a while, he finished the book and smiled as he handed it back to Adella. "That was pretty good, right?" They both chimed in unison. "But it does not have a conclusion." Suddenly, Haju froze in place. He stared intently at the author's name on the book. "This paper is based on the work left by the great Biedner. Analyzed it." Haju's expression shifted suddenly, making Adella, who was next to him, look confused. "The great Biedner." He read line by line from the book, exclaiming, "I knew it. The structure of this is a bit different, but the details between the two books that Haju brought up for comparisons still carry Biedner's unique style, with many elements echoing Biedner's fundamental theories, superficial and hollow, but still impactful." Haju's unexpected question caught her off guard. "Adella, who is the author of this book?" Ifi paused. "Go-san, you need to head home right now and dive straight into your computer to do some research." Haju pondered the mysterious identity of the author. Go-san, a magic researcher with no affiliation to any organization, age and gender all shrouded in mystery. The only document he published was what I just saw. Maybe he faced heavy criticism and vanished from sight. You really can't believe you have only found this little information about him. Is it possible that a regular student can only dig this deep? Haju gently picked up the phone, thinking to himself. But when the other end picked up, he greeted, "Hello? This is the Green Magic Tower." Haju was back to his usual banter. "I am not just any regular student." The Green Magic Tower loomed like a colossal iceberg piercing the sky. Fumbling to grab the phone ringing in the middle of the table, his voice boomed. "Hello? This is Haju. You just got some relief after researching all night. And now I have disturbed you. So what is up? Haju smirked, making a proposal that seemed beneficial for both sides. Hearing this jolted him awake, and he replied seriously, "Can you help me find someone?" Transitioning scenes. The Obelix Academy stood solemnly in the morning light. Haju was already in the training room, decisively unleashing a spell. Suchan barely had time to react and had to shield himself. But Haju controlled the magic to strike straight at his opponent. He was so clueless that before he could dodge, he yelled, "Hey, Haju, what is up with this? It is just a level 1 spell." Haju shot him a challenging glare. "What is wrong? It is just a level 1 spell. Is there a problem?" Suchan struggled to dodge a few strikes, grumbling about unfairness. "Where's the justice in this? It is just a level 1 spell." Suddenly, he looked up to see a magic bolt heading straight for his face. Things were getting serious. Suchan gritted his teeth. Enduring the onslaught, Haju stood there, relishing the moment, watching Suchan desperately use his defense to fend off the spells. Grinning, "See? You can block them all. Right?" Suchan was out of breath. "I am about to collapse here." But he was determined to fight till the end. "All right. Let us go hand to hand." "What do you think?" Haju replied confidently. "Bring it on. But you really think you can beat me in close combat?" Suchan, excited by the challenge, charged in like a prince of the wind, grabbing Haju's collar. In the blink of an eye, Haju pushed him down to the floor effortlessly, his strike so powerful it shook the ground. A triumphant smile spread across Haju's face. "Look at your friend all over the place on the floor," Haju exclaimed with excitement. "Not a bad effort? Huh?" He winked playfully and displayed a goofy grin in the midst of their duel. With the magic advantage gone, it was just a battle of strength between level 2 and level 3. Now smart strategy. Right? Suchan was absolutely furious. "Are you complimenting me or mocking me? This is so unfair." Both of them headed into the changing room. He takes off his shirt, revealing a perfect back. And at this moment, Suchan has to admit Haju's skills. His charm is off the charts, and his close combat is just as impressive, but deep down, Suchan is still a bit salty. He really is a dirty fighter. Haju gleefully slams a pain relief patch onto his back. "If you do not like it, just train harder." "All right." Suchan quickly changes the subject. "So, do you have any plans yet?" Haju is caught off guard by this question. "Huh?" He smiles and says, "Is not your goal to become the Olympic champion of the academy?" Haju is taken aback. "Wait. What? How did you know?" Suchan catches his dark heart. "I know you too well. You can't hide anything from me, which is why you freaked out during that mana shield test. Right?" Suchan remembers the moment Haju deftly dodged the attacks. Average students can block 27 shots, but you managed to fend off 74. He is proud of his friend. With training like this, he should top all categories. He still reminds him, though, with your current condition, winning the Olympic tournament will be tough. Suchan has a smug look on his face. "Right? I knew it." Then he suddenly throws in a jab. "Plus, the favorite this year is a level 5 mage. And with your level 2 magic, that is just impossible." Haju feels shaken by Suchan's philosophical words. Suchan is right. To win the Olympics, sure, you could still use level 3 magic with some synergy, but it won't be that different. To face them, you need to reach at least level 4. He is determined to uncover the identity of the author of that book to make it happen. "I need to find Sang Jun." Meanwhile, Haju quickly follows the map Sang Jun sent him. The map leads him to a totally unfamiliar place, and Haju stops singing. "Where the heck is this?" Sang Jun is lounging on the sofa, completely unfazed. "First off, sorry for taking so long to find you. I did not expect it to take a whole week to find one person. This is my first time too." His words resonate with all of Haju's hopes. "And the main thing is, Sang Jun is currently... Wait, is not that the old bookstore I used to visit all the time? He is here." Haju starts to doubt it right under his nose. Who would have imagined this guy would be at a shop so close to the academy? He recalls the process of hunting down the ancient spell book. After realizing magic was not for him, he has been digging for magical knowledge from spell books and old tomes. He has always been curious about the origin of Rad's secret language. But could it really come from here? Following the address Sang Jun sent, he quickly steps into the bookstore where Sang Jun is. "Excuse me." Baekhoon is busy fixing something when Haju's call interrupts him. He picks up a book from the shelf and steps forward to greet. "Haju, long time no see. You are polite as always. Are you doing well?" Baekhoon smiles warmly. "Of course. I heard you can use magic now," he praises. "Looking healthier too. You seem happy." "It is all thanks to you," Baekhoon humbly replies. "I did not do anything. I just sold you some books." Haju is always grateful to those who helped him get to where he is today with those books. "Thank you," Baekhoon joked. "I thought you were serious with that compliment." After coming here today, Haju immediately expresses his desire firmly. "Sir, I would like to meet Sang Jun, your son. If that is all right." Baekhoon raises an eyebrow. "Why do you want to meet Sang Jun?" It is nothing. How do you know Sang Jun? He asked sincerely. I read his thesis. And I have something I need to ask. So I did a bit of digging. Ju looks a bit shy. I heard he is here. I am sorry if my request seems a bit nosy. Baekhoon scratches his head. Yes, there is a thesis. But he gently agrees to the request. All right. I will let you meet him. Haju was beyond excited after hearing that, bowing his head in gratitude. He kept saying thank you. But Baekhoon hesitated. However, his words pierced right into the boy's heart. Even if you meet it, you won't have the answers, Haju nervously asked. So what does that mean? Baekhoon immediately led him to his brother's room. Come with me. Sang Jun is in here. He gently opened the door, Baekhoon said coldly. And here it is. This is his room. Looking inside the room left him frozen. It was Sang Jun. He lay there, barely breathing on the hospital bed, relying on a ventilator to stay alive. His frail arm was connected to an IV drip. Hanging limply, Sang Jun did not move at all. Lying still on the hospital bed, his eyes were tightly shut, with no sign of life left. Seeing Sang Jun in such a precarious state was heart-wrenching. Haju stammered. This man, Baekhoon sadly replied. He is my Sang Jun. The atmosphere became heavy. The two just stood there staring at him. Haju stopped asking. Can I ask what happened? Baekhoon replied flatly. Sure. He looked over at his son, who showed no reaction to the world around him. Sadly, Sang Jun had broken the greatest taboo of a sorcerer. Baekhoon's gaze began to weigh heavily. Haju turned back confused. What is that taboo? He calmly explained about mana circulation. He had violated the greatest taboo of sorcery by circulating mana into his own brain. Once he heard the explanation, Haju jolted in shock. Then he recalled the moment he had accidentally committed that taboo. Circulating mana into the brain, meaning what he had done. Haju clenched his fists and pressed for answers. Why? Why would he do that? Baekhoon's eyes were tightly shut in pain. It was necessary, he explained slowly, to establish the theory behind that statement, something that had completely collapsed midway. But Baekhoon always remembered what Sang Jun had once told him. He said there was no other way but to circulate mana to the brain. He fell silent in regret. I should have stopped him at all costs. Hearing this, Haju's eyes widened with curiosity. This person, how far had he advanced in high-level magic? Baekhoon politely declined. Anyway, I can't satisfy your curiosity. Sang Jun would probably be very happy to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Haju could only bow his head, avoiding Baekhoon's gaze. He is totally fine. Do not worry. I am sorry for bringing this up again. I have just dug up some old, sad feelings for you. Baekhoon saw Haju like that and gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. It is all good. Do not stress. We know how hard you work and how much you care about the book. I treasure every moment watching you act like my own son. You are always on the hunt for that magic book. It reminds me of Sang Jun, and it fills my heart with joy. A few hours later, as the tension eased, the golden clouds floated by like Baekhoon's musings about his son. Haju was getting ready to leave, but he had one last wish he needed to voice. Sir, if it is okay, can I take a look at the book your son used for his studies? Baekhoon heard that, and, with a resigned sigh, agreed to the request. You mean Sang Jun's book? Sure. Better to let it go to someone who needs it than let it rot. He made the offer, but I have two conditions. Baekhoon requested that if you read his book, you write a paper on spatial magic. Can you write Sang Jun's name in it? Just once. Haju nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Of course. I will definitely do that, but he was not done yet. Hang on. Secondly, Baekhoon kindly did not want anyone to repeat his son's mistakes. So he warned this kid, under no circumstances should you recklessly channel mana into your brain. It will hit you right in the feels, and make you feel like your heart's about to explode. Yes, I promise I will avoid that. Immediately, he led Haju into the familiar study. All right. Here's the book that Sang Jun researched. Baekhoon quickly went to find the book for him, along with the one you need. Haju began to closely examine the red book on the shelf. What is special about this book? Suddenly, it detached from the shelf and crashed to the floor with a bang, leaving him stunned. The shape of this book reminded Haju of the Yadrek. He hurriedly picked it up. Sir, this book, Baekhoon calmly replied. It is the one Sang Jun always carried with him, so it is really important. He gently encouraged him, saying, Go ahead. Read it. Everything you are curious about is probably in there. Haju slowly picked up the book and politely responded. Yes, just a few pages in. And I am already struggling. Sure enough, the handwriting is terrible. Suddenly, Haju gasped. Wait, this is Master's handwriting. Recognizing his master's script, he looked at Baekhoon with wide, shining eyes. Sir, can I take this book home to read? I would like to borrow this one. Please. He is pretty easygoing. Just take it. And if you need any other books, feel free to grab those too. Haju is clutching the book like it is his lifeline. Thank you so much, but you know what they say. Once you get a taste, you want the whole buffet. You are determined to squeeze every last bit of magic out of Baekhoon's books. Is there any other book written like this one? The question makes Baekhoon pause for thought. I am not really sure. Haju keeps pushing, asking all the burning questions on his mind. Have you ever seen a flashy red book that looks super expensive? Those questions are throwing Baek-hoon for a loop. I can't remember ever seeing one like that. My little bookstore rarely gets anything that fancy. You can see him starting to hesitate. So how the heck did Sang Jun get his hands on that book? Clearly, Haju is still searching for answers after a whole day of digging, but for now, he is ready to let Baek-hoon off the hook. I get it now. Thank you, sir. Haju is deep in thought about the origins of the Idret book. What in the world is going on? How did the Idret book end up in my bag after a long day? He finally makes it home, late at night, while everyone else is asleep. Haju sits quietly pondering the magic books. I searched through Sang Jun's research, but only found one Idret book. He is still holding on to a glimmer of hope, but hey, better than finding nothing at all. Suddenly, the two books start to connect with magical threads. Haju's eyes go wide in shock. What the heck is happening? Both books are glowing. The book he just borrowed this afternoon suddenly shoots a flurry of rose petals right at his face. Out of nowhere, he hears his master's voice. I leave this book for the rightful heir of the Idret book. The objects pull Haju in, leaving him no time to react. Here we go again. Getting dragged in, his master speaks again. This book is called Mimir's book. Hearing his master's voice, Haju does not dare to utter a word. The voice of his master. I am getting sucked into a book again. His master advises him. Embrace the blessings with all your heart. Just for a few seconds, he is fully transported into the world inside the book, leaving only shimmering lights in his wake. Haju finds himself sprawled out in a completely unfamiliar room. He blinks around, dazed, and wonders, where am I? The owner of this book is busy browsing the shelves. She playfully pokes Haju, who is sitting stunned in the corner of the room. He suddenly spins around. The mischievous girl points a finger at his face. Gotcha. Welcome to the Book of Mimir. Haju is taken aback by the unfamiliar girl talking to him. Who are you? Mimir stays calm. She arches her back and boldly proclaims her name. I am it. Then she spreads her arms wide, proud of her very own library. The keeper of this place, the Well of Mimir. She introduces herself to Haju. Nice to meet you. The hair. Haju stands up, eyes darting around. The Well of Mimir. He immediately explains, that is the name of this library. Mimir raises her head to introduce herself. This is Zabel Bittner's library, prepared for the future heir. Hearing her words leaves Haju stunned, like a deer in headlights. A library dedicated to Bittner's successor. He silently scans the room. Calling it a library feels a bit small. Mimir quickly replies, that is because your achievements are still limited at the Well of Mimir. The scale will change depending on the successor's level. She looks at his face, gauging his understanding. Check out this size. It seems like you have not passed the second trial yet. Am I right or am I right? Haju answered bluntly. Exactly. A few playful jabs made Mimir start to feel the sincerity. Stepping back a bit. May I ask something? Can we talk casually now? You were caught off guard by her question. Huh? Even though Mimir is half the height of Haju, she still acts like a big sister, keeping the younger ones in check. Since we are going to see each other often, it is weird to keep it all formal. Let us just be comfortable with each other. You smirked in agreement with this request. Sure thing. Let us do it. Mimir looked up with admiration. Delicious. This successor, you have got some serious talent. You have already reached the second circle and found me this quickly. Eva, who is all about self-love, had to admit this level of confidence was something else. Her words had Haju taken aback. Level 5. How is that even possible? No need to keep you waiting. Mimir immediately unleashed her first spell. The exclusive book of this manager began to float off the shelf. She controlled the magic, making the book hover in mid-air. Then Mimir handed the book to Haju. Go ahead. Read it. You will understand soon. Haju hesitantly flipped through the first few pages. This is a detailed theory on resonance, she explained gently. This place is filled with information that does not fit the Idret code. Just like the book you are reading right now. Haju remained unfazed. Why is this entire book absent from the Idret code? Mimir was quite amused by this question. That is a great question, she elaborated. The overload from the trial pages. Too much content to verify the successor, for several reasons. Only essential information is stored in the Idret book. That is why Mimir's supplement was created. Haju stared intently at that mysterious book. You mean the master recorded more detailed content in Mimir's supplement? She clarified. Exactly. If the Idret book is a condensed guide, then this place is more like a textbook or reference manual. Haju finally gets it. Got it? He glanced around the entire library. Puzzled, all the books here are packed with this kind of dense information, and as my achievements grow, so does the number of books. Mimir is being playful. Exactly. Have you figured out how to reach the 5th circle yet? Haju once again overestimating his abilities. Of course. With this, I can easily ace the second trial. Just as I was talking big, he got sucked into that book. Haju sprawled out in the middle, gasping for air. He had not even fully opened his eyes before worrying about the test. 79 circles? At the same time, a massive spell shot out right in front of him. Haju thought to himself, synchronizing 100 spell circles in the second trial. First, it took 8 hours to finish. Just thinking about it makes him pretty confident about this test. But since I met with Mimir, I can handle 79 circles in one go. Haju sat down, deep in thought. Lately, Everything I do has been really tough. After all that waiting, he finally mustered the determination to finish the test. At this point, I am confident I can complete all 100 circles. Live or die before tonight, or at the latest, by tomorrow. Haju feels grateful for this coincidence. Getting the Mimir book before the Olympic exam is truly a stroke of luck. The afternoon quietly gave way to the mysterious night. Returning to reality, at the family estate, he arrived at the family castle. As he walked, Haju pondered, why did they call for me? Could it be a reward for the Sahayak incident? His delusions of grandeur were always proud of having taken down that crazy guy. Haju started feeling annoyed because his work was interrupted. I had planned to spend the whole day with Mimir after class. Why now? But it is still important. The maid reported to Anhayak, Master, it is Haju's day, and he is looking dull. Come in. He politely greeted the head of the family. Father. In front of Haju was his father's uncomfortable expression. Anhayak's voice was low. Sit down. Let us get straight to the point. He acknowledged his son for the first time. Unlike last time. This time, you did not contribute 100%. It is undeniable that you contributed more than half. Combined with the last time, your share of the mana stone mining rights is 26%. You are still sitting quietly, listening to your father. Yes, Inhike appreciates his son's accomplishments. You have brought us a huge profit, so you deserve a reward. The circumstances are tough, yet he remains gentle with Haju. Do you want anything? You can answer, yes, I do. Then boldly say what you want. I want the ancient relic hidden deep in the family vault. Inhike finds this request as easy to fulfill as eating rice. An ancient relic? Sure thing. You do not believe those silly stories about secrets hidden in the ancient relic, do you? They are just artifacts. After all, Haju firmly replied, I do not think that way. I am not really interested in the ancient relics. I believe that even legends hold some truth. Seeing his son so determined, he had to give him credit. You are still so young to believe in such far-fetched tales. Inhike felt powerless but accepted this request. If that is your choice, I will respect it, but you can only take one item. He achieved his goal and smiled happily. Yes? Thank you, Dad. He still wore an extremely displeased expression and asked, so which ancient relic do you want? Haju answered without hesitation, yes, I want it. He did not hesitate at all. The one in the family treasure vault. Haju wanted his father to hand over the magical robe hidden away in the display case. He firmly stated, the robe of Bel Bediner. Without a second thought, the two of them moved towards the family treasure of the wizarding clan. Inhike's butler had arranged the robe according to his request and handed it to him in front of Haju's watchful eyes. He passed the box containing the family's precious treasure to his youngest son and cautioned him, please, I hope you won't regret this choice. He held the box in his hands with determination. Thank you, Dad. Sir. However, Inhike still worried about his son's naivety to believe in such nonsense. You are really too young. He kept reminding him to train diligently, so he would not regret it later. If you want to turn back. Haju smiled gently, his eyes steady. It is His car sped away at light speed after leaving the family estate. Haju is as solid as a rock. Most of the ancient artifacts our family owns are the real deal. Then, you stared intently at the bundle you just received from your father, Zabel by Tenor's robe, but Haju still seemed a bit skeptical. If this was truly his master's robe, a 30% magical stone extraction right. That is nothing. You felt like something was off? Hold up, but is this really my master's robe? Haju quickly opened the box to take a look. What if it is a fake? Sang's words about the robe made you panic. Haju was stunned. This? You held the robe in your hands, feeling like you were on cloud 9. This is pure mana thread. Is not perhaps the theories about this mana thread. A wizard like you can understand deeply. Mana thread. A supreme technique where magical stones are refined and drawn into threads through global crafting technology. There are less than 30 artisans capable of handling mana threads. Haju was taken aback by the material of the robe. This is not just some simple mana thread. The entire robe is made from complete mana threads. Moreover, how could such advanced technology exist back then? Compared to this, the recent artifacts made from mana threads can hold a candle. I have never seen anything like this. That robe has left me utterly speechless. A moment later, Haju returned home. You sat on your bed, mesmerized by the robe, unable to look away. Haju suddenly noticed a line on the fabric. A signature right here, in this horrendous handwriting. It is definitely my master's. I see it every day, so I am used to it. Haju is the type who has to find out everything. You lifted the robe again, wondering, but what is this? The structure. You noticed the glow in the dark part inside the robe. The inner and outer layers are reversed. Haju began to theorize like a detective. Another reason why mana threads are hard to handle is that the inner and outer layers must be constructed differently. The inner layer is designed to enhance mana conductivity and efficiency. The outer layer is designed to block mana transmission, minimizing damage. You pieced the logic together, but the structure of this robe is completely opposite. Of course, those theories seem ridiculous. You do not believe your master Min would make such a mistake. Haju just had to accept it. It is designed to be worn inside out, Huh, you tossed that cloak onto the bed and stared at it like it was a masterpiece. You stared at that glow in the dark fabric for a while. But Haju did not see anything different from the outside, even flipped inside out. The structure of the outer layer looked the same. You were deep in thought, so it was intentionally designed this way. But for what purpose? Haju was filled with doubt. Is this really an ancient artifact? Now I see why they left it sitting in storage. Suddenly, you found yourself pulled back into the world of the Mimir book. There she was, casually reading, when Haju appeared out of nowhere, calling out loudly. Mimir, with a bright smile, exclaimed, "The Chosen One, you are here." Mimir's eyes widened when she saw the cloak in Haju's hands. Well, what is that? She quickly rushed over to take a look. What? Is that the cloak of the threads? Her eyes sparkled. Chosen One, did you really find this? Your luck is unbelievable. Haju was half convinced, but this cloak felt a bit off. You handed Mimir the cloak, and she hesitated for a long moment. What? Suddenly, Mimir shouted, making Haju jump in surprise. She recalled the question she asked when they first met. Chosen One, you are still on the second round, right? Haju felt confused. Yeah, that is right. Mimir began to throw some shade. Well, it is not surprising if you do not know. You are being a bit self-absorbed this time. Stop overthinking it. So how are you going to use this? She put on a mysterious look when she heard the question. Sorry. Chosen One, I can't explain anything about this cloak. Haju was taken aback. What? Why? She immediately handed the cloak back to you. I will just take it back. Then Mimir stood with her arms crossed, explaining, partner-type magic has a special spell. Suddenly, her face went pale as she connected the dots. Haju picked up on the clue and kept probing. A special spell. Huh. Mimir began to clutch her head, acting panicked. Thinking back, I can't even mention the name of that spell. Wendy. But you have to answer his questions. Let me rephrase that. Partner-type magic has a special spell. A spell called the Path of the Feet. Haju is stunned, stammering. Legs. Magic. Mimir leans on his hand, affirming, that is right. It is different from the magic you are using. This is the real, true magic. You are still half believing, half doubting. What? So the magic I am using is not real. She plays it cool. Nope. Unfortunately, that is exactly how it is. About this true magic, I can't reveal anything until you, the Chosen One, reach a certain level. But Haju still presses on. Is it some kind of restriction? Mimir has no hesitation in explaining. Yeah. This cloak is a material existence to support magic. Haju lets out a sigh of relief. So I can't explain anything about this cloak either. That is all there is to it. You are blocking your mind. So cool. Exactly. You pick things up really fast. Chosen One. You look down and ponder. Then, what level do I need to reach to get an explanation about this cloak? Mimir starts to hesitate. Then he looks up at Haju and answers loudly. 5th magic circle. You hear that and freeze in place. She explains closely. You have to master the 5th magic circle and pass many challenges. Partner-style magic truly begins with mastering the 5th magic circle first. Haju starts practicing the second test. He tries to change this magic circle. 98. Finally, Haju completely shatters the magic circle. 99. 100. He breathes a sigh of pride. Finally succeeded. Suddenly, he hears his master's voice from above. Congratulations, Haju. Turning around, that voice. Master, the master encourages him, saying he worked hard to pass the second test. You did great. Now, I will teach you how to cast the 3rd magic circle. Haju has not even caught his breath from the last magic circle, and now has to get ready to fight again. The 3rd magic circle. Sparkling circles begin to appear. Level 3 partner-style magic. The 3rd infinite spell cycle. Interference. You have got this. Spell cycle. Interference. Returning to reality. Haju has finished studying the Mimir book. He sat quietly in a corner, deep in thought. I have mastered the second test. Then he gave himself a little pep talk. Now it is time to practice the interference spell. Haju smiled as he held 2 powerful books in his hands. Without the mana cloak in the Mimir book, this test would take way longer. The night before, in the realm of Mir, her words had etched themselves into his mind. He could only use it after mastering the level 5 spell and passing the 5th test of Baitner's magic. And true magic only appears after mastering the level 5 spell. Since he just mastered the level 2 spell, Haju had no choice but to accept it. Man, I am out of options. He pondered until he reached level 5. I definitely need to put this mana cloak away for now. Mimir saw Haju's decision and panicked, asking back. Wait. Inheritor. What are you talking about? Why waste such a precious thing in storage? Haju, with a goldfish memory, did not get her point. What am I supposed to use it for? The inner and outer layers of the mana fabric are messed up, so it is useless now. Mimir angrily snatched the mana cloak, saying, then hand it over to me. Her expression flipped like a pancake. This cloak contained mana inside, preventing it from leaking out, helping you achieve a mana storm state. That explanation hit Haju like a wake-up call. She turned on her genius mode, When mana storms, the infinite spell cycle spins faster than normal. The mana flowing into your brain will also increase. Right? In other words, your brain will inherit this excess mana, helping you recover mentally faster. Just like the fatigue built up in your body. Haju finally began to grasp the purpose of the mana cloak. I get, if I wear this cloak, I can cut down on sleep time. Right? Mimir returned the cloak to him, rolling her eyes. And you say you understand? She winked to emphasize one thing. Wearing this cloak means you do not need to sleep anymore. Haju gasped, gripping the cloak tightly. Wait, I do not need to sleep at all. Mimir confidently replied. Exactly. Just wearing it for about 5 hours a day keeps you in prime condition. She noted that this is just a side effect. Though, you can tell the inheritor. Because this is not the true power of the mana cloak. Haju felt a rush of excitement realizing how valuable this robe was. I can't wait to master that level 4 spell, Mo warned him. But he knew this only worked for him. For anyone else, it is poison, so do not let anyone borrow it. Haju happily replied, of course I know that with an item like this, the upcoming test will be a piece of cake. 2 days later, he wore the robe all the time after realizing its worth. Haju frowned, still struggling to find the explanation for the spell. He pondered for quite a while. I have tried so many times, but something's still missing. It feels like I am on the verge of understanding the spell. But Haju glared at Midi's book. Desperate to figure it out, the text on that page said, a level 3 spell in partner-style magic, capable of manipulating another person's mana. To do this, you need to sync 100% with that person's mana. He found it confusing. How could a spell like this influence someone else's mana? Haju was intrigued. That sounds pretty cool. Then, somewhat indifferent about the recent test, he realized he had not expected much at all. I never thought the second test was just a stepping stone to mastering this spell. He kept reading the notes in the magic book, learning that to get a level 3 spell, you need to resonate with the spell's energy and sync with the surrounding mana. At this point, Haju's eyes lit up with hope. Just keep resonating. The level 3 spell will form. He was fired up with determination this time. I am definitely going to succeed. Haju immediately closed his eyes, channeling the mana flowing through his body. By harmonizing everything, mana surged through the air, and the mana inside him was ablaze. Magical currents began to flow into his body. It felt like building a brand new house. Haju focused on creating tiny streams of mana surrounding him. Those mischievous mana shapes spun in circles around his magic circle, and he realized he was creating a house right inside himself. Mana was being absorbed. The sound of mana directly influenced Haju's hearing. Let us play together. Over here, I can hear the sound of mana. He joyfully communicated in his mind. This is amazing. Then he began to immerse himself in the flow of mana. It feels so warm. I do not want to leave this place at all. Haju turned the dial to the max. This is so refreshing. If I have made it this far, I will master it soon. Just keep resonating like this. Tell them to try out the new game. They immediately fired back with a question. What game are we playing? Twisted shapes of mana dance together in a rhythmic flow, creating a sky of possibilities. Join hands and form a circle. Sin, dance, and become one. This made Haju's body start to sweat like a waterfall. It is way too hot. Even if the mana amplification is just 1% off, my body 1T absorb it. But you have what it takes to control this flow of mana. By mastering that 1%, the mana stabilized within Haju's body. Gradually, he reduced the amplification to not even 1%. Mana slowly began to form a spell circle, quietly, without anyone noticing. As the night stepped back to make way for dawn, after a long night, Haju finally completed his mana control. He was utterly exhausted, so much he unconsciously rolled his eyes. Bathed in sweat all night, Haju finally felt light. It is done. He began to cast magic. Level 1 spell circle. Center yourself. This time, Haju skillfully controlled 2 different spell circles. Level 2 spell circle. Resonance. And now it is time for, finally, I have completed the 3rd spell circle. Disruption spell circle. Flames of determination flickered within him. I need to level up as fast as I can to reach master level 5 circles. The clear sunlight stretched across the lush green forest. Weaving through the trees, Haju lay against a tree, lost in thought about the test. He stretched out and laid back, taking it all in. The survival battle test. The system from Haju's watch displayed the information. It is a wide-ranging test in a vast training area, set in the mountains of Gangwon province. The test will last 32 hours. All students are equipped with a special artifact. The system provided detailed data. A simple test where all you have to do is survive for as long as possible in a steadily shrinking area over 32 hours. Haju's expression remained blank and serious. All right, time to move. However, this test is way tougher than the last few. If there is any difference, it is that you not only have to survive attacks from monsters, but also deal with other students. Of course, you have to survive while scoring points. Suddenly, brown birds flew across, signaling the challenges of this test. Jae-Hak and his walls unexpectedly launched a sneak attack from beneath the tree. He managed to slip right behind. You are dead, Haju, but you are not exactly a walk in the park either. Just that one strike, and he dodged it like a pro. Then Haju jumped down, taunting Jae-Hak. He challenged, nice dodging skills, but I have got your number now. Without hesitation, You threw a punch straight to his face. But before you could do anything, this coward activated his defense. His walls, what can a fist do against that? Haju was now calmer than ever. He immediately used the 3 magic circles he just earned to break through Jihak's walls. Interrupting him, in no time, those walls started to show signs of cracking. He was so scared. He started to panic. What the heck? Jihak's previous attacks were starting to backfire. His walls no match for Haju. He and the debris were sent crashing to the ground. Jihak glared at his opponent with a look that could kill. Thinking, my walls are losing to something like this. After taking care of business, Haju threw out some taunts. You proud of sneaking up on me? You idiot. He rolled his eyes. Shouting while attacking, Haju gripped the intertwined magic circles in his hands. A victorious smile spreading across his face. This is the power of interruption. He recalled that glorious moment when he weakened the dual wall spell and pierced through it with a single circle earth spike. Jihak was sent flying thousands of meters as Haju unleashed his interruption move. He lay there, unconscious on the floor, as the announcement blared, student Jihak has been eliminated. Then, Haju strolled away, completely at ease. Having caught them off guard, it was so smooth. It felt natural. System announcement. Haju received 10 points. This victory only fueled his ego more. Starting off on the right foot. Haju thought to himself, I think I have got interruption down. At this rate, it could work not just against dual spells but even triple ones. Suddenly, a strange shadow tore through the air behind Haju. He glanced back at the gust of wind brushing past his cheek. On high alert, out of nowhere, the forest behind him erupted in flames, catching him completely off guard. Fireball. Haju was left dazed by the blaze. A pack of bloodthirsty wolves emerged from the fire, advancing toward him like a storm from the green woods. Bloodthirsty wolves. I am surrounded. But Haju remained calm. It seemed they were drawn in by the sounds of the earlier battle. He warmed up a bit before attacking them, hands ready and taunting at the same time. Well, if I were a regular student, I would be complaining about having to fight non-stop. Haju is arrogant. But for me, someone who needs to dominate the top of the leaderboard, I am incredibly grateful for this situation. The alpha wolf starts howling to signal the pack to attack. Seeing them charge in, Haju immediately counters with a taunt and a slick move. Come on! Charge in, you mangy mutts. Meanwhile, in the real world, Suhi is watching him fight intently. She calls out the names of Haju's friends, Adella and Suchan. Suhi smiles proudly. Kang Su. Jihak, these students are truly exceptional. If Lihan does not recognize his talent, if things keep going like this, they will easily make it into the top 10. Over at the other side, red-haired Baek Jun is trying to play it cool, but surviving until the end is not exactly a walk in the park. Right? Suhi remains calm and remarks, looks like there is no one left, doubting Haju's skills. Right now, through the screen, he is clearly in the lead. Then she turns to ask the teacher watching the match, Instructor Chengsu. He smiles and replies, yes, that is true. Baek Jun, eavesdropping from the sidelines, chimes in, clearly not someone who can be dismissed as lacking competition. This forces Seohee to immediately reboot. Dismissing it, he has been excelling at the top of all previous exercises. She shows him the leaderboard, and even now, he is still leading by a significant margin. It is just that Seohee is puzzled by Hazu's abilities. Even more astonishing is how he knows the blood wolf's habits and deliberately does not kill it until it calls for its pack. That is incredible. When a blood wolf howls, the entire pack rushes over from 5 kilometers away. Using that habit to bunch up the kill points, Baek Jun is back at it, spouting nonsense. But with this momentum, we might just hope for a win at the Olympiad. Meanwhile, in the forest where Hazu is battling the blood wolves, he is starting to feel exhausted after an endless fight. But he is pleased to check the system, seeing he has racked up about 60 points. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and he can react in time. What the heck? Hazu is unexpectedly lifted by a block of ice beneath him, soaring into the air. What is happening? An earthquake. No way. The ground is moving. He is in a total panic. What is this? Hazu now standing on a massive block of ice, and it is spinning, with a creature the size of an elephant, and an emerald on its back. The tiny iceberg he is standing on is actually an emerald turtle with a tongue as long as a whip. An emerald turtle. Hazu is taken aback. How could such a rare monster be here? Hazu quickly regains his composure and prepares to land safely. He stays alert in front of this terrifying beast. This is the first time he has seen it up close. Suo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, thinking about Hazu and that emerald turtle. Lihan calmly broke down the battle plan. First, it was all about surviving, and the goal was to expand the range of available options. For example, the trainees could team up. It was a rare type of monster that had been brought into the main training grounds. She was restless. No matter how genius Hazu was, there was no way he could take that thing on alone. In the battle, Hazu was racking his brain trying to analyze the turtle's psychology. The emerald turtle, a level 4 monster, known for its strong defense. A true nemesis to magic users. The emerald turtle roared, its tongue flicking out and spraying saliva everywhere. Stomping down where he stood, causing the ground to crack, Hazu was flung far away. Even in this life or death moment, he was daydreaming about the rewards if he took down that monster. He would score a massive kill bonus. The turtle used its claw to jab at the back of Hazu's neck, and he jolted awake, quickly reinforcing his defense wall. Hazu's barrier was still intact for now. But of course, that wall was just a flimsy twig against the turtle's claws. It shattered and sent him soaring off the map. Sui still believed in Hazu's strength. Dodging attacks and using the barrier as a springboard, Bichian looked tense, his face as tight as a drum, but that barrier just was not sturdy enough. The emerald turtle was no easy opponent, even for a level 6 mage. Hazu wasted no time casting a fire spell to set the turtle ablaze. He quickly landed back on the ground, eyes glued to the smoke in front of him, not hearing any noise. Hazu smirked. Did it actually work? The emerald turtle stood tall amidst the thick smoke, unharmed, glaring back at him like it was mocking his efforts. Hazu was left jaw dropped. No way this could be happening. He had no choice but to scramble away. It was not easy at all. No, even a level 5 mage could take this beast down solo. Seeing its prey fleeing, the turtle eagerly chased after him, and Hazu was in a panic as death loomed closer. Maybe it had mana inside it, giving it speed he had not expected. That thought made him hesitate for a moment. Wait, it has mana. But Hazu, feeling reckless, dared to turn back for a showdown. He thought he had something up his sleeve to try. He crouched down, channeling mana into his legs to boost his strength. But before he could finish, the turtle slammed into him, launching him across the field. All he could do was run for his life. That turtle had the power to uproot a tree with a single strike. If he took a hit, he would not recover. The emerald turtle relentlessly attacked where he stood, leaving Hazu in a frenzy, screaming out if he kept running like this, he would never win. He had to fight back one more time. Just as the turtle was gearing up for its finishing blow, Hazu prepared to use his barrier to contain its overwhelming power. Of course, the massive foot of this creature still leaves you feeling powerless. What the heck is going on? Hazu starts pouring all his energy into strengthening the barrier. I totally underestimated it. I can't even block this hit. Gritting my teeth and holding my ground, the turtle monster loses its cool and begins to roar ferociously. This is a head-on showdown. Its next attack will leave it unable to move until it regains its strength. Hazu seizes this moment to cast a spell. Right now, the wind picks up, and the barrier vanishes. He dashes straight under the tough shell of the turtle. Hazu is using all his wits. I remember reading in a picture book when I was little that a double strike from the turtle monster creates immense pressure on its joints. At this moment, after attacking, it won't be able to move until its joints recover. This is the perfect time. He leaps into the air, preparing to strike the turtle with his headbutt. Then, Hazu conjures an ice sword, plunging it down. This is my chance. Ice attack. The folks at the Obelisk Academy are left speechless. Jaws dropped. They are frozen, eyes glued to Hazu as he casts his spell. His ice spear pierces the turtle's back, causing it to spit blood, triggering a massive disruption. The turtle monster writhes in pain, blood pouring from its mouth. And just like that, this reptilian beast gets knocked out by Hazu. He is still in shock from this epic victory. Yes, I did. System starts flashing on the screen. The system announces that Hazu has earned 1,000 points. This fills him with immense pride. Awesome. The sunlight streams through the branches, dancing across the ground. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the magic god, the head of the family, Hyen, watches Hazu fight on TV with rapt attention, and Hike smiles with satisfaction. He feels smug. Even though the turtle monster is weak against the ice element, I still do not get how it was defeated using just a level 3 spell. You know, he is also puzzled by this. Sorry, I have no clue either. But Hyen is quick to share his insights. It seems that, of course, there would be some resistance. The food source is critical in survival tests. He has a keen sense of judgment. Yen Hike is feeling himself. I did not raise him to be such a pushover. True that. Meanwhile, Hazu is carrying a hefty load of turtle meat. Hyen ponders. Boss, can I ask you something? He is just as confused. What is up? He asks seriously. Why is Hazu acting so recklessly? Clearly, if you think about Jihan's and SS surveillance actions, you would realize they were quite malicious. And Hike does not hesitate to assert confidently. Those were all deliberate actions. Hai nods politely. Yes, he proudly told the story while watching his youngest son grilling turtle meat. Back in the days when magic was still limited, Hazu had somehow been sidelined from the clan battles, and as a result, its standing in the family had recently hit rock bottom. Then Yen Hike boldly declared. But things are different now. Even he could not grasp the strength of his son. Hazu had, I do not know how, but it had gained incredible power and made significant progress in the realm of magic. Yen Hake recounted the moment when the boy came to meet him, 2 months before the Olympic competition, asking for protection from harassment by his siblings, his tail left Hyan, who was standing by, wide-eyed in astonishment, wanting to stand out as much as possible and do something extraordinary if he could. He had planned to draw the world's attention and elevate his status in the clan, building his influence as quickly as possible. Yen Haik was beaming, and after 2 months of protection, he was confident that the oversight from Jihan and Se was no longer a concern. Meanwhile, Haju was happily cooking up some level 4 beef, tossing in spices, while he bragged away. Truly a decisive on a still night surrounded by mountains and forests, with the moonlight flickering above. Haju sat on a fallen tree trunk, close to a piece of meat sizzling over the crackling fire. On the first day of survival training, from 11 p.m. to 1 am, all confrontations were strictly forbidden. He held a piece of cooked meat in his hand, thinking to himself that he understood why this was done for safety. But if we make things easier for the trainees like this, straying from the original rules, their skills won't advance much. Haju's gaze was serious. In some countries, outdoor training schools have stricter rules than the academy's, and this needed to change. He glanced over and pulled his cloak tighter, smirking, because this time we could bring magical tools, so it was nice to recover energy with the master's cloak. Without a second thought, Haju turned back to his dinner with Uncle Taim. All right, that is done. Moments later, he happily rubbed his full belly, having polished off the last of the bone. I am stuffed. Suddenly sensing something, he whipped his head around. Alert, behind the bushes, Suchan appeared unexpectedly, and alongside him was Adella. Haju was equally surprised to see them both. The three of them sat around the fire, and he asked, "So how did you two end up together out of the woods?" Adella chuckled softly. "We fought until past 11 am, and we did not argue at all. I was just overwhelmingly defeated." Haju rubbed his chin, wiping away tears as he looked at Suchan. "So the fight ended around 11 am. You must have headed back because of the delicious smell." Suchan snapped his fingers in agreement. "You are right." Both of them were drooling, their eyes sparkling with desire. Suchan quickly asked, "That aroma is so enticing. When will you share some with us?" Haju felt helpless. "Aren't you coming, Adella?" He furrowed his brow, reminding her, "That is my meat," while both of them shot him a sparkling gaze. "Hey, which part is yours and which part is ours?" He shut his eyes, not wanting to see the adorable faces of those two. Haju could only helplessly reply, "Yeah, I will just toss it away. Maybe you should try some too." Upon hearing this, the two jumped up, cheering joyfully. Suchan eagerly brought a big chunk of meat before him. The aroma was mouth-watering, while Adella happily held a smaller piece carefully placed on a leaf. Thanking him for this meal, Suchan grinned as he took a big bite, savoring it slowly and deliciously. Haju quietly asked, "Isn't it delicious?" Instantly, praises erupted. "Yeah, it really is." He crossed his arms, proudly lifting his chin. Suddenly, Adella noticed the piece of meat in her hand and curiously said, "Wait, is not honey bear meat?" "Honey bear. It is a monster bear that lives in the forest and tastes amazing when roasted." He was a bit surprised but quickly responded, "Huh," Adella stated firmly. "There are only 2 types of monsters in this training area that are edible." Her brow furrowed seriously. Honey bears and emerald turtles. Other monsters are either poisonous or tasteless, so we can eat them. Adella looked at him skeptically. "No way. Did you really hunt an emerald turtle?" Haju confidently pointed, replying loudly, "Yep, 3 days ago. In West." Suchan, chewing his food, widened his eyes in amazement. "Really? I have only seen emerald turtles online. How did you hunt it?" He leaned away, reminding her, "Hey, do not talk with your mouth full," while Suchan continued to eat the meat enthusiastically. "As expected, you are awesome." Only Adella remained silent. Her voice dropped a few degrees. "I have never heard of a wizard with less than 6 rings hunting an emerald turtle." He continued to smile lightly. "It is," but quickly, Haju raised his hands high, shouting, "Explode! Fire!" Instantly, a brilliant gust of flame shot straight up into the serene forest. Both were startled by the powerful wind. Adella exclaimed in shock, "3 magic rings!" The whirlwind gradually subsided, the wind slowly dying down. She stared wide-eyed and shouted incredulously, "No way! A transformation spell!" 6 rings. Haju's expression did not change. Calmly retracting his hands and glancing sideways, he quickly turned his head to avoid the admiring gazes of the two. "Whoa, this is really edible," Haju thought to himself. With his master's magic, Ju only had 3 rings. But both of them excitedly leaned in closer. Suchan asked, "I have no choice but to keep this a secret then." "Whoa, how did you win? Did you aim for the head of the emerald turtle?" Haju replied softly, I just pierced it through the shell. He moved closer to the inquiry. Is that even reasonable? Haju crossed his arms, forcing a smile. That is just how it happened. Your voice echoes. It is being live streamed from a drone belonging to the academy, so you can replay the footage after it is done. Haju chuckles. Oh no? I think I will watch it first. Right? Su-chan looks completely lost, while Adella next to him wears an amused expression. You raise an eyebrow at them. Tomorrow we will fight. Fair and square. Su-chan cheers excitedly. Oh man, we can beat you. Adella just smirks. Well then. Good luck. She confidently flips her hair in the wind. I have got something to show you too. The forest briefly reveals a serene scene. And before you know it, it is the second day of the survival test. In a large room, a group of people watches intently. One of them speaks up. Just 2 hours left. The survival circle has shrunk. And now, only 4 remain. Who will stand at the top of this survival battle? A new day dawn. A beautiful morning with sunlight streaming over the mountains. Haju strolls through the forest, hands in pockets. Relaxed, suddenly, a surge of mana rushes towards him. He senses danger and quickly glances towards the source of that energy. Haju swiftly unleashes his mana, creating a powerful wind. The clash of energies igniting a massive explosion in the sky. The corner of his mouth lifts in a smirk, his voice steady. So we have returned to the supernova stage. Huh. In an instant, he vaults off a tree and leaps down, aiming straight for Haju below. You dodge back to avoid his deadly drop kick. Haju stares in shock as something blurs past him. Too fast. You lean back to evade your opponent's sweeping kick. Haju plants himself on the ground, teeth clenched as he looks up at his foe, feeling a wave of unease. This is just the beginning, and the close combat is what really worries me. A spinning kick comes flying in way too fast and strong. Sanjik stands backlit, confidence radiating from him. Haju, running into me here is your bad luck. Haju thinks to himself, a close combat mage. Sandrix, then grins and responds, sorry about that, but I think it is actually a blessing. Flashback to a big academy. Sanjichi turns and walks away, leaving a guy writhing in pain on the ground, who quickly lets out a strange noise. He looks up from behind a few girls who are fawning over him. It is true that Sanjek's body enhancement magic is the strongest. He only slightly notices Haju's gaze. For 2 years, he has been one of the top fighters here. Back to the present. Facing Sanjiksi directly makes him exclaim. Just as expected from body enhancement magic, he shifts his serious gaze to the excited figure before him. This guy is not someone you can easily defeat. Haju clenches his fist tightly, summoning a surge of powerful mana. If that is the case, then I will too. You step back, wind up for the punch, enhancing your body for a close combat showdown. Seeing this, Sanjiki can help but summon his mana, chuckling with excitement. Oh, a fair fight in the ring. Huh, bring it on. At this moment, in the outdoor training grounds of Obelisk Academy, in the evaluation room, Sioi glances at the big screen and notes that both Haju and Sandrisi have opted for body-enhancing magic in their battle. Lihan rests his chin on his hand. A bit skeptical, this match clearly favors Sangotsu. Does not it? Over the past 2 years, his combat skills have been top-notch. He even clinched the International Youth Body Enhancement Magic title. Changsu chimes in seriously. However, considering the Emerald Turtle match from yesterday, Haju's abilities are beyond measure. You swiftly dodge Sangika's punch. Moving like a pro, Haju widens his eyes, silently activating his demon eye. Instantly, he calculates, seeing the flow of mana focused on enhancing that punch. Noticing something feels off, Haju glances down at the incoming kick. No, it is shifting toward his knee. He quickly conjures a barrier to block the kick. This is the counter to that foot technique. Haju smirked, observing his shield develop some cracks just as he expected. That kick is powerful, but with my magical shield, I can push him back. Sanjichi takes a step back, surprised as his shield shatters before his eyes. He freezes momentarily. Astonished, did he just break my shield? Sanjichi stares in disbelief at his opponent summoning more mana. I have never seen magic like this before. Is this the return of a genius mage? He can't help but smile excitedly, so the rumors were not just hot air. Sanjichi leans back, deftly dodging Haju's strike. This is getting interesting, but I have got my own pride to uphold. He exudes confidence, declaring, I won to lose in close combat. Sensing the moment he has been waiting for has arrived, Haju raises his hand, gathering a powerful surge of mana. This is my chance. His fist, radiating authority, rushes forward. Sankide, raising his hand to block the incoming punch. Utterly shocked, what the heck? In the evaluation room, Sia and Lihan stand up, gasping in unison. He actually blocked that punch. Haju rolls himself away to evade Sangrid's kick. He raises an eyebrow, scrutinizing the opponent before him. Did he see that technique? His instincts are sharp, even exceptional. If I feign an attack with fire magic, even if he uses defensive magic, his hands will still get burned. In an instant, the image of Sanjik with burned arms flashes in his mind. With that thought, Haju steps back, gathering momentum to charge forward. Sanjishi is taken aback, thrilled to see him continue his assault. He is so fast. He quickly prepares to block the incoming strike like before. Haju raises an eyebrow, chuckling playfully. Ha! You are going for defense again? Huh! He kicked hard at Sang-guk. No holds barred. Right into his vulnerable side. He grunted, his face twisted in pain. The enhanced magic on his hand was just a facade. Just a kick. Sang-guk stared in disbelief as Haju smirked. When did he start using enhanced magic on his legs so quickly? One hand clutched his injured side, feeling a sharp pain. Damn it! It felt like his ribs might be broken, but Sang-guk showed no signs of worry, instead grinning through the sweat, because he is a warrior. This pain. He could handle it and let his instincts take over. He quickly regained his fighting stance. Attack! Attack, that is the instinct of a warrior. Seeing this, Haju coldly reminded him that if he relied too much on his strength, his body would shatter. Sang-guk brushed it off and leapt high, aiming a kick right at him, but with just one counterattack, he was sent flying back. Was not he getting a bit too reckless? Sang-guk gritted his teeth in anger, trying hard not to fall. Just as his foot landed on the ground, he suddenly sensed a huge force coming at him. Haju launched a straight punch to his chin, sending him crashing down. Weightless as he hit the ground, he shook his hand, looking at Sang-guk, who lay on the ground, wide-eyed. Earlier, he calculated that in that moment, he focused all his mana into his chin to minimize damage. He lay still on the ground, letting out a few small groans, having taken that punch full force. His face red and steaming, Haju laughed, wiping away a few beads of sweat from his forehead. As expected, his fighting instincts were truly impressive. He glanced at the new notification on his digital watch, not just his attack power, but his defense too. This guy was no joke. The sky was turning to dusk, the golden-orange sunlight fading, quickly giving way to night. The barrier surrounding the forest lit up again, slowly shrinking in size. Haju touched the watch on his wrist, lost in thought. Only 3 people left. His eyes instantly became alert. No. Now there were only 2 left. In front of him stood Adella, smiling softly, her long hair blowing in the wind. Good evening. Is not tonight beautiful? In an instant, her expression turned serious as she faced him. In the city on a bright morning, sunlight poured down on a luxurious skyscraper. In a dark room, a large screen replayed the scene of Haju skillfully using magic in the fight against Sang-guk. It was unbelievable. No way! In a nationwide televised academic test, something like this helped him become the last survivor. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "We can't let him touch it. He is clearly getting out of control." A glance nervously at his nails, biting them. At this rate, Haju would become the hair candidate again. This is unforgivable. Absolutely unacceptable, right? Brother, the person next to me just sits there in silence, not even bothering to respond, not getting a reply. Ascar glances over nervously at the little guy, saying, "Come on. Say something." He took down that emerald turtle all by himself. Just thinking about that emerald turtle being defeated is infuriating. How could it possibly lose to him? It is a live broadcast test, so not only is it on the internet, but I am sure even Dad has seen it by now. Ascar slams a fist on the table in anger. Our whole family feels the tension. Jihan, sitting next to him, sighs in helplessness and finally speaks up. "Please calm down a bit, okay?" Hugs his sweaty face, his expression twisted, yelling, "How can I possibly stay calm in this situation?" Suddenly, Ascar stopped, his brows knitted tightly. Jihan leans in, voice low and threatening. "I am not repeating myself," as if struck by a haunting fear. Mumbles softly, Bro, I will shut up. Please, do not punish me." He chuckles, but it is a sinister laugh. "Punish? Come on." Jian gently pats his head, showing some care, and says, "What are you even talking about?" The girl's face turns pale, sweating bullets. "Why would you punish me?" He smiles, but it is eerie. "We are siblings, right?" As if blessed, kneels on the ground, voice trembling. "Thank you, big bro." Jahan, speaking softly. That guy always steals the show, grabbing every good opportunity. He covers his face with a hand, grinning wickedly. "We are siblings, but if he keeps stirring up trouble, I can just let him be." In the forest, suddenly, a massive explosion erupts. Adella, the magic user, declares, "This time, I won't fall for any traps. Today, I have watched your battle dozens, even hundreds of times." She recalls that last match, thinking, that day, you pulled the sun to your side, right? Just like tonight's battle, it will be different this time. under the pale blue moon. The entire forest sparkles with an ethereal glow. Adella points, conjuring a small magic circle. Determined, I want to give you a chance to counterattack. Quickly. Her magic circle absorbs the massive mana from the explosion. Hazu swiftly dodges the arrows. He glances at an arrow that just grazed his shoulder, causing it to bleed, and realizes it is a relentless barrage coming his way. The number of shots is different from the midterm assessment. Hazu silently feels helpless. Dodging is impossible. Over there, she is casting spells and taunting him. A magic user focusing on control and skill will falter against a simple barrage of ranged attacks. Adella's gaze is sharp and quick. Brimming with confidence, she reaches out, shouting, "This is your weakness. I will surpass you skills. Effort. Everything." A huge explosion erupts from Hazu's side. He grits his teeth, frowning amid the dust. Hazu creates a shield to block the incoming mana while charging forward. Whatever weakness there might be, your eyes light up, and the corners of your mouth curl up. This is just brute force, pushing you into a corner. What kind of analysis and decision did you come up with? Adella smirks, laughing with pride. Hazu continues to struggle against the relentless barrage of arrows. He silently admires her. Of course. She is using all her resources in this battle. That is not something just anyone can pull off. The hair of the prestigious Bai Hai clan truly is something special. And with that, Hazu raises his hand and asks, Adella, when did you reach the 4th spell level? One hand hidden behind him, he channels mana. Gathering it, frozen in concentration, she halts her attack, her hair billowing in the mist. And indeed, he recognizes it instantly. Hazu quietly releases his mana. Thinking he needs to disguise his attack with a smoke screen, the mana source creeps up from behind Adella. She, completely unguarded, calmly responds, I reached the 4th spell level 4 days ago. And that is not all. Adella slowly closes her eyes, her brow furrowing tighter before relaxing. She spreads her arms, feeling the air around her, her hair blown wildly by the wind as the mana arrow glimmers like moonlight. Adella steps forward. Now, without even opening her eyes, she confidently declares, I won't fall for such an obvious trap again. With that, she gracefully leans to dodge, casually swinging her hand to disrupt that source of magic. Adella opens her eyes wide, her demeanor subtly shifting. Hazu is momentarily stunned. That is the Eye of Insight, not just the 4th spell level. But she has mastered the Eye of Insight. Isn't that a bit over the top? The Eye of Insight, a secret magic belonging to Adella's prestigious Steeder clan from France. It is a divine eye that detects the unseen. Much like Sang Jun's ruby eye, the master of the Blue Tower, Adella now embodies a blend of the strength and agility of the Shinbui clan, combined with the explosive power of the Steeder clan, making her incredibly formidable. Hazu covers his mouth amidst the swirling dust, silently exclaiming, this is what they call a monster in human form. Adella immediately conjures magical rings, declaring, now, I will fight with everything I have. She shoots him a sharp, determined glance. I am not foolish enough to hold back against you. Adella unleashes her spell to attack Hazu. The same magic she used to take down the emerald turtle. When is he planning to use it? Hazu looks up at the large glowing spots in the sky, raising an eyebrow challengingly. I was just about to. In an instant, his eyes flash with a bright light. The Eye of Insight activated. Adella's mana readings. Light mana 27.74. Dark mana 71.33. Water mana 0.93. Casting consecutively 12 times using the spiral formula of Ferdania, combined and focused through the spiral of the Ferdania equation. Hazu covers his face with one hand while thrusting forward with the other. Breaking through, the power of his zealot form sends the arrows flying off in all directions. Adella was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. The moonlight bullets, the force of the arcane. And just before hitting the target, what did you do? What on earth is going on? Hazu only smirked slightly, sipping tea. From your perspective, what do you think I did? Can you even see it with your calm mind? The evening bathed in moonlight lit up the entire council mansion. Glowing like a beacon, someone holding a cup in shock asked, Inhigu, what kind of magic is that? He stood up in disbelief. What kind of magic could possibly interfere with a spell that seemed so absurd? The one who just spoke, still in shock, was Sang Jun, the head of the council, and Adella's father, both watching her and Hazu's battle on the giant screen. Inhigu replied quietly, I do not know either. He asked with suspicion, did Hazu say nothing to you? Inhigu closed his eyes and calmly responded, not a word. Sang Jun sat back down, surprised. Well, even Hazu is keeping secrets from you. He chuckled softly, resting his head on his hand. In the past year, he has started to reveal something else. While observing the large screen, he continued, yeah, He is hiding a lot of secrets from me. Sang Jun sighed lightly and replied softly, I get. Given that Hazu has been away from home for so long, he must have changed a lot, and Higyu still had his eyes shut. Troubled. He has changed a ton. You know, for a guy to grow up, he really has to get out there more. Then he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Honestly, I thought he just got lucky during the midterm evaluations. Feeling in Higu's sharp gaze piercing through him, Sang Jun awkwardly laughed it off. Well, saying this in front of you feels a bit embarrassing. However, I did think that kid, Hazu, would shine for a bit and then fade away. He slowly rolled his eyes. You are not wrong. I understand. After all, Hazu is still a weird A. Sang Jun watched her unleash her magic on the big screen and continued. In the past, he defeated our Adella. Not entirely because his magic was stronger. He won thanks to his strategic mind and unique skills. He observed Hazu countering at the same time. Soon enough, people will dissect every bit of information about him, and once they uncover that, the boy's weaknesses will be exposed, and he will soon be at a disadvantage. Higyu voiced his agreement. Yeah, especially since Adella is a master at analyzing information. It is so nice to hear my daughter praised. Sang Jun's voice brimmed with pride. No doubt about it. My daughter's analytical skills are top-notch. But then he bowed his head, letting out a sigh. However, on the big screen, she barely dodged the counterattack coming from Hazu. I underestimated that kid. Did not. Sang Jun softly called out the name of the person beside him. Higyu. His gaze grew a bit distant. I have always been grateful to Hazu. When my daughter first lost her way with her goal, her eyes were completely empty and soulless. But now, her eyes are shining brighter than ever. Sang Jun smiled softly, feeling truly grateful that Hazu was back. And Adella was starting to regain her momentum. Higyu quietly observed him, then turned with a sly grin, saying, Right? That is definitely something to respect. Under tonight's bright moonlight, an announcement echoed, signaling the end of the life or death battle, urging the survivors to cease fighting immediately. Hazu stood dazed in the smoky village, raising an arm to shield himself from the swirling dust. His gaze sharpened with caution as the figures around him slowly emerged, revealing their shapes and the stains on the ground from his battle. Adella planted her feet firmly, letting out a sigh of relief, while Hazu raised his voice confidently. How embarrassing. If I had more time, I would have won. She was not backing down either, responding with pride. No way. By any angle. I am the one winning here. The two locked eyes in a tense silence, when Trangsu hurried over with a laugh. All right. Enough. You two. Chill out. Under Trang's authority, the surroundings returned to their usual calm, and he cheerfully said, Let us head back. The next day, on a beautiful morning at the academy, Adella firmly declared to the person in front of her, Yesterday, I was the victor. Hazu crossed his arms in disagreement. Now, as usual, I am the winner. What do you mean by usual? Adella remained resolute. Little by little, I finally figured out your magical trajectory shifting strategy. 5 minutes is plenty. Hazu shot back nonchalantly. In 5 minutes, your spirit will be drained, and you will lose. Suchin sat in the middle, silently listening to the endless bickering of the two. He furrowed his brow and spoke up helplessly. Seriously, if you want to argue, do it in your room. But both turned to him, shouting in unison. What do you know? Shut up, you 26th loser. Suchin wanted to cry, pointing at the far-off video recorder. But this is my room. I just want us to peacefully rewatch the survival battle. Quickly, their voices rang out with a spread of food on the table. Let us party. How could we forget? Yogurt is here. And I even brought pizza, fries, and drinks. He laughed excitedly, half crying. All for you guys. Of course. The two quickly settled into their chairs, with Hazu crossing his arms and complaining. Suchin, you are blocking the whole screen. He stood there, deeply hurt, as the sound of chopsticks echoed around the room filled with a lively, noisy atmosphere. Come on, hurry. We have to start from somewhere. How can it be 14 hours long? That is just ridiculous. 14 hours later, as night began to fall, soft light shone down on the brightly lit buildings, creating a breathtaking night scene. In the room, Hazu and Adella sat upright, while Suchin lay exhausted on the floor. He mumbled in a daze, monsters analyzing information. In the quiet of space, she suddenly burst into soft laughter. Huh? Hazu looks over, puzzled. What is so funny? Adella gently picks up her leg and moves closer to Suchin, who is completely zonked out. I can't help but laugh. He is just too adorable. She gracefully turns and sits back in her chair, preparing to watch a 14-hour deep dive analysis of a film. Hazu also chuckles helplessly. This is just too much to handle. He glances at Suchin, peacefully asleep, and thinks, seriously. I almost expected him to bail halfway through. Adella smiles gently. You have a really good friend there. Hazu puffs up with pride. He is the best friend in the world. Super awesome. What has suddenly got into her? Adella replies sadly. For a whole year, I pretended not to know him. I wanted to keep my distance but also hold on. But now, I realize all my past decisions were wrong. He smiles softly to reassure her. Why do you have to apologize? I am the one who rejected your signals. Hazu, in a gentle tone, looks down at the person on the floor. I was the one who chose to keep my distance. So do not worry about it. Well, at first, I chose to keep my distance from him too. Sang jolts awake in shock. Wait, are you serious? Adella gasps. You are awake now. How long have you been awake? Hazu sighs. Taking the words from him, he has been awake for a while now. It is... Really? Hazu closes his eyes and rubs his wrist. I am not the same person I was a year ago. I have new strength. The two of them blink in confusion. He clenches his fist in front of him. And I have reliable friends. There is something I want to show you both. With that, Hazu conjures a massive amount of mana in an instant. Leaving Adella speechless. This is it. Sachin's jaw drops, unable to find his voice. No way. He smiles proudly at the powerful mana in his hands. Moonlight bullets. Sachin approaches skeptically. Wait. So your magic can target the opponent's magic formulas too? He straightforwardly points to his eyes and replies. Exactly. I can see even the magical formulas. The two are completely taken aback. Adella frowns and covers her mouth. Your eyes, so that is how you knew my secret technique. Hazu adjusts the mana in his hands and explains calmly. Yeah. Usually, secret techniques are not shared outside the family. This is something I analyzed and developed myself. He tests the magic power again. Shrugging. Of course. I had to observe it up close multiple times to see if it would work. Adella hesitantly asks. How did you pierce through the emerald tortoise shell? Hazu points seriously. It is also through magic manipulation. I interfered with its shell and weakened its durability. That shell is actually made of magic. Sachin cheers with excitement. Just as I thought. You really are a monster. Meanwhile, Adella continues to observe Hazu thoughtfully. He lazily scratches his chin. No need to explain how to bend the trajectory of the moonlight bullets again. Right? Adella finally spoke up, stating that the key to using intervention magic is to fully understand the opponent's magic. So it is not that you did not use intervention magic from the start, but rather that you could not. Hazu nodded, chuckling in admiration. Right on the money. You are quick on the uptake. In this battle, you focused entirely on using lunar bullets, which allowed me to analyze the mana. Of course, if you mixed it with other spells, I would be in serious trouble. She crossed her arms and sighed, not realizing that using lunar bullets was a deadly gamble. But then something clicked, and Adella quickly asked, does that magic have another weakness? Hazu shrugged and replied, the calculations for mana analysis are pretty complicated. You can only control a small amount of mana, so I can only intervene with spells right in front of me. In real combat, there is no time to calculate, so I can only slightly alter the trajectory. Adella looked at the small flow of mana leading into her, then continued, what about flipping the opponent's magic 180 degrees and sending it back? Hazu closed his eyes and shrugged, not enough time. So that is impossible. Hearing this made her a bit downcast. Really? What a shame. If it could be reflected, the effect would be absolutely amazing. She lightly touched her chin. It is still such a powerful spell. Behind them, Sachin raised his hand and shouted, wait. Hold on. His face was animated as he grabbed Hazu's shoulder. Dude, just sit tight and listen to me. Seriously. Why are you so casual with revealing such powerful magic? Hazu looked surprised. You do not get it. Adella chimed in. You seriously do not know. Under Sachin's rapid-fire questioning, he shot back. Huh? What are you guys talking about? I do not understand a thing. Both of them spoke in unison. Olympic. Sachin's mouth dropped open in shock. Hazu seriously placed a hand on his chest. I will take you all to the Olympics. Just count me in. Sachin was so moved he nearly teared up, calling out his name loudly. Heian. He raised his hand to stop him, but Hazu pointed at him. Sachin, go ahead. Spill it. Sachin rubbed his neck awkwardly and began. Adella might get it, but I do not have the skills to join such a big tournament. Even the third-year students are participating. He worriedly held up 3 fingers. I mean, second-year students might manage, but there are 7 classes of third-year students, so dedicating a spot to me is a bit tough. Hazu frowned in agreement and replied, do not worry. It is all good. He smiled oddly, quietly assuring him, no matter what happens, I will make sure you can participate. Sachin recoiled, fear evident on his face. Adella looked at the two. chuckling softly. There are plenty of limitations, but intervention magic will be like a trump card. She thought to herself, if it is a match where this magic can be used, a battle of life and death, defending her magical stone while blasting the opponents with a great north, attacking their base and stealing their flag, a siege battle. Hazu crossed his arms and replied confidently, exactly. In elimination matches and siege battles, that strategy feels almost like cheating. Adella looked momentarily stunned. Whoa, really? Do you have any hidden cards up your sleeve? A knowing smile crept onto his lips as he answered with a self-assured tone. Of course I do. In the stillness of the night, under the bright moonlight, every room in the academy was lit up like a beacon. Hazu stood in his room, moonlight pouring in through the window, wearing his magical robe and flipping through a book he had just finished. He reached out, channeling magic into the page he had just found. Let us, shall we? In an instant, Hazu vanished from the room, leaving only a few rose petals swirling in the breeze. Mimir was lounging on the couch, absorbed in her book, and when she saw him, she exclaimed, the hair, you are late. I did not think you would take this long. Mimir lifted her face, teasingly pointed at him. Don't tell me you did not rank first. Hazu immediately responded with confidence. Of course I did. My score from the match against the Emerald Turtle is what sealed the deal. He placed his hands on his hips, grinning at her. Remember, I have to secure that gold medal in the competition. She replied. I remember. That is for the Olympics. Right? Hazu raised an eyebrow. Exactly. I mentioned it to my friends, along with the intervention spell. Mimir pointed thoughtfully, then skeptically asked. Really? But did not you say it would be better to master the intervention spell before telling them? You might be jumping the gun. Hazu crossed his arms and said matter-of-factly. I said it at the right time. Mimir jumped up from her seat, shocked. No way. Imagining Hazu skillfully wielding magic made her a bit incredulous. You have mastered the intervention spell. But quickly, her expression shifted to excitement. Here, you are amazing. Seizing the moment, he turned to her. Hazu reached forward, proposing, could you find me a few books on the field of destruction? He clenched his fists, eyes resolute. It is time to step into that realm of advanced level 3 destruction magic. The phone rang, a call coming in from Blue Tower Lot. Outside, daylight had broken, and Hazu returned to his room, one hand on his hip and the other answering the phone. Yes? Tower Master, the voice on the other end, could not hide its excitement. I watched your evaluation video, and I am really impressed. I can't believe you defeated the Emerald Turtle all on your own. Hazu chuckled modestly. It was just a fluke. On Kanjin's side, hearing Hazu's humility, he reminded him. Think about it. You fought on par with Adella, who has reached level 4. How did you break through the turtle's shell? Kanjin burst into hearty laughter. Right? And I also saw Adella's moonlight spell go off course. Hazu looked helplessly at the person on the phone, who wore a proud expression. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion field, but it turns out it was not. You can only force a smile. Awkwardly replying, Tower Master, I am really sorry, but I can't share the details of my magic. Kanjin burst into laughter. I got a bit too excited there. My bad. You do not have to answer that. A wizard has the right to keep their secrets. And hearing this, Hazu's expression subtly shifts. Kanjin returns to a serious demeanor, gently stating, But Hazu, your magic is truly impressive. I will look into it myself. As he waits for the research lab door to open, he suddenly remembers something. By the way, I reached out to you about the elemental magic item you requested earlier. Hazu falls silent for a moment, wondering if it is good news or bad. On the other side, Kanjin's voice remains steady. Of course. The door is slowly opening, and inside, the elemental magic items are neatly organized in a spacious area. He speaks proudly. It is good news. Everything is ready right now. So let us get serious. Seeing the scene on the other side, Hazu is taken aback and quickly asks Han. Really? Is everyone working too hard? They can take their time. Kanjin winks and chuckles reassuringly. Not all. Everyone here is a dedicated craftsman who can't resist a new mana stone. He silently thinks to himself, just as I expected, they must be pushing themselves to the limit. He gestures to the phone screen, and you do not need to worry about creating the item. Hazu's voice echoes. Thank you. I am really looking forward to this. Kanjin seems satisfied. Ready to hang up? All right. Until next time. When suddenly he speaks up to stop him. Wait a minute. He hurriedly shares his intention. I have a request. Kanjin glances, recalling Smith's sly grin, and asks, A request? Is it about compensation for that incident with Old Man Smith? Hazu replies seriously. That depends on how the Tower Master sees it. Hearing this, Kanjin's interest peaks as he moves deeper inside. Is that so? How intriguing. I wonder what proposal you will bring this time. Tell me. He looks straight into the phone, his serious demeanor presenting the proposal. For this year's Olympic exam, I need craftsmen from the Green Tower to be sent as engineers for the national team. Mimir gasps in shock. Wait, you are going to compete against a high-level wizard. Hazu, flipping through a book in his hands, sighs. That is the Tower Master's condition. He closes his eyes tightly, pondering, am I underestimating this too much? Going back to their conversation after Hazu's proposal, Kanjin evenly asks, you want our craftsmen to become official engineers for the Olympics? Hazu firmly replies, yes. He bursts out laughing, but it is filled with disappointment. I have to decline. Hazu raises an eyebrow, helplessly listening to the peals of laughter coming from the phone. Indeed, this is not an easy request to accept. Kanjin regains his calm demeanor, a smirk creeping up. I want to say yes, but if you, Hazu, win in the match against a mid-tier wizard, it ended in a 1-1 draw, so let us continue. Hazu surprisingly wins and immediately agrees to the request. Sure, his voice booms from the other side. You know there are 2 mid-tier wizards among the students participating in this year's tournament, right? Not that I am doubting your abilities, Hazu, but Kanjin's eyes sharpen as he talks about the stakes. Our Craftsmen's Guild needs a massive sum of money, so taking on such a huge commitment just for the sake of honor seems a bit tough. You stand there, arms crossed, listening to Kanjin. Show us solid proof that you can win a gold medal at the tournament. Mimir folds his arms, gazing at the person in front of him. So do you have a plan? No matter how you think about it, as the current heir, defeating a mid-tier wizard is impossible. Hazu closes the book in his hand and looks over. So now I have a grace period of about 10 days. Mimir points with a puzzled expression. Are you planning to master a countermeasure and settle the match within that time? You reply, well, if there is a countermeasure, it might just be double. She leans on her hips teasingly. But mastering it all in just 10 days is not easy. You know, but do you really need to go this far just to get the Green Tower Wizard to send an engineer? Hazu calmly searches through the stack of books on the floor and replies, of course. Otherwise, it would not make any sense. Hazu smiles lightly, glancing over, the only person in the country who can adjust and customize the artifacts approved by the tournament. He carries the entire stack of books. You know, from the Green Tower. Mimir stops and looks up. That place is really something, Hazu explains lightly. 10%. Artifacts crafted by regular artisans and those made by skilled craftsmen have at least a 10% performance gap. Moreover, the only ones currently able to adjust elemental magical artifacts are people from the Green Tower. Mimir points with a smile, his eyes sparkling with interest. So the performance difference in artifacts determines the winning odds in the tournament. If that is the case, we really need their support. Hazu moves toward the other stack of books on the ground. Searching. They definitely need to join in. This book, and this one too. Mimir rushes over to lift up the hem of your shirt, asking, so when are we heading to the 3rd trial page? Shouldn't we hurry? You stand up with a pile of books in hand. Responding, I plan to read all the books you prepared for me before we go. She leans on her hips, chuckling lightly. Really? That is ambitious. Mimir closes his eyes as if resigned. All right. When you enter the 3rd training room, send my regards and let them know that I am doing fine. Hazu wonders, looking at Mimir's retreating figure. Regards? Do you know anyone there? Mimir does not turn around, leaving only 2 words as he takes his plush rabbit and walks away. It is a secret. You hold the plush bunny in your hand, chuckling softly. I knew it would not be straightforward. Night has fallen over the city, with the high-rise buildings sparkling with lights. On the silk stage, adorned with the Madamada emblem, the voice of Mi Vangvong rings out today, addressing all the esteemed guests at the Madamada anniversary celebration. Enjoy this incredible event. Everyone, in the banquet hall. Guests clink their glasses in a toast. A voice filled with admiration declares, indeed, the chairman is something else. The young man speaks with reverence. At this point, it is safe to say that the chairman is practically destined to become the next head of the Madamada family. Jihan chuckles modestly, responding, you are too kind. Really? I am just lucky. He puts on a respectful demeanor, adding, everything I have now is thanks to you all. The surrounding guests raise their glasses in celebration. The future of Madamada looks absolutely brilliant. Suddenly, a harsh voice cuts through the air, leaving the young man who praised stunned. Of course. especially since the young heir is busy building his reputation. Jihan's expression turns cold, his gaze filled with intense energy. The guy raises his voice. Did everyone see that? Who would have thought he could take down a turtle like that all on his own? Once a genius, always a genius, right? Jihan tightens his grip on the glass in his hand. Did you all witness him fighting Adella, who has reached the 4th level, facing the mystical arts of the Moon Clan and holding his own? That is truly impressive. The guy continues. After seeing that, who would dare say he is not a match for anyone? If his face were hidden, everyone would think it was a real battle between seasoned pros. The crowd starts whispering amongst themselves. They are getting intrigued by a guy named Hazu. I can't wait to see him compete at the Olympics. Jihan seems to be forgotten, left silently listening to a name that keeps getting repeated. The head of the family is also very pleased with Hazu's performance. Hazu, it is all about Hazu. His expression darkens, eyes blazing with intensity. It seems like the position of heir might be snatched away by his younger brother. The new heir is screaming inside. It is too loud. Jihan recalls moments from the past. That guy everyone talks as if they own the place. And he hates it. Hazu's cheerful smile as he wields magic. The thing I detest the most is you. Hey Hazu. Thought I would knock you out for good. But here you are again. Suddenly, someone glances around and asks, where did the chairman go? When did he disappear? No one knows. All that is left is a shattered glass on the floor. He strides quickly toward the grand door. Jihan, frustrated, loosens his tail, thinking, this is not good, not at all. He stands on the rooftop, wind whipping around him, silently seething. That damn guy. But then Jihan covers his mouth, his gaze drops, a strange smile creeping on his lips. It is time to die. In the spacious room, Hazu sits in the center, engrossed in his book, surrounded by towering stacks of books. He slowly turns the pages, completely focused. The atmosphere in the room is so quiet, only the rustling of the pages can be heard. After a while, Hazu slams the book shut and exclaims, done. Mimi, sitting on the floor sketching something, turns to ask, have you finished reading? He quickly responds, yes. If this is all, then I think I am done. Mimi stands up, spreading her arms wide in front of the tall stacks of books. So you have read all the books on destruction. Successor, do you understand more about destruction magic now? Hazu replies bluntly, not all. Not even a bit. I clearly do not understand. She sighs softly. Well, at least you have surpassed the level of vague understanding, right? He ponders the meaning of the book in his hands. I can grasp some of the structure. Mimi cheerfully raises her drawing, encouraging Hazu. It is normal not to understand. If you tell someone without wings to flap and fly, they just get it, right? She seriously explained that right now, since you do not meet the conditions, you can't grasp the concept of destruction. Hazu's eyes widened at her beautiful drawing of the moonstone. It looked a bit off, but I got it. When judged, Mimi puffed up her cheeks, showing her displeasure. Talk about a mood. You are serious now? Huh? Touching your chin and thought, those conditions mean I have no choice but to dive into the 3rd challenge. Mimi spread her arms, praising your deduction exactly. All the answers lie within the 3rd page. Hazu stood up, hands on hips, looking at her with confusion. But wait. The person you asked me to say hi to, are they the one teaching about destruction? Mimi crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. She casually dodged the question. So if you are curious, why not go see for yourself? You have read all the books, right? You were a serious expression, probing. So tell me, are there some restrictions preventing you from discussing the 3rd challenge? Mimi smirked. It is not a restriction. She closed her eyes, recalling her friend. The promise we made, a secret vow between us. From the book, a cascade of cute, pink items began to emerge, charming and lively. Hazu approached the table, completely puzzled. What could she have promised that made her unable to say a word about the 3rd challenge? You reached for a book on the table. There is the reason behind that. The book you infused with magic slowly opened, releasing a powerful burst of light. Pages filled with strange symbols began sprouting tiny branches. Right there in the 3rd challenge. They grew rapidly and large, stretching out toward Hazu. Hazu gasped as the branches tightly wrapped around her body. Just wait, and you will understand. You shut your eyes tight, feeling the space around you shift. Hazu opened her eyes wide in shock, taking in the bizarre scenery before her. This place was unlike anything. You looked around in disbelief. Standing in the midst of a vast forest surrounded by sprawling treetops, a true wilderness. You gazed up, bewildered. And this was not just any forest, it was filled with immensely tall trees. Where on earth am I? Hazu crossed her arms, covering her mouth in disbelief. She thought she would stumble into a bizarre realm like last time, but there were no guides. and she could not hear her master's voice. Impossible. Hazu stood alone amid the enchanting, lush forest. You resolutely stepped deeper into the woods. Could this entire forest be the challenge? Hazu stood on the edge of a cliff, gazing down at the expansive canopy below. With the bright blue sky and dazzling sunlight above, in a forest this vast, you clenched your fists and turned to march forward. This was absurd. Your master's magic truly defied imagination. Hazu stared into the misty woods ahead. No matter how far she ventured, there seemed to be no end in sight. Before long, she found herself deep in the forest, coming upon a small river. What kind of test is this? Anyway, suddenly, she felt the ground shake violently around her. Hazu anxiously wondered, is this an earthquake? Wait. Hazu stood frozen, staring as a massive shadow loomed behind him. Something was watching him slowly. He snapped out of it and turned to face what was in front of him, an enormous monster fixated on him. It swayed its tail and gradually moved closer to the tiny human before. Hazu's eyes widened in disbelief. This was absolutely insane. He squinted at it as it approached, letting out a thunderous roar. How could it get so close without him sensing a thing? Panicking, Hazu stumbled back, losing his footing and plunging into the icy water below. He emerged, drenched and speechless. Staring at the monstrous creature before him, his eyes scanned the intricate features of the beast. Youthful eyes and reptilian traits. Then there were the armored scales on its back, tough and hardened like those of a crocodile. Hazu sat on the ground, watching the behemoth inch closer. Its claws and fangs sharp as knives, no doubt about it. This was a disaster-class monster. Ranked unknown, Hazu looked up in disbelief. He thought these creatures were merely legends. Defeating this one would be the ultimate test. He stared into its cold, piercing eyes, feeling the weight of its gaze. His body felt paralyzed. An impossible situation. He could not move. Hazu felt utterly helpless. Even a gentle breath from the monster sent ripples through the mana in the air. This was on a whole different level compared to any monster he would ever encountered. He was nothing but a tasty morsel to it. He furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and wondered if he could escape this nightmare. His hand, submerged in the water, attempted to move, but there was no sign of progress. The monster's gaze was razor sharp, as if it had locked onto an enticing treat. Desperate, Hazu looked up at the towering shadow. There was no way he could outrun a drake, especially when his body would not budge. His heart raced. He could not afford to let his guard down. One charge from that thing, and it would be game over. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. Wait, the drake was not coming closer. It just stood there, staring at Hazu. Why was not it advancing? He swallowed hard, questioning what might be holding it back. Out of nowhere, a gentle voice rang out, catching Hazu off guard, and he immediately snapped to attention. Turning around, a figure approached, gliding effortlessly over the crystal-clear water. Her light green hair danced in the wind, her voice radiating confidence. Even facing a creature beyond his wildest nightmares, he refused to lose hope. His resolve was unyielding. Delicate, elfin ears peeked through her long hair. Even in this dire situation, she remained composed and steadfast. Hazu turned, bewildered, watching the girl walk towards him from behind. He had passed the test, and now he could move. Hazu snapped back to reality, astonished, and blurted out, "Who are you?" She smiled gently, placing her hand over her heart, and gracefully introduced herself. "I'm Lena Greenwood, once known as the Guardian of the Forest, a grand sorceress, and an old friend of hers." Hazu froze for a moment. Could it be? He gazed in awe at the figure gliding behind him. Was she a goddess? Alina turned her head slightly. "Let me handle this." Hazu cautiously raised his eyes to the person in front of him. She spread her arms, revealing the barrier she had set up, not forgetting to offer a compliment. "While you may have trespassed, it is commendable you did not fully invade my territory." Alina lightly waved her hand, sensing no ill intent from him, even though he had disturbed her garden. Her voice was calm and gentle. "I will forgive you this time." She released a powerful surge of mana from her hand. "Now, return quietly to where you belong." Remnants of a fallen clan. The magical energy rustled the leaves, creating a soothing sound. Hazu stood still, watching the scene around him transform. Was the forest resonating with her? He could not help but be amazed, watching Alina blend into the forest, as if it were declaring her the true ruler here. She reached her hand toward the beast. "If you can't understand my words, then return to the bushes." Alina slightly lifted her eyelids, revealing an emotionless gaze. Immediately, the beast let out a howl of agony, as if suffering a torment. Hazu gasped in horror. Where did all those wounds come from? He stood dumbfounded at the unbelievable sight before him. There was no sound, just shadows, as if something had sliced into the dragon's body at lightning speed. Hazu's face went pale, wide-eyed as he watched. What just happened? The beast was now covered in various wounds, but quickly, those injuries began to heal. The creature bowed low before Alina, as if showing gratitude. She closed her eyes gently and said, "This is my final warning. Leave." As soon as Alina finished speaking, the beast obediently turned and left. Hazu furrowed his brows, surprised by the series of unexpected events. The wounds healed almost instantly. He looked at Alina in awe. She was a disaster-level entity, and she could handle it like it was nothing. Who was she? Alina cast a brief glance at the person who had remained silent all this time. She turned and asked, "Are you okay?" Hazu quickly replied, "Yes, I am. Thank you." She calmly extended her hand toward him. "You seem a bit surprised," with a gentle smile that radiated an aura of power. She said, "Now, please follow me." Successor. Golden sunlight streamed through the leaves, illuminating the treehouse and creating a picturesque scene. A steaming cup of herbal tea was placed on the table, and Alina softly introduced, "Give it a try. This is a herbal tea that I really enjoy," she said softly. "You will feel calmer after drinking this." Hazu took the cup of tea and sincerely replied, "Thank you." He closed his eyes and slowly took a small sip. Suddenly, Hazu opened his eyes wide in shock. As if he had just discovered the love of his life, he held the teacup in his hands. Astonished. "What is this? This tea is making me feel so clear-headed right away." Alina laughed joyfully, watching Hazu enjoy the tea. Eyeing the empty cup sitting on the table, Alina spoke up. "How does it taste?" She tilted her head slightly. "Does it suit your taste?" Hazu hugged himself, feeling refreshed and impressed. "Yes, this is the best tea I have ever had." Alina beamed with joy, asking Han, "I am so glad you like it. Do you feel calmer now?" He hesitated a bit. "I am sorry for being a bit rude." She smiled gently. "There is nothing to be ashamed of," Alina reassured him softly. "The fact that you did not go up against a dragon is already impressive." Hazu stroked his chin, deep in thought. "So it really is a dragon. I can't escape it. Can I?" She explained calmly. "Even though it is the strongest creature in this forest, it would not dare approach my territory." Alina raised her chin and smiled softly. "But maybe just now it was tempted." He tilted his head in confusion. "Tempted by what?" She pointed towards him and replied, "The pure, dense mana in your body is like a delicious treat for that dragon." Alina sighed, resting her chin in her hand. In its eye, "You look like an irresistible snack. Hunger and desire outweigh its fear of me." Noticing Hazu's silence, she asked again, "Do you have any more questions? You seriously voiced your doubts. Is this really inside the Yadrib book?" Hazu could not help but marvel. This place felt so real, not at all like being in a book. It took him 15 minutes to walk from the dragon's lair to Alina's house. The forest was just enormous. The scale was completely different from those trial pages before. But that question still echoed in his mind. Where exactly was this place? Alina looked at him seriously and whispered, "This place," she gently explained. "It spans from page 214 to page 232 in the Yadrib book, the third trial." Hazu's eyes widened in astonishment. "So that means..." He could not contain his surprise and jumped up from his seat. "So that dragon was just an illusion created by magic." Alina tilted her head, thinking, "Who knows? It is not real, but it is not fake either." Hazu stared blankly. "What do you mean by that?" Alina replied. "This space was created by recreating things from the past. The world inside Yadrib reflects the greenwood forest that once existed." Alina gestured, her expression calm. "You can think of it as a replica of the original world. So it is neither real nor fake." Hazu furrowed his brow. They built this world based on things from the past. He still found it hard to accept and placed it back in the book. "Right? But how is that even possible?" She just smiled softly. "I do not know either. The only one who understands and can do this is Zay and his successor. That successor is you. Once you reach Zay's level, you will understand how it works." Hazu asked, "So what is the reason you created this space?" Alina was ready to respond. "It is because I want to teach you a special kind of magic." Hearing this, Hazu started to get anxious. "What kind of magic?" Alina did not rush to explain right away. She just gave a brief answer. Just know it is pretty heavy." Hazu noticed the change in her expression and felt a bit uneasy. Alina began to clarify. "It is the secret realm of a third-level magic master. According to the Bitener way, a crucial type of magic to comprehend destruction. Eyes that see through the essence of magic." At this moment, her eyes sparkled brilliantly, as if they could see through everything. Golden eyes. Hazu stood frozen for a few seconds. "That is Bitener-style vision." "Silver eyes." Alina gently pointed to her divine eyes. "That is right. But my silver eyes are not perfect yet. The only ones who can fully control silver eyes are Zay and you, the successor." Seeing Hazu still dazed, she enlightened him. "I was entrusted by Zay to awaken that magic." In the family estate, a vehicle carrying an hike slowly rolled forward. He sat inside, while the driver, Ian, reported, "Sir, I am ready to give an update on the matter you mentioned earlier." Brother Lich Heap, I will fill you in on the situation with the young Master Jin Hyuk and Miss Miri. Driver Hyan seriously addressed the dynamics between the family's children, focusing on Jin Hyuk and Miri, seemingly indifferent to young Master Hazu. He dove straight into the core issue of the older sister. And surprisingly, Missa did not seem too interested either. Ayan glanced at In Hyuk, sensing that the Sir's orders had made a significant impact. Indeed, Missa had softened a bit, but I doubt she would just abandon Hazu. She is probably just being cautious. Knowing your shadows are watching him closely, his expression darkened. And what about Jihan? Of course. The Hollywood charm of this young master did not escape Hyan's notice. Jihan also seemed a bit wary, but that is as far as it goes. Even at the party earlier, there were no signs of anything suspicious. In Hyuk listened, half believing, half doubting. Really? His tone softened. It seemed they had both learned to separate personal feelings from the greater good. Still, In Hyuk remained on guard. After all, do not let your guard down until the protection period is over. Keep a close watch. The scarred driver Hyan did not dare slack off. Understood. And, with a serious tone, he added, there is top secret information, so I will mute the audio. In Hyuk agreed to the proposal. All right. Ayan's face was as cold as a brick wall. This is a report on whether anyone in the family is colluding with the Black Tower. He began presenting his report. First off, among the elders dissatisfied with young Master Hazu's return, along with high-ranking officials from each branch, we investigated a total of 32 individuals. Just hearing this made In Hyuk's expression tense as a drawn bowstring. Ayan continued. As for the Black Tower, they are clean. He began to ponder. That means if they are not tied to the Black Tower, they might not be innocent either. He then showed In Hyuk the individuals placed on the suspect list. Exactly. Out of the 32, 5 are extremely suspicious. If things get noisy, the spirit ball might catch a whiff of it. He scrutinized these people for a moment, then hesitated. Finally, frowning, he declared, I will handle them personally. Returning to where Alina and Hazu were practicing magic, her voice gentle, she said, from now on, both of you are in position. Ready? We will begin the training process to master the Holy Eye. You are a bit nervous, but you still stand firm. Yes? Please do what you think is best. Alina gazes fondly at Hazu. Just as expected from a true hare, you are just like him in this regard. Then, she covers his eyes and whispers into his hand. Now, close your eyes. Hazu feels a bit confused. Like this. Alina says gently, yes, that is right. From now on, I will transfer my mana into you. My here, she begins to channel her magic into Hazu's body, slowly, steadily, and I will explain about the Holy Eyes. Alina explains everything in detail as she works. Normally, information about the Holy Eyes can only be accessed after reaching the 4th circle. You can find it in another book. Hazu is stunned. The 4th circle. He starts connecting the dots to the spell books that helped him. Even after reading the destruction books in Red's and Mimir's archives, there was no mention of the Holy Eyes at all. That means unless you reach the 4th circle, you won't see any information about the Holy Eyes. Right? Hazu presses. Perhaps the other book Miss Alina mentioned is... Do you mean Mimir's archives? Alina looks surprised. Oh wow, you know about Mimir's archives. Hazu seizes the moment and starts to feel overly confident. Of course. I even have a message from Mimir. Alina recalls Mimir's words. If she reaches the 3rd challenge page, he asked her to send his regards. He is doing well. Surely that is a private promise between the two of them. But this conversation has distracted her, making Hazu remind her. Miss Alina, you seem a bit flustered. You should apologize. I feel like I said something off. For a moment, Miss Alina's magic wavers. Did I say something I should not have? After a while, she finally completes the mana transfer into Hazu. At this point, Alina breathes a sigh of relief. So you have met Mimir. That is wonderful. But then she smoothly pivots back to the main topic. We will talk about Mimir at a more convenient time. Now, let us get back to the topic of the Holy Eyes. Alina politely explains that the reason the Holy Eyes are revealed at the 4th circle is actually not that significant. That is also why I am at the 3rd challenge page of Idret's archives. Even Hazu can hardly believe what he is hearing. Miss Alina, her voice begins to grow somber. Yes, because Jay left me here. He entrusted me with the task of explaining everything. She recounts helplessly. Of course. There is also the issue of how much information can be recorded in the book. Seriously. He really knows how to make others work to exhaustion. Just sitting and listening is already overwhelming. With so much information to take in, Mimir had said something similar. And Hazu began to analyze like Detective Conan, just adding the challenge pages and magic formulas to confirm the here required an enormous amount of mana. It exceeded the capacity of an ordinary magic book. So Idret's records only contained essential information. The rest was compiled into a separate tome, Mimir's text. Her gaze became somber as she mentioned the story between her and Zay. Then she continued channeling mana into him to complete the mastery of the Holy Eye. Alina encouraged Hazu. Now everything was ready, open your eyes. Here. And he was left speechless by the similarity between their two streams of mana. Miss Elena's mana synced perfectly with his endless circle. He could not even tell which mana belonged to him, and which was hers. That strangely bright gaze made Hazu break out in a cold sweat. Miss Elena. Is something up? Does it feel like something's off? She gently replied. Yes, it is a bit strange. Is not. I have sealed the optic nerves with mana. And Hazu was stunned. His mind racing. Did she just seal my optic nerves? She calmly reassured him. It is too early to be surprised. The Holy Eye is the sixth sense, completely separate from the 5 usual senses. Alina advised him to save that sixth sense training. The other senses were just unnecessary distractions. She placed a hand on Hazu's shoulder, causing his entire body to shiver, as his sense of touch, smell, and taste gradually faded away, and finally, even his hearing began to disappear. Hazu was not used to the bizarre power that the Holy Eye brought. Yeah, I have started. I can't feel anything anymore. Suddenly, he collapsed on the floor while Elena stood there coolly, unfazed. Here, now I invite you to step into the world of death. He lay there sprawled on the floor, motionless, starting to ponder. A world where the 5 senses had vanished without sight. There is nothing to see. Without hearing, there is nothing to listen to. Hazu was overwhelmed, imagining himself losing all 5 senses. Without touch, he could not even tell if he was standing or sitting. He was overthinking it. With the loss of smell and taste, his body became numb to any external stimuli. Am I alive or dead? The more he exaggerated his thoughts, the more fear began to creep in. Hazu recalled the moment of using magic to control darkness to fight Seiyu. He was terrified. Horrified. This was nothing like just being blinded by darkness. It felt like drowning in a lonely wave, where he could not perceive anything in the endless night. This very thought sent chills down his spine. That is right. This is hell. Suddenly, Hazu clenched his trembling arm, but he sighed. This is just training. Then he recalled her earlier words. Alina had said that the mind's eye, the ability to see mana, is the 6th sense, unrelated to the 5 senses. At that moment, Hazu's mind began to recover to its original state, and he sprang up from the terrifying nightmare. Next, he closed his eyes to check his mind's eye, meaning he could still see mana even in this darkness. Look into the mana. Hazu forced his mind and body, focusing. The house they were in suddenly lit up with spiritual energy. Alina stared at him in shock. How did you do that? She could not take her eyes off Hazu as he concentrated on checking his mind's eye. Clearly, a seasoned person like Alina understood how others would feel hopeless if they lost all 5 senses. No one can stay calm after having all their senses sealed. After 1 minute, they would start to lose it. After 2 minutes, they would think about death. After 3 minutes, they would take their own lives. This is the fate of those trapped by the sensory sealing technique. She began to feel a pang of guilt for what she had just unleashed. No one understood better than she did the terrifying power of this magic. I was planning to let him sample, just a bit before breaking it down right away. Alina also reminisced about her own starting point. Moreover, the way I acquired this magic was a gradual process, step by step, getting used to it slowly. The hairs had been sealed off from all 5 senses for over 3 minutes now. She was stunned to see Hazu lying motionless on the floor, and yet, he seemed completely normal. Alina calmly analyzed the situation. On the contrary, this forest is resonating with his mana. If that is the case, I think we can proceed as planned. The streams of spirit energy surrounding that house were becoming increasingly vibrant. Ever since that moment, he still had not stopped being amazed. It was truly astonishing. After that, Alina used her magic to check Hazu's physical condition. Their breaths were very steady. The magic circle stabilized. In perfect condition, the fact that nothing unusual was happening to his body only made her feel more uneasy. This was the hair chosen by the Edredge Library. Ray had known this all along. Alina started to worry about Hazu's abilities, wondering if they could withstand the sensory sealing spell. He suddenly called out, Alina, can you hear me? That alone made her heart skip a beat. Hazu's eyes widened. Can you lift the sensory seal? Alina was startled, and in a panic, she quickly began to undo it. All right, let me handle this. He immediately returned to normal. He sat up and exhaled, finally able to breathe again. Seeing Hazu move, she rushed over, putting on a concerned expression. Are you okay? If you move suddenly like that, Alina, still reeling from this miraculous power, asked in detail how he managed to get through the sensory seal. It must have been an unimaginably terrifying experience. Hazu began to quiet down as he recounted that nightmare. A world where all 5 senses were sealed away. Just thinking back on it was horrifying. He closed his eyes tight as he described how he had to reassure himself, constantly reminding himself that this was just a safe training exercise. He had desperately brainwashed himself. Hazu confided. Brainwashing himself, I suppressed my fear and focused solely on seeing the mana. Alina was taken aback. That is it. That is not something you can just overcome with self-brainwashing. He still admitted, true, you are not wrong. In fact, I almost gave up halfway through. That nightmare left Hazu more haunted than ever, even though he knew it was just training. But if the body does not accept it, it won't obey the mind. Just a fleeting moment. But my shadow felt like it stretched into eternity. A hell named loneliness. Even so, you still found the strength to break free from those obsessions. Feeling despair and death as my focus threatened to crumble, suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Hazu, you got this. Still, this is way better than a year ago. You reminisce about your battlefield version from a year ago. The moment you realized you were not cut out for a magic. Hazu recalls the day he was turned away from the path of becoming a wizard, mercilessly cast out by his family and even his father. That is why this current despair feels like nothing. Back then, I was already living in hell. Even so, compared to losing everything and drowning in despair, is not this still better than a year ago? The light from the outside world illuminated the forest. While Alina pondered the earlier moment, sealing her senses. Better, you resolutely reply. Yeah? Hazu affirms. Sealing my senses is just a challenge to push me forward. Your determination leaves her speechless. You had to. Now Hazu feels a wave of relief. It is all good now. Gently touching his own being, he joyfully lets out a cheer. After all, it is all in the past now. From now on, I am grateful to have found my own special path. Seeing Hazu so innocent like this brought tears to Alina's eyes. This scene reminded her of her friend, Ray. She unintentionally choked up with tears. He turned back, smiling brightly. And Alina? Thank you. Alina was taken aback. Huh? Hazu explained. In the darkness where all senses were sealed, I saw your mana. He sincerely felt grateful. Your mana is incredibly gentle, so much so that it brings me peace. Hazu felt puzzled. Is it because I have been influenced by you? Alina pondered his compliment. Gentle? These words made Alina reminisce about her dear friend. That nostalgia made her even more emotional. I never expected to hear those words again. Ray. The light bids farewell to make way for the mysterious night to reign in the shimmering little house where Alina and Hazu were training for the upcoming Grand Wizard battle. Their break time had arrived. He just held a teacup, sharing his thoughts. I have always found my way back to this book. Mimir? She felt relieved to hear that her acquaintance was safe. Knowing that Mimir is doing well brings me joy. Alina's sincerity radiated through her gentle demeanor. Thank you. It is thanks to you that I got this good news. But Hazu, full of self-importance, brushed off the spotlight this time. It is nothing. I am just the messenger here. Mimir was also at ease when he received your good news from you. Alina decided to steer the conversation. If you have met Mimir, you must have heard stories about me from the Greenwood Forest. But Hazu had no clue about this strange forest at all. Nope. Not all. She said she had to keep her promise and would not tell me anything. Hearing this made Alina feel regretful. Blaming herself. Turns out Mimir still remembers that promise. But I can keep it anymore. You sat across from her, looking completely clueless. Miss Alina, you look so lost. It is almost comical. Sorry about that. I did not mean to bring the mood down. Hazu quickly jumped in to reassure her. It is all good. Alina saw her chance to ask something. Speaking of which, she smiled slightly, leaving Hazu momentarily speechless. You mentioned a promise. It seems Mimir really likes you. The signature sad look in her eyes helped Alina nail this role. Did I say something wrong? Hazu felt the intensity of her gaze. He just scratched his head and changed the subject. Our relationship is not bad. Actually, what exactly is that promise? She skillfully dodged the question, not wanting to spill the beans. You seem pretty invested in it. Huh, sorry. But that is a secret. Alina kept tight-lipped because it was something only we knew. I can tell you in 2 seconds. That is for sure. Hazu was determined to dig for more information. If that is the case, you can say it with total certainty. Since Mimir promised you, he must have been a real person in the past, just like you. Hearing this question left Alina a bit flustered. She steered clear of the topic. Haven't you told him yet? So it really is Mimir. I did not think I could answer this. I can reveal Mimir's secret. Finally, Hazu gave up on pressing her further. If you can tell me, that is okay too. If it is a vow, it definitely can be broken. Alina felt grateful for this understanding. Thanks, Rookie, for understanding us. As darkness draws near, only the full moon's light remains. Hazu has complete faith in Alina. I am heading out first. From now on, I am counting on you. You can count on me. I will practice until I master the Sacred Eye completely. But it is clear you still have plenty of questions left unanswered. Can I ask one more question before I go? Alina looks at you with a warm gaze. Sure thing. Hazu narrows his eyes and asks, what is the deal between you and Mimir? She answers without a moment's hesitation. We are friends. Then she shares the mission that brought the three of them together, along with the protective magic of Bidner. Just like the constellations, even when we are far apart, there is always a connection between her and me. At the same time, Mimir's pulls Hazu inside. You laugh out loud, saying you are heading home now. The girl on the floor is taken aback. What? That was fast. Hazu complains. I have to head back early since I am going to the chief tomorrow. Mimir asks. Are you even training properly? You puff out your chest confidently. Of course. Suddenly, Hazu's eyes light up with the sacred eye. Now, all that is in your sight is Mimir and the swirling mana around her. Looking at the mana floating around her, I guess she has been training hard too. Mimir looks confused by what you said. Huh? Hazu sits, cradling her face. I am just kidding. It seems like you are still a bit unstable, but I am definitely training the right way. Mimir feels something soft, strange. After training, you should not be this energetic. Just a light touch on the cheek, and Hazu can already feel Mimir's mana. Whoa, her mana feels both gentle and steady. Upon hearing this, Mimir's face lights up with joy. Really? Actually, I am quite cold-hearted. You know, a moment later, the two of them sit down at the banquet table, chatting like old friends. She worries about the health of the person across from her. You have been through the male sensory sealing training, and you are still okay. Hazu remains calm. I am Mimir teases you just for fun. Alina playfully scolds you because she is too soft-hearted. Suddenly, she points a finger at your face. Or is it because of the forest magic? Hazu, hearing this for the first time, pauses to ask again. Forest magic. What is that? Mimir is shocked by such a silly question. Haven't you gone through the injury cycle therapy yet? Hazu casually replies, what injury are you talking about? She could not believe her ears. Something felt really off. Then suddenly, she bursts out. You have been training in dark magic, and you are not even traumatized. You are definitely hiding some tricks. Are not you? Mimir's barrage of questions made the other person sigh in defeat. What method did you use? Spill it. And Hazu immediately recounts everything, sharing what he told Alina about the events from a year ago. After hearing it all, Mimir was left speechless. Jaws dropped. What? Is that really what happened? Those bastards. If it were me, I would have. Hazu still has not finished, so until a year ago, I was completely lost. Plus, you shared how tough your life was in the magical realm. Everyone had high hopes for me, so the backlash was intense. And then, I was living in the shadows of despair. But now, I see it as magical training that has only made my powers stronger. Even if my senses are sealed, it is not a huge deal. Mimir finally gets it. The reason I can still sense the dark energy in you is that you are already used to it. Right? Then she shows empathy. So that is how it is. Hazu feels a bit confused. I thought Mimir would brush it off, but nothing of the sort happened. But her serious expression, you remember what Alina whispered to me earlier, so that I can understand you, and you can understand me. Just thinking about her for a few seconds made Hazu start rambling in front of Mimir. Is it hard? Miss Alina. Nah, just a little bit. Seeing him babble made her raise an eyebrow. This guy's gone nuts. And then quickly steers the conversation elsewhere. Anyway, you said the training went smoothly. Think you can keep up? Hazu confidently asserts. Of course. I can do it. He is fired up, unable to believe how those years of despair have shaped him. They made me realize how lucky I am to be a magician. There is no time to waste. As a successor to the legend, I can just stand still. Not long after, Hazu returned to the Obelix Academy dormitory. He carefully placed 2 spell books on the table, then laid back on his bed, reflecting on their earlier conversation. According to Miss Alina, he vividly remembers her mystical eye, the holy eye, a demonic eye that would grow with infinite spells. Hazu ponders, running his hand over his face. And at spell level 3, he will be able to see through the essence of magic. Once I am fully fluent, I will be able to see mana whenever I want. You immediately cast magic right in your own room, meaning you have got to get comfy with that holy eye. But Hazu is still hesitating, thinking, I can do this, right? Before checking his phone for the news. Alright. Today we have got news from the Master of the Green Magic Tower. The Tower Master sent you a dossier about Hangok. Hazu, the level 5 mage you are about to face has been assigned. I have attached their profile, and I can't wait to see an epic showdown. You think to yourself, so it is settled. My opponent is a level 5 mage. Hazu carefully studies the face of the senior about to battle him. He is stunned. This is the magic training arena at home, and Su-chan has been practicing all day. So are they even human? Adella decisively unleashes her terrifying spells. Her attacks are aimed straight at Hazu, who stands there like a deer in headlights. But he is not about to go down easy. He quickly casts a barrier against Adella's attack, and she wonders. So in the Tower Master's message, they even included strategic guidance. Hazu seizes the opportunity while his opponent is distracted and launches a few spell rounds. But luckily Adella manages to block them just in time. He emphasizes once again, I told you, that is not just a profile. It is a strategic guide. While saying that, Hazu keeps throwing spells, forcing her to dodge continuously. If that is the case, this strategic data, Adella looks up to see one of his magical birds getting ready to attack her. Could it be she shuts her eyes, bracing for impact? But instead, the bird circles around the training room. This leaves her frozen for a few seconds. The bird flies behind Hazu, and he calls out, I wanted to talk about this. I do not even understand their intentions. Hazu reaches out, wanting to help her. Adella. What do you think? She politely asks. Can I see that profile? He does not hesitate. Sure thing. Moments later, Adella looks at her phone with a puzzled expression. This is real. This feels more like a strategic guide than a profile. Hazu nods. Right? Suchen came running over to eavesdrop. I want to see too. Analyzing the strategic guide will make you gasp. The data's flawless. Adella ponders Kangen's motives rather than focusing on analysis. Maybe you should concentrate on upgrading your skills. Perhaps this is the Green Tower Master's way of showing concern. Hazu hears this and thinks, that must be it. But I am at a disadvantage. So they are showing me a little kindness. Suchen chimes in. Hey, it is still a good thing. Right? We barely have time to practice. And you are halfway in, but Hazu brushes off the roundabout talk. Let us just practice instead of speculating. All right. Break time's over. Adella agrees. Oh yeah? You are complaining that break time is over. I have not even caught my breath yet. Can we take 5 more minutes? Hazu gradually putting pressure on like a dad schooling his kid. You gotta focus on this to build your stamina. All right. Suchen, let us hit the pavement for an hour. He silently cursed to himself, feeling fired up. Hazu, you slide? Suddenly there was a loud bang right behind him that made Suchen freeze. He shouted angrily at the two of them. You idiots. We are inside a building. Suchen's face darkened with fear when he saw a huge hole in the training room. Seriously using magic in an indoor training ground. The sky was changing shifts at the Obelisk Academy in the student dorms. Adella had just made it back to her room. Collapsing onto her bed after a long day of grueling magic training, out of breath, Adella thought she should at least change clothes before hitting the sack. Good night. She closed her eyes. Feeling utterly exhausted, those moonlight bullets from Hazu kept haunting her mind. His shots were even faster and stronger than hers. Suddenly, Adella snapped awake. Wait a minute. I must be really frustrated with Hazu. This is so annoying. I have been working hard, not catching up at all. Adella jumped up. She could not just stay like this. She had to push herself harder. That competitive spirit made her even more stubborn. She had come this far with her illusion magic. There was no way she could lose to Hazu's lunar spells. Adella kept berating herself. I can to sleep now. I need a cold shower to wake up. Yes, I need to review today's training. The forest where he often went to train was also shrouded in the deep night. Hazu closed his eyes to reflect after a long day. He never expected that so soon he would not need the sealing magic for his male senses anymore. Alina gently approached him. Lady Alina pointed cheerfully at her divine eyes. Looks like you have fully mastered seeing through mana now. Hazu nodded. Yeah. If I stare too long I still get a headache. But now I can check it out whenever I want. Alina beamed with excitement. Great. Let us practice some new magic. This time, you will use your divine eyes to observe my spell circle. She delved deeper into the analysis. While observing, you will understand the essence of the magic and spot a gap, a weak point to break the spell. Hazu looked a bit confused. A weak point. Alina assured him. Yes, every spell has a weakness. She fixed a serious gaze on him. Use that weak point to seal and erase the spell circle. And then quickly unleash this new spell, which is the destruction spell Pago. Hazu gasped in disbelief. Erasing a spell circle. Alina calmly explained its powerful function. Yes, Pago means to open your divine eyes wide to nullify magic. She fondly encouraged him. Give it a try. You will definitely get it right away. Alina gently pushed the Pago magic circle closer to him. Hazu reached out towards the spell circle. His divine eyes began to glow brightly, leaving him astonished. What the heck? Even though he had an inkling, Hazu felt helpless against the Pago magic circle. The mana radiated both strong and warm, but no matter how hard he looked, he could not find any weak point in the spell. You are determined. I have to find a loophole in this spell. Alina stared intensely, as if trying to hypnotize her opponent. Activate the Eye of Insight. Let us analyze the structure of this spell. Hazu obeys. My lady, yes, Eye of Insight. Right now, he was completely focused, recalling everything he had learned in the world of magic. A perfect formula does not exist. Hazu rummaged through his memories of the Mimir book. The Mimir book contains a passage about countering magic. He began to analyze the psychology behind the spell. With Pago, since no incantation is flawless, loopholes will definitely emerge. Hazu used his intellect to dissect the problem, peering into the very essence of magic, listening to the sound of mana, searching for cracks in the spell. He suddenly froze for what felt like an eternity. And then, Lady Alina began to cast the Pago spell. Hazu deftly manipulated the magic, taking control of the spell. From that moment on, magic was no longer magic. Destruction, breakdown, and nullification. The Grand Tower loomed magnificently against the deep blue sky. The moderator leaned forward, speaking loudly. That is a wrap for today. Concluding the preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympiad, Inhyuk lowered his gaze, pondering for a long time. Stepping out of the meeting, Kanjin called out to him from behind. Inheek, he smiled. I did not expect a member of the mysterious god race to attend this meeting in person. Inheek's face always looked like he was ready to devour someone whole with a gruff voice. He replied, I should have said that first, Tower Master Lan. You are the one who should not have any reason to be here. Kanjin, beaming, calmly said, I am just here as a sponsor. He raised an eyebrow. A sponsor. A smirk crept onto his lips, his gaze suddenly turning serious. Exactly, or more precisely, a potential sponsor. Inheek furrowed his brows, bringing his eyebrows together. It sounds like the Blue Tower is planning to send craftsmen. Kanjin remained unfazed. I am still considering. Like I said, I am just a potential sponsor. He did not even look Kanjin in the eye while speaking. Just the fact that he was even considering this was astonishing. Inheek suddenly turned to question. But, Blue Tower, you probably can demobilize any craftsman right now. Kanjin glanced at him sidelong. Fortunately, everything is going smoothly. We believe this Olympiad is worth the effort. But he finds it hard to understand, could it really be that valuable? He proudly talked about you, saying that the Korean team led by Hazu might just pull off a miracle and bring home the gold. Inheek listened intently, while Hazu and Kangen exchanged sly smiles. I bet you are hoping for that too. Just like he lowered his head, understanding dawning on him, so Hazu made a similar proposal to you. He was just waiting for that, his eyes gleaming with joy. I knew it. You recognized it right away. Inheek adopted that awkward expression again, asking with suspicion, so what exactly did he propose to you? Hearing this, Kanjin's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he recounted how Hazu boasted he claimed he would win the gold medal at this year's Olympiad and asked me to send an engineer. What about you? He was skeptical, saying he would win the gold and requested all possible support until then. Suddenly, the smug face of his son came to mind. He has changed completely from a year ago. He looks super confident now. Kanjin quietly asked, did you accept his proposal without any conditions? Inheek replied calmly, yes. After all, providing support is not too difficult. But are you really considering sending craftsmen just because a kid made a promise? Kanjin chuckled to himself. Sure enough. Like father. Like son. Huh. He confidently laid out the conditions. Yes. If Hazu meets the criteria I set, I will gladly invest. Inheek shot him a sideways glance. What conditions? Kanjin threw down a tough challenge for Hazu. He has to defeat a fifth circle sorcerer in a one-on-one match. Those are the stakes I laid out for him. He was not holding back either, glaring at him sharply. Not me. Right? Kanjin smiled. Are you coming to watch? Inheek replied politely. Can I come? He smiled back eagerly. Of course. You are totally welcome. Transitioning scenes. The lush green forest filled with shimmering magical energy appeared before Hazu. After struggling all day, he lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. I'm exhausted. Alina stood beside him, holding a cup of tea, gently encouraging him. Great job. Here, she walked over to the small table set up in the tranquil green forest, softly speaking, and just like that, the entire training session was over. Hazu stirred. Sitting up. Yeah. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to her. She was the one who truly put in the effort. Miss Alina. I made it here thanks to you. Seeing Hazu's gratitude, Alina looked at him fondly, hoping she had not pushed him too hard, just because it was the final training session. Hazu gently stood up, flashing a bright smile. Thanks to my master's robe, I managed to hold on. She poured him a cup of tea, saying, drink this. It will help chase away your fatigue. Hazu took the cup, feeling a bit formal. I will savor it. Thank you. Alina complimented him. You really know how to handle things. You genuinely hate anything that requires physical effort. She smiled and told Hazu about this grumpy guy. He is the type who solves everything with magic. So whenever there is something that needs strength, he always complains and whines. Holding the teacup, Hazu looked half awake, like a curious old man waiting to eavesdrop. For a master-level mage, I guess that makes sense. Her voice rose as the sunlight streamed down through the ancient trees. The legacy bearer. Thank you for keeping up with me. This marks the end of your training with me. Alina stepped closer, confiding softly to Hazu. Teaching you has been quite an experience for me. It should be a joyful moment. Yet I feel both relieved and a little sad. She lowered her gaze, feeling downcast. Ever since I started waiting for you, the legacy bearer, I knew this day of parting would eventually come. Hazu blinked in astonishment. Wait, what do you mean? Alina raised her arms, creating a powerful aura around her, swirling leaves and a touch of celestial sparkle, making her even more radiant in the morning sun. As my role comes to an end, the chapter of destruction fades away. As the time to leave approached, Alina remained graceful, whispering to him, I will vanish along with this forest. It is a promise I made to you. Hearing this farewell, Hazu could not hide his shock. Staring at her in disbelief for a few seconds, Alina spoke gently like a whispering breeze. Please do not look so sad. Just like this world quietly fades away. It shows that it was created. Now it is time to say goodbye. Legacy Bearer. Upon hearing this, he panicked and exclaimed, Without you, Miss Alina, I would never dare to dream of mastering the destructive skills. Alina placed her hand on her heart, closing her eyes as if saying one last proud word. I am so glad you are the one chosen to inherit this. Someone who can rightly carry on his magic. It is truly heartwarming. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. If there is one regret, it is that I won't be able to witness your growth any longer. Hazu rushed forward, wanting to hold on to Alina. She sadly held his hand, whispering her final words of advice. No matter how many hardships or challenges you face in the future, never give up. Alina's hand faded like smoke. She closed her eyes, choking back tears. And please take good care of Mimir. She feels so lonely and might be a bit of a handful. Hazu's throat tightened bitterly. He clenched his opponent's hand and accepted the offer. Of course, he said. The lifeline that once felt like a gift now turned into a farewell. His voice trembling. This was a permanent goodbye. He felt an unfamiliar pain, an indescribable ache, a sorrow that could not be escaped. Alina looked at him with affectionate eyes, her voice breaking. And finally, congratulations. You are master of the art now. And with that, she vanished into the shimmering air. All that remained was the radiant Idrep book suspended in mid-air. Hazu had teleported back to his room, holding the Idrep book in his hands, telling himself he would open it right away. But the page about destruction was completely blank. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the sound of his sobs. Now, Alina existed only in his memories. Thank you. Alina, Lady Alina. Hazu recalled the recent events as if they were a dream, reminding himself of the days he trained in that forest. I will engrave this in my heart, along with this eternal farewell. The thing that will help me keep moving forward. Kangin stood inside, wearing a mysterious smile, as the showdown between Hazu and the Fifth Circle Wizard was about to begin. Suchun, sitting next to him, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as if he was choking on something, and he was also present in the arena. His face tense as he spoke up. How much do you think his chances of winning are? Suchun, feeling like he would hit a nerve, panicked in response. Why does this loser keep getting on my nerves? Am I getting dragged into this too? He looked down at the arena and thought, it would be great if that Adella was here, but right now, she is down in the arena supporting Hazu. Suchun rushed around like he was being chased. Get over here already. What are you waiting for? Finally, the super handsome Hazu appeared in the arena after days of intense training with Lady Alina. Inu turned to Kangin. Do you think he has a chance of winning? He waved his hand dismissively, wearing a smug grin and a condescending tone as he assessed Hazu. I would say about 10%. The crowd below the arena smiled victoriously. The man sitting above turned to chat with Kangin. My perspective is a bit different. He laughed heartily. Oh really? Then how much do you rate him? Typically, I would say. And he let him reply. At most, 2%. Kangin rolled his eyes and dragged Suchun into their awkward conversation. Tough assessment there. What about you? Suchun, clueless, could only stammer. Huh? Wait. Are you talking about me? The tension in the air was palpable. Exactly. If we put friendship aside and think objectively, what do you think Hazu's chances of winning are? That question made Suchun break into a cold sweat. He glanced down at Hazu, avoiding his gaze. I think... Suchun spoke louder than usual to mask his fear. I still believe the odds are about 50%. The tension indicated that the answer was not satisfying. Leon leaned in closer to ask. Half? That is a pretty generous number. What is the reason behind it? He is not backing down this time, and he answers without a moment's hesitation. The reason? Honestly, I do not have a specific reason either. It is just that if Hazu gives it his all, this might just be a fair match. Every word that Suchun speaks is filled with pride for his friend. He is still growing at an insane speed, but he has not even shown his full power yet. He takes advantage of the openings and asks everything. You mean Hazu has not fought seriously yet? Sua stands on the arena floor, signaling to get ready. All magic barriers have been thoroughly checked. The match will begin right now. Adella hurriedly urges Hazu. Let us... He hesitates. Hang looks down and smiles. She steps into the auditorium with a heavy heart. Suchun sees the person he just called for arrive. The newcomer rushes in, looking like he just stepped out of a shower. I have been saved. Adella. Great job. She is panicking. Is something happening on the old arena? It is just Hazu and Hangjek left. His eyes shine with fierce determination, and the opponent always keeps that victorious smile. The referee raises his hand and shouts loudly. Now then, both of you, take your positions. Tomorrow, Hangjek will boast with pride. He teases his opponent. I never thought I would have to face you one day. The genius of the magical clan stands before me like this. Sua signals, Ready? Hazu steps forward humbly and speaks, "Please go easy on me, senior." He looks at you with those piercing eyes, radiating an intense atmosphere. She raises her hands and shouts loudly, "Let us get started." Hang Jay-Z is putting on a humble act against his opponent. "I already stepped back for you before. The junior. Hazu is not pulling any punches with this guy. Well then, I will gladly accept this kindness." You shout the divine name. A magic circle appears before his face. Next up, Wind Blade. Fireball. Hazu is feeling pretty smug. "Since I let you go first, I will pour all my strength into this opening strike." He gazes up at the sky. "So this is the adaptive magic I have only heard rumors about. How fascinating." Seeing this guy's smug face, he can't help but throw a few warning shots. "Don't you think you are a little too relaxed?" Hanguk replies, acting like he has already won. "Because this is a situation where I can afford to be laid back." Hazu's face darkens, a threat looming. That confidence. He channels his magical energy, launching an attack toward his opponent. Let us see how long that lasts. Fire. Bright streaks of magical energy in two colors, ice and fire, twist and swirl. Rushing toward him, Hanguk stands his ground, unfazed, truly impressive. These spells intertwine perfectly. A blend of ice and fire. They all look like the same type of magic, but some stray slightly along different paths. They look different but blend seamlessly, making them unstoppable. He slowly maneuvers his magic, thinking to himself, if a level 5 spell comes at you like that, it is truly terrifying. Then Hanguk gently forms a few shapes with his hands. He locks eyes with his opponent, half his gaze focused. Hazu's magical streams strike directly at Hanguk. Level 5. Attribute less defensive magic, but he is not the kind to go down easily, quickly creating a powerful barrier to shield himself from that magical beam. Just like that, in an instant, all of his magic dissipates. Hazu, moving swiftly to escape, thinks to himself, even 5th level magic can be easily blocked by enchantments, but the weakness of enchantments is that they completely isolate the caster. Right now, Hanguk can stop himself from getting closer. Realizing this, he shot forward at the speed of light, barely giving Hanguk time to react. Only now is Hanguk starting to get wary. "Seeing me expose such a weakness for you like this, from the very beginning, your plan was to dive right in after I used my enchantment. Huh, how arrogant. Hazu, even knowing that you can change anything, you quickly close in to control the enchantment." Hazu still acts all high and mighty. "You are sure about that, right?" Hazu gently places his hand on Hanguk's enchantment. In just a few seconds, that fragile enchantment could not withstand the pressure from him. Intervention. Hanguk suddenly gets thrown back. Such sitting in the audience, is buzzing with excitement. A ripple on a 5th level enchantment. It keeps spreading around Hanguk, making the ripple widen. Seeing the scene, in his panicking, "No way!" Meanwhile, Inhyuk has kept a cold, icy expression from the start until now. He knows he is going to win, so he is just mocking his opponent even more. "Too late. I anticipated when you would intervene in my magic and set it up to accelerate right after." The intersecting paths of wind and fire unite as one. They crash down on the enchantment like a missile. A fiery storm. Hazu's fairy storm magic successfully shatters the enchantment in seconds. Adella jumps, startled. The enchantment is broken. Suchin is also dizzy, unable to contain his surprise. It is shattered. He smiles smugly, thinking how nice it would be if the senior had let down their guard just a little more. Suddenly, the signature arrogant voice of Hanguk rises amidst Hazu's fiery storm. That is when his magic swirls around, feeling dreamy and relaxed. But never lose your guard. Just as the enchantment breaks, he has already created a new one. Overconfident. That is what the Tower Master taught me. Hazu sidesteps cautiously, conjuring a brand new enchantment the moment the last one shatters. Is this the level of 5th level magic? Hanguk stands behind the layer of enchantment, his piercing gaze fixed on him. He threatens his opponent while conjuring a powerful stream of magic. "All right, Junior, this time I will take the lead." The arena is now surrounded by white smoke and a tense atmosphere. Seeing him about to make a move, Hazu thinks to himself, just as expected, images of that data flooded his mind, completely matching what the Tower Master had sent. Hazu stayed calm, recalling while also thinking about how to respond. After a moment, he looked up at Hang Jieche and guessed that the next move would be his ultimate technique, fire magic and a close combat strike using body enhancement. Just as Hazu finished thinking, he saw Hang Jieche charging at him with a fire sword, ready to attack. He tightened his fist, preparing for a counterattack. He was clearly excited about his magic. Hazu moved cautiously, analyzing every detail to observe him better. He was not targeting any vital spots. Above all, Hang Jieche definitely would not hold back just because he was still a rookie, but he would not go easy on Hazu. If he struck, there would only be one answer, a punch, and that is all there is to it. Hazu anticipated it, quickly lowering his center of gravity to dodge. Unfortunately, Hennick's speed was too swift, and Hazu's arm grazed the edge of the sword. With little time left to think, Hazu decided to go all in. He tightened his fist, channeling all his strength into it, then decisively threw a punch straight at his stomach. Hangye's face twisted in pain, as if he were about to curse. He frowned and quickly stepped back to avoid further attacks. Hang Jai rubbed his stomach, forcing a smile. You reacted well to my speed. Huh, Hazu? Hearing this, honestly replied, I have trained a lot in close combat. He sheathed his fire sword and began summoning flames in his hands. You are right. I observed every move and thought it through. Even though close combat is his specialty, he is still analyzing his opponent's strength and adjusting his stance. He is really not ordinary at all. Just then, Hang Jichi interrupted Hazu's thoughts. The future is truly terrifying. A level 3 mage with close combat skills at this level. He walked slowly, while his hands gradually gathered fire energy. From now on, I will. Hang Jiti immediately unleashed his magic and declared loudly that he would fight seriously. As he finished his sentence, the flames in his hands erupted into a firestorm. At that moment, the ultimate privilege, only mages who reach level 5 possess a wide area destruction spell that only they can execute. And it is a level 3 spell that can't be defended against or dodged. Hang Yuv knew this all too well and taunted Hazu. How do you plan to stop it? Fire rains poured down onto the arena. Hazu, far from being scared, felt a strong determination surge within him. This battle would end with his victory. And with that thought, he began summoning his magic, slowly harmonize them together and feel this kind of power. Once he felt enough, Hazu shouted loudly to summon the water shield to dodge his fiery rain. When his teacher dodged the 5th circle magic attack, Hang Jive was left stunned. A 3rd circle spell like that was impossible. Not just him. Everyone watching this battle could not believe it either. Could be an adaptive type of magic. Adella was hyped. Fire dance and water shield activated and clashed. Such next to him was also overly excited, saying, I can see anything. What is happening? Seeing the power of Hazu so immense, Kangin was baffled. The water shield was definitely a 3rd circle spell, right? But it was functioning like something beyond the 4th circle. Inhake was silent at this sight. The dense fog enveloping the arena made it incredibly hard for Hang Kisi to locate his opponent. Damn it. With a focused mind, he calmly analyzed the situation. But in this mist, even he could not see anything. Where are you planning to strike from? Right now, Hazu was unleashing his Eye of the Storm, opening up with such thick fog. Of course, he knew he could not see anything, but mana would guide him. A thought flashed for just a moment, and Hazu pinpointed the location of his opponent, the pink mana of Hava Kim. There, he thought, and quickly charged into attack, causing Hangipsi to turn around at the sound. He then swiftly swung his arm, intending to catch him. However, what he slashed at was just air, while Hazu unleashed his lightning magic from behind. Realizing Hazu was right behind him, Hangjave started to panic. When did he get so close? Raise the shield. Absolutely raise it. No. The shield had already been broken once. That is too risky. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Then, Hangge executed a new technique, and Hazu quickly recognized it was the pink mana. He was gathering every system to create a strong barrier. Then, he slammed his hand down onto the ground, channeling all his power into the earth shield. Seeing this, Hazu immediately thought of a plan to stop him before he could raise the wall. Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the earth shield before it could even form. Hangdrex, standing right there, was also somewhat affected by this surge of lightning energy. Without a moment to rest, Hazu executed his next move. He conjured fire magic, wrapping it around his fist. Watching those techniques unfold, Hangdre could not help but worry. This guy is too fast. As he sensed the magic energy from Hangdreech's hand, Hazu's gaze sharpened, focusing his mana. He quickly dodged the incoming attack. However, he still got grazed by the water beam. Even though he was wounded, Hazu did not back down and charged forward with a massive counterattack. Moments later, the force of impact from their attacks and the water shield collided with each other. The aftershocks faded, leaving a thick fog in their wake. He began to feel annoyed, thinking to himself, damn it! Once again, my vision is blocked. Faced with this dense mist, Hank felt a bit overwhelmed. This is getting complicated. Right after that, he quickly used his new magic. But the kid's tricks end here. Hazu watched intently, trying to figure out what Hangjutsev was planning. After a moment, he broke into a knowing smile. With his divine sight, he pierced through the essence of the spell, listening to the rhythm of mana and catching the loopholes in the magic. From that moment on, magic would no longer be just magic. Hazu stepped forward, reaching out to summon his magic. Hangge's previous magical commands evaporated instantly, causing him to panic. His magic, it is gone. As he was slowly losing consciousness, Hangjik stubbornly clung to his hellfire. Then he spoke up. The moment he was sure of his victory was the most dangerous one. Just as he finished speaking, Hazu immediately unleashed a chaotic wind technique. The outcome was crystal clear. He jumped up and shouted loudly, "The winner of this battle is..." Then she took a breath and announced loudly, "Hazu." The battle left the arena with some serious damage. At that moment, in the waiting room of the Green Magic Tower, Hazu seemed to be worn out. "I am so..." He walked towards the changing room, when suddenly Kanjin spoke up. "Hazu, That was a truly earth-shattering showdown. He did not want to respond and slammed the door shut. Half a second later, he flung the door open with excitement. I could not believe my eyes the whole time. Sang Jun started jumping around again. I wondered why he was acting like that, but then I realized it was all preparation for that final magic nullification. It felt like watching a perfectly choreographed chess match. Even now, thinking back, I still get chills down my spine. Look at this. I've got goosebumps all over. Then he casually threw his arm around Hazu and asked, what was that final spell all about? And what about that ultimate storm technique? That is a level 4 magic. How did you bypass the memory spell limitations? Hazu put on an innocent face and asked back, what if I told you I modified the memory using a transformation spell? Would you believe me? Hearing this, Sang Jun replied firmly, of course not. If it was level 3 magic, I might be able to understand. Then he raised his voice. But level 4 is a whole different ball game. You did not just tackle your memory flaws, you obliterated them completely. He chuckled and pointed at Hazu, declaring it a total contradiction. Right after that, you could only fall silent. Unable to retort, Sang Jun continued analyzing the almost instantaneous activation speed of magic, and those spontaneous spells that break all the usual rules. His gaze grew deeper and more intense. You even managed to counter the opponent's magic, but seriously, what kind of magic are you using? Hazu, seeing Sang Jun so well informed, you suddenly fell into deep thought. After a moment, facing his intense gaze, Hazu hesitated to speak. Well, some time later, at the headquarters of the Green Magic Tower, inside Sang Jun's office, Sua turned to announce, tomorrow, I will handle the engineer deployment for the World Council. After hearing that, he just chuckled and reminded her, all right, coordinate with the other departments so we do not mess up other projects. Suddenly, Sang Jun set his coffee cup down on the table. Then he spoke up with a hint of mystery in his voice. So, what do you think? She frowned and shot back a question. What do you mean by that? Then he excitedly said, do you really think we can snag a gold medal at this year's magic convention? Sua did not hesitate to reply after hearing that. I do not think it is completely out of reach. Sang Jun immediately reacted. Just yesterday you said even a bronze medal was a stretch. Sua jumped at that. Things have changed since yesterday. You know, right? You are hinting at something. Are not you? She found it quite astonishing too. Isn't he that right? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of Sua's keyboard typing also came to a halt. She understood what Sang Jun was getting at and quietly acknowledged it. Yeah? It really is impressive. He suddenly burst into laughter. She was so caught up in the moment that she forgot she was the judge. At that moment, Sua could only feel embarrassed. Please, do not wait for me anymore. Then, Sang Jun became serious again. By the way, what kind of magic was that guy using? Sua did not directly answer this question. Didn't you watch the whole match through the ruby eye? He admitted. I did observe. Remembering that scene still left Sang Jun feeling unsettled inside. But even having seen it, I still can't explain it. Plus, using steam to hide from my ruby eyes, and to think he even hid tricks to cover up my magic. It is terrifying. And of course, I understand he broke the hell magic formula. But how exactly did he do it? I have no clue how he shattered that magic formula. She thinks to herself. Even with ruby eyes, one of the most powerful grand magical eyes out there. And I still can't grasp what kind of magic it is. He strokes his chin and speaks up. This is driving me absolutely nuts. I asked him directly in the waiting room. Looking back, Hazu calmly asked me. And then what? Then he said, do you remember what I said? That a mage has the right to keep their magic a secret. Then he flashed a compromised smile. I can reveal my magic to you. Sang Jun recalls with a hint of boredom. Yeah? He turned me down, said it was a secret, and told me to figure it out myself. Sua briefly sparked with suspicion. Is it possible he did something illegal? He immediately shut down that thought of hers. It's not like that. His mana's purity and structure are just too pristine. Sang Jun picked up the tablet. The only thing I realized, pausing for a moment, he recalled Hazu's previous words. If I told you I modified my memory with a transformation spell, would you buy it? Sang Jun thought the magic Hazu used was not shape-shifting magic. At least not like that, not letting curiosity overpower his reason. He stood up and spoke to Sua. Anyway, this year's literary conference is bound to be a spectacle. Sang Jun suddenly perked up and turned to her. Want to grab a bite to eat? Seeing this, felt helpless and went along. Then she teased him playfully. Are you going to pay me extra for overtime? The next day, in the Obelisk Academy dormitory, in Hazu's room, the alarm suddenly went off, and he looked at the clock for a moment, feeling damp all over, and his body ached. Hazu, thinking he had slept for about 8 hours. Maybe it's because I used resonance. And fatigue is no longer easy to shake off. Once you have used resonance, you can't use mana at all. You glance over at the jacket on the chair, making even the master's robe seem useless. This is definitely a big issue. From now on, I need to be more careful. After thinking it over, Hazu felt lost on what to do next and just sat there on the bed, exhausted. He rubbed his temples a few times. Suddenly, a message notification from his dad popped up on his phone, reminding him, and maybe he pushed himself a bit too hard in yesterday's battle. I have arranged for you to take some medical leave. Spend the whole day resting and getting yourself back in shape. Reading those messages, Hazu paused for a moment. He thought to himself, After yesterday's fight, Dad left without saying a word, so I was worried something was bothering him, but now Hazu felt a bit more at ease. That is a relief. He began to drift into deep thought. I wonder if I have regained some of Dad's trust. Or not yet. The real challenge starts now. There is not much time left until the World Conference. A little later, at the library, Ningya approached and greeted him. Hey, you made it. How did the fight go? Hazu put on a forced smile and replied, Of course. I won. It was a walk in the park. Ningya, skeptical, pressed on. Really? You sure it was that easy? You look like you are about to collapse over there. Hazu sighed and admitted. Honestly, it was anything but easy. Just one tiny mistake, and I would have been done for. Thanks to the intel from the Green Tower's master, I was in a very favorable position. So even though I won, I did not feel satisfied at all. After that, his mood lifted a bit, and he requested, Mir, can you bring me a set of spells? Specifically, the fourth circle, the expansion circle. Upon hearing Hazu's request, she immediately summoned magic, fourth infinite spell circle. Expansion. Almost instantly, the spell books he needed appeared. I have gathered a ton of spells for you. Successor. Hazu was taken aback by the overwhelming amount of spells, then heard Mimir instruct. Make sure to read all of them. A little while later, as a gentle breeze flowed through every corner, at some location in the Obelisk Academy, a class was underway, with the teacher's voice ringing out. Now, for chapters 5 to 10, please write about the properties of magic and your answers to the questions within. If you look at the materials closely, it should not be too hard. Hearing this, Hazu picked up his pen and started jotting down some notes. But suddenly he paused, contemplating the expansion circle. It seemed like Hazu had an idea, so he grabbed the pen and started sketching a few lines. The expansion circle was significantly different from the previous ones. In note, he had drawn some striking circles, consideration circles, resonance circles, intervention circles. Then Hazu put the finishing touches, creating layers structured like wings of a flower. You stared intently for a moment, slowly piecing it all together. Since the expansion circle is surrounded by 3 magical rings, naturally, both the resonance and the resonance time increase. This means the adverse effects of magical resonance will also diminish. Plus the burden of using dispersion spells will lighten up. Thinking about this made Hazu smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. However, he knew there was a dark side to it. But because this was a completely new circle compared to the previous ones, creating it would not be a walk in the park. Remembering what he had read earlier, Hazu felt even more certain. Exactly. That is the biggest issue. Based on the book I read in Mimir's room. Plus, it takes at least a year to create an expansion circle. Just thinking about that makes my head spin. Of course, the more magical rings there are, the tougher it gets to create them. Hazu rolled his eyes at the distant horizon. But this was just ridiculous. Right now, I can't even calculate the time needed to create a magic circle. A while later, inside the Obelix Academy training yard, he stared at the clock and called out, 5 minutes left. Sang Jun was panting, having run for quite a while. Adella beside him was also feeling tired, but she knew how to regulate her breathing better as soon as he felt sufficiently spent. Hazu shouted, All right, take a 10-minute break. Upon hearing this, he quickly flopped down and groaned. I think I am gonna die. Adella stepped over and asked with concern, You okay? Her eyes sparkled with determination as she gently encouraged him. You got this. Sang Jun's mind was buzzing with questions at this point. Adella continued to reassure him. Didn't we say we would push ourselves harder? He noticed her actions and suddenly recalled something. It was on the night of the battle against Hanguk. Back then, Hazu had said, Guys, I just finished a match, so I am really tired. Can we still do this? Sang Jun reacted sharply. What the heck? No matter how tired you are, you said evaluations have to be done on the same day. That is what you said. Adella, standing nearby, was also worried. But I think today is a bit much. Can we take a break and do it tomorrow? But he remained adamant about his decision. Sang Jun began to argue his case. Training while tired is the most important thing. Skipping that is like skipping 30% of your training. And then he stepped forward and nudged him with his shoulder. That is what our teacher, Hazu, would say, always saying, You have not forgotten about that, right? Hazu's face looks so dark, you could swear he is about to throw a punch. Suddenly he laughs and says, Yeah, you got that right. I have been way too lazy lately. I should not forget my original thoughts. To get ready for the full training tomorrow. I am really looking forward to that. Sang Jun could sense something was off, and his face went pale. I think it is best if you just take the day off. Hazu pulls him back while holding in his anger. All right. Let us kick things off with the first exercise. Just take it one step at a time. Sang Jun feels the tension rising and starts to panic. Adella. She just turns a blind eye and replies, Congrats. I guess, later. At the familiar Obelisk 24 convenience store, Suchin strolls in, sighing. Even if he is my friend, objectively speaking, a genius is still a genius. Adella agrees. Yeah, he really is amazing. Then Suchin adds, he is honestly insane. Just because his opponent skipped the first step, he completely changed his strategy, created a new one on the spot. Hearing this, she could only pause for a moment before slowly responding. Right? He did not think much and turned to ask, was Hazel like that when he was a kid? Adella took a sip of milk and replied calmly, well, he was a bit younger than he is now. Suchin was puzzled. So you mean he has never really matured in his mind? She did not deny it. Yeah, that is right. Suddenly, Adella's memory flickered. Back then, I thought he was just too obsessed with training, almost like he overestimated his abilities. I watched Hazu from a distance. And of course, I tried harder to keep up with him, breaking away from those hazy thoughts. Adella flashed a smile. And now that I follow in his footsteps, I have come to understand so much more. Honestly, I even enjoy it more. That said, Hazu's magic seems to be her favorite. I think I am even more intrigued by his magic now than I was back then. Suchin suddenly thought of something and bent down to ask. Wait. That guy. The pinnacle of perfection, was there really a time like that? Adella replied nonchalantly. Yeah, at least before he joined Obelisk, Suchin quietly confirmed. So the incompatible magic of Hazu might not be a curse, but rather a blessing. Right? As soon as Suchin finished speaking, she looked over with a confused expression. Seeing Adella's face like that made him stumble. Don't get me wrong, I do not mean anything bad. You know how in comics or movies, geniuses often have this unique arrogance. Right? Suchin reveals his thoughts. And I think that arrogance is slowing down his growth, but Hazu keeps pushing forward, learning and understanding more every day, becoming a better version of himself. She seems to grasp what he wants to say. In other words, having faced failure, he has now become perfect like he is today. Is that what you mean? Suchin walks away, firmly confirming, exactly. That is my perspective. Hazu might get mad if he hears this. Suchin stops to take a deep breath, then cheerfully adds, well, he has found his own path, so we can definitely say he is doing a lot of things right. Adella listens to this and is momentarily taken aback. She turns around excitedly saying, Adella, let us give it our all. Suchin continues, we need to show him that we are on the same growth journey as he is. Then he raises his hand with determination. Let us give it our all and get ready for the Olympiad. She finally understands everything he said. Let us really give it our best. Back in reality, at the Obelisk Academy training ground, Suchin is lost in thought, unconsciously murmuring, that is everything. Hazu approaches, snapping him back to reality. Huh? What? He hands a water bottle to Suchin while encouraging him. You are doing great. Suchin's face turns red as he awkwardly laughs. Do not blame me if I get sick. Can you give me some medicine? Hazu, while handing over the water, retorts, hey, when did I make you sick? I just gave you a dose with instructions on it. Suchin takes the water bottle. Thanks. You are a real pro. Adella, witnessing this scene, feels her heart bloom with happiness. Suddenly, he cuts through her thoughts. Adella, it is time for special training. She runs over, replying, got it. At the Obelisk Academy, training time has passed, and inside the training hall, Suchin and Adella are taking a break. Then Hazu suddenly calls out, Adella, sorry if I am interrupting your rest. Can we talk for a moment? She turns to him, looking puzzled. Talk. The two of them head to the back of the training hall to chat. Hazu speaks first. The Olympiad team has been confirmed, and I am thinking about adjusting the training schedule. Then announces, starting tomorrow, we are officially allowed to skip classes. Adella quickly responds, yes, that is right. Hazu ponders for a moment before speaking up. Even though the academy has a special training program for the Olympiad, I think 8 hours is not enough. He pulls out a tablet, slowly lifts it, and stretches it out. So from now on, Hazu lays out the plan. We will study combat strategy in the mornings. And she immediately feels skeptical. Strategy meetings. He seriously explains. Yes, exactly. We will analyze each event of the Olympiad. Hazu considers the new rules added this year to find a winning strategy. Adella tilted her head. Hearing that, but why did you only tell me? Hazu chuckled bitterly. Just focusing on strength training and Suchin is already struggling like this, so even if I talk now, he will be too worn out to catch anything. She thought, which makes sense. Hazu reported back. The analysis of players from other countries has been managed by the Green Tower day and night. A few minutes later, he concluded. So tomorrow we will start. Just remember that. Adella. Call back. It is settled, she anxiously asked. It is fine if we come up with our own strategy. But will the third years really follow our plan? Hearing that, Hazu grinned confidently, looking at Adella, hinting that there is a way to tackle that problem. The next day, all three of them gathered at the Obelix Academy's outdoor courtyard. While Hazu and Adella were calm, Suchin awkwardly asked, "Are not you guys worried?" He replied, "Not really." She is even calmer. "Why should we be? Is there a reason to worry?" Suchin was sweating bullets trying to explain. "How can you not? Everyone thinks we are the third years. You know that feeling awkward, terrifying, and hard to approach." Hazu pondered for a moment. That seniority vibe really does feel like that. Adella chimed in, "But not for me." Upon hearing this, his head started to explode. "What? Why? How is that even possible?" Then she crossed her arms defiantly and declared, "Because I will defeat them." Just as Adella finished her sentence, a voice suddenly rang out. "Whoa, this girl is even more full of herself than I have heard." The three of them simultaneously turned their heads to one side. There stood a guy with light blue hair named Sin Wu, followed by a not-so-friendly guy named Jin Seo. And finally, the girl who just spoke, Hyun, stepping forward provocatively. "Hey juniors, repeat what you just said." Adella feigned ignorance. "What did I just say?" Hyun repeated each word. "You just said you would defeat us if we faced off. Or something like that." "Say it again," she responded with a smirk. "If you really want to hear it again. No male third year can defeat me right now." Suchan, hearing this, could not help but interject. "Honestly, this classmate of ours is way too much. I am really sorry." He turned to her and scolded. "Adella, are you crazy? What is the point of making enemies with the seniors?" She shrugged calmly. "I am just stating the truth." Suchan quickly covered Adella's mouth while reminding, "Hazu, do not get into that either." Hazu quickly replied, "Of course. I won't do that." Then he put on an innocent face. "Seniors, here you are. I have been waiting for ages." Hazu paused for a moment before lowering his voice. "Excuse me, but how about we have a match between the second years and the third years today?" Suchan was stiff as a board. "Wait," he glanced around and thought, "I really feel sorry for the seniors. But I need to take command of the entire team." Hazu became serious. "I need to put these seniors in their place first." Sinu chuckled, finding this proposal amusing, suggesting a match between the second years and third years. "Right," he said with a teasing tone. "Meaning, your 3 second years against our 3 third years." Hyun suddenly interrupted. "Let me handle this. Those unruly sprouts need to be pruned clean soon." Seeing they misunderstood him, he shook his head. "What I meant was," Hazu explained coolly, "all the second-year students against the third years. So that means a 3-on-7 match. And all the third-year students there were left stunned." At this moment, Suchan seemed to have lost his mind, unable to comprehend a single word anymore. Sinu got straight to the point. "What is your goal?" Hazu mumbled under his breath. "My goal? You are hiding something, are not you? With your personality, you would not provoke us for no reason. There is definitely something behind it." Hazu stares intently, thinking about the second son of the Shinmyu clan. "I remember meeting him a few times as a kid. His calm and cautious nature has not changed one bit." After a moment, he casually says, "Come on. What do you expect? I just think sparring is the best way to gauge our skills." Suddenly, Jin charges in like a whirlwind and yells, "You arrogant little punk." Of course, he understands what Hazu is trying to do using his skills to crush us. "Right, I get it now. So your plan is to overpower us to take command of the team for this Olympic event." Hyun stands there, shocked, as Jin steps closer, smirking. "I'm wrong." Hazu falls silent upon being called out, then suddenly raises her voice. "That arrogant attitude of yours is way over the line. Junior, all of you, there is a limit to patience." Hyun waves his hands. "Sure, I know you and Adella have skills, but this is just wrong. Your disrespect for your seniors is out of bounds." With thunderous anger, he adds, "In a one-on-one match, maybe you could win, but..." Hyun finds it ridiculous. 3 against 7? Are you kidding me? No matter how strong you three are. Suddenly, she points at Suchin. "You can possibly defeat us with nearly double the manpower, especially with a useless guy like him on your side. Right?" Suchin's expression darkens instantly. "Useless?" Adella shoots Hyun a cold glare. Hazu seems to feel the same way as her. Pausing for a moment, "Let us make a deal," she suddenly proposes. "I will say this nicely one last time. If you apologize now, we will let it slide." Hyun nods, reminding him, "Yeah, Junior, you really crossed the line this time." Each word hits him like a brick, and Hazu tries to provoke him. Keep it real. Listening to their droning is annoying. He smiles knowingly. Suchin stands next to Jun, trembling, Hazu, you have really lost it. You are shouting at them. Aren't you the useless ones here? Just shut up and let us fight. A challenging grin appears on Hazu's face. Respectable seniors, instantly, the atmosphere shifts. Becoming tense, Jin furrows his brow and speaks up. I did not want to ruin the vibe from the start, so I tried to mediate. But you are really pushing my buttons. He turns, raising an eyebrow at him. Hey, Shingu, you good? When he is suddenly asked what he is thinking, he replies with a blank expression. Yeah? Jin swaggered right up to Hazu, full of pride. All right then, let us do this 3 against 7. But let us not make it boring with just a straight-up fight. His face radiated a challenge while laying down a condition. If you win, we will follow your strategy as discussed. As for if we win, Jin was about to say more when Hazu boldly cut him off. Just do it that way. You too. Seeing Hazu so decisive, Jin felt a surge of annoyance. I have not even said what would happen if we win. Hazu just smiled, saying he could do whatever he wanted. With a confident look, he declared, if you tell me to give up, I will, though that is not happening. The third-year students listening felt their heads spinning at this. Hyun over here looked ready to explode. That jerk. Hazu ignored him and walked over to Suchan and Adella. Adding one more condition, he pointed at her, then said, if we... Hyun noticed Hazu suddenly looking this way and making demands, causing him to tense up. He pointed right at her with a deep, knowing smile. Apologized for calling Suchan useless. Moments later, at the head of the obelisk students, the academy was setting the scene a mountain at night. Hazu warmed up a bit and asked, ready? Adella immediately replied, yeah, I'd. Meanwhile, the 5-3 students seemed to be strategizing when an announcement suddenly blared. In 5 minutes, the siege begins. Everyone, take your positions. This 3 versus 7 match is a condensed siege battle by international rules, with each team assigned a location. The goal is to capture the flag placed there, and his gaze was fixed on that flag. We should wrap this up here. Suchan wore an innocent expression while looking at the opponent, and noticing his strange demeanor. Hazu asked, is something wrong? Suchan could not hide his concern and said, do you really have to take it this far? Hazu looked puzzled. What do you mean? Suchan stood up and candidly expressed, I mean, are you really trying to provoke the seniors like this? Do we really need to turn this into an emotional battle? He hesitated. Even without all this, it feels like everyone is already ready to follow your lead. Hazu's eyes sparkled with determination. Just following my orders is not enough. They need to obey me. He maintained his calm demeanor, knowing better than anyone the kind of battle I am going to lead from now on. Suchan. He hesitated. But if you push them too hard, what if they resent you? After saying this, even Suchan himself felt all the worry. Hazu noticed the sweat on his face and reassured him. It is all right. I have a plan. You are waving that flag with such enthusiasm. If we win with overwhelming strength, there will be no room for bitterness. Suchan's feeling helpless. Man, I really am an idiot for asking that. Over here, Hyun's rage seems to have reached a boiling point. Hazu, this is just annoying. Is not. He says anything goes because he knows he won't lose. What a damn jerk. I can see my teammate losing control and I am like, calm down. Hyun, just 5 more minutes. Let us start chanting. Right? 5 minutes. Stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. But in the end, Hyun just could not contain his fury. I can't believe I called him useless. Why should I apologize for calling a useless guy useless? That is just silly. Jin's losing it. This is driving me crazy. Looking at this situation, all I can do is sigh. I want to reassure them, but there is no time left. Suddenly, he mutters to himself. Right? Jin thinks. Yeah, even I can hold back my anger. Where did it all go wrong? Getting to this point, I will just channel this anger. He cracks his knuckles. Anger pushes a person's strength to their limits. It definitely sparks peak performance. 5 minutes have passed, and that is when the announcement rings out. The battle begins. The countdown echoes everywhere, filled with the tension of Hyun and Suchan, while Shin Yu and Adella are the complete opposite. Their eyes are calm, unwavering, until the last countdown rings out, signaling the start of a fierce battle. Hyun, full of fire, shouts, Let us fight. Over here, you look at Suchan with trust. I am counting on you. He instantly replies. Yeah, on the surface, it seems fine. But inside, Suchan still feels a bit worried. The sky grows. And just like that, 5 minutes fly by. Right now, I am up in a tree, scouting the enemy's position. Hyun connects with his team. I found their flag, Jin exclaims. Awesome. Who is guarding it? Smirks. Only one person? That useless guy. Out there alone. He can't believe it. Asking, he is guarding it by himself. Is someone hiding nearby? Hyun whispers, I am not sure. I do not see any signs of movement. Jin reminds him, stay alert. Do not let your guard down. He is suspicious, thinking maybe they are using him as bait in a trap. Ah replies, got it. I will attack carefully. Just as he finishes speaking, Hyun leaps down from the tree right in front of Su-chan. You are guarding alone. Huh? Look at you, you useless fool. Su-chan is stunned for a moment before responding. Yeah? It just turned out this way. Hearing this, Hyun directly asks, so you knew I was the first one to show up? Huh? He is really straightforward. Right? But at the same time, he is on the defensive. After hearing that, I slowly stepped forward. How did you know? Su-chan's voice seemed to slow down. Hazu had mentioned the gorilla would be coming. He recalled Hazu's words, certain that Senior Hyun would strike as soon as the match began. If he could not hold it together, his face would be twisted in pain. Back then, he had added, since she is hot-headed, they would assign her the attack role instead of defense. Hyun is tall. So you were intentionally trying to provoke me about that? Huh? The look on my face changed immediately. They knew I was coming, yet they only left you to defend. Hyun raised her chin defiantly. A bunch of cocky kids. Without wasting words, she quickly summoned fire magic, and the flame surged towards Su-chan in no time. This fire magic lit up the desolate mountains like a beacon, and Hyun appeared incredibly confident. Fire arrow is a level 4 spell, not something a nobody like you can withstand. You useless brat. As she finished her words, the scene left her utterly stunned. When the blazing fire raged, memories of Su-chan suddenly flooded back. Su-chan, you know your role is the most important in this match. Right? Are you planning to run away just because you are being looked down upon? Su-chan began to summon magic to counterattack. Of course not. Now that you have said that, I can't hold back anymore. Seeing her magic blocked, gasped loudly. You blocked it. How is that possible? Flashback to the training ground. Hazu firmly stated. Su-chan, you might think of yourself as a damage dealer, but you are definitely not. You are the one who takes the hits, a damage dealer through attacks. Hazu emphasized. You are a born tank. Su-chan was left speechless. Wait. A tank, he continued. You know that mages have primary elemental attributes, right? The Green Magic Tower's Master Kangin possesses water attributes, and of course, James Filler from the Red Tower mainly uses fire magic, and Hee-yoon also specializes in fire magic. Using the right attribute reduces mana consumption, while boosting spell power and efficiency. After saying that, Hazu confidently declared, Su-chan, from what I see, your attribute is null. Hazu paused for a moment and elaborated specifically on defensive magic. Just as his thoughts halted, he practiced his defensive spell. Azuong's fire magic seemed utterly helpless against that defense. Hee-yoon started to fume. Sure, you are just hanging around with Hazu and Adella, provoking Su-chan right to his face. And I think you are starting to miss the point. Compared to those two, you are still just a low-tier side character. Hearing that, his pride took a nosedive. Here we go again. Feeling useless. I know it all too well. Next to those two, I am nothing. Suddenly, Su-chan's expression changed, but he had complete faith in his magic. If that was the limit of your attack, I can still hold my ground. Those words hit Hee-yoon like a brick wall, infuriating him. Suddenly, two more figures emerged from behind the bushes. They shouted in unison, supporting Hee-yoon, who was already super frustrated, saying, stop pretending to be tough, useless scum. Hee-yoon leaped into the air, ready to attack that shield. I will silence you for good. I will smash you into pieces. He got close to the shield and unleashed his strike. Here comes the impact. Su-chan was pouring every ounce of strength into protecting the flag, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to complete his task. While Hee-yoon switched up his attack stance, delivering blow after blow. One more hit. After a flurry of punches and kicks, something felt off. What the heck? This shield, how is it so tough? Hee-yoon scanned and analyzed. It looked like a complete magic shield, but I have never seen one like this before. Based on the amount, it is insane. But there are three of us. If we attack together, he won't be able to block it. Then Hee-yoon flashed a confident smile. This battle, victory is ours. Su-chan remained silent for a long moment, then unexpectedly muttered, 66. He is fending off 3 attacks at once but staying calm. 1326. Suddenly a bright light flickered through the gaps in the trees. T6 sensed it and turned around to look, but before he could react, he was terrified by the wind-made birds scattering across the night sky, watching them hover above, making wild guesses. Wind slash. Where is it coming from? Where? Su-chan was not surprised by the sight. 1677. Hee-yoon seemed to realize something and called out, Hazu. Everyone, be careful. Inside, his heart was boiling. That arrogant Hazu was hiding somewhere close, along with T6 and Hannah. They started searching around. Where could he be? Where on earth is he? But while they were distracted, he had already been monologuing for a while. 2183. Shortly after, she was attacked from behind, and Yoon's expression turned to sheer panic. This was a cautious step, but then he finally realized. Adella's moonlight explosion. Witnessing the dramatic upheaval, Yoon panics. Jin Seok. All three of us are here. Send in the ducks. Receiving the warning signal, he questions. Yoon, stop joking around. So who the heck are these people? Right in front of Jin Seok are Hazu and Adella. He furrows his brow, eyeing them cautiously, always on the defensive. No matter how Jin Seok thinks about it, something feels off. Damn it! Because of that noise over there, we sent 2 people, including Shinyu, to back up Yoon. This is getting out of hand. Hazu looks up at the chaos unfolding, while Senga Suchan remains steady. Right now, she is all worked up. Jin Seok. Hurry up. They are all here. T6 is getting antsy. I can T-read the magic trajectory. What the heck is going on? He immediately takes a defensive stance, bracing for a surprise attack, while Shinyu is just as confused. Jin Seok. Where exactly is Hazu? Where should we go? Someone next to him chimes in. Just turn back. He urgently insists. Hazu and Adella are right in front of me. Yoon retorts. You idiot. They are here. I am being attacked. Jin Seok yelled. Hazu? What the hell did you do? You watch the scene unfold and laugh. No need to stall. Either way, this will all wrap up soon. He grits his teeth. Damn it. I am totally trapped. If it were just Hazu, I could hold out and buy some time. Jin Seok's gaze flicks to her, struggling to think. But Adella is also here. The tension in the air wraps around him. Jin Seok carefully assesses the current situation. It feels like facing 2 cold, piercing gazes that infuriate him. Being chased by 2 beasts, a dragon and a wolf. Not letting Jin Seok think any further, Hazu immediately calls upon magic. This battle is on. Adella right beside him also readies herself to support, standing in front of the enemy's flag and declaring boldly, victory is ours. Shinnu rushes over, but it is too late. Jin Seok. He is taken down by Hazu, sitting there, face in his hands, cursing. Damn it. Get a grip. The third-year students seem in disbelief that they have lost. Jin Seok throws his hands up, voice frantic. I feel like such a fool. We surrender. We surrender. The flag of the second-year students is almost still intact. Yoon lies defeated, gasping on the ground. Damn it all. At the same time, the system at Suchan's location announces the group has won. He leaps with excitement. Victory. After the match ends, with the win going to the second-year students. Everyone gathers in the Obelisk student conference room. The 3 of them coldly stare at the third-year students, the invisible pressure spreading through the room. The atmosphere here is as tense as a drawn bowstring. Sin Yu, Jin Seok, and Yoon sit below, their emotions tangled, and Sinyu's fiery temper flares up. Then he huffs at Jin Seok. So annoying.
Hey, Sin.
What the hell did you just do? Are you seriously about to wipe out our whole team? He was getting really annoyed hearing that. Well, why do not you try defending against those 2? Yoon kept nagging. Anyway, you should hold your ground until Xinyu gets back. Jin Seok started reasoning. If you do not confuse Hazu and Adella with the judges, this would not have happened. Actually, thinking it through, that was definitely an attack from Hazu and Adella. Xinyu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. You guys, stop it. There is no need to argue over this. It is not your fault. He glanced at the 3 standing over there, confirming silently that the opponents just played their cards well. Yoon, the team leader from the 3rd year, was momentarily speechless, and both T6 and Hannah looked just as stunned. Even Jin Seok had to admit that Yoon could not help but get furious at the thought of their team losing. Jin Seok was struck speechless by Xinyu's words. He seriously asked, Hazu, Adella, what kind of trick are you guys pulling? Hazu quickly replied, I will explain the thing you are most curious about first. He confidently stated, the one who held the flag for our team was only Suchan, making them gasp as if they were catching on to something. So are you saying that Suchan used that weird spell or the bizarre projectile? Hazu slowly denied it. Of course not. All the spells that trapped the upperclassmen were indeed cast by me. He could not believe it. What are you saying? You are standing right in front of me. Are you saying you cast spells from our formation to yours? Hazu conjured a source of magic to clarify. More or less. That is right. They all stared at the magic in his hands. The moonlight projectile. Hyan slammed the table, standing up with a bang. That is a secret technique of the Mystic Arts Association. Adella, do not tell me you broke the taboo and exposed a secret technique. Hazu calmly explained. I am saying this so nobody misunderstands. This is not leaking a secret technique or anything like that. This is a spell that I personally analyzed and deduced. Sinyu found this impossible and doubted the analysis of a secret technique. You really think that is possible? Has eyes sparkled as he replied, yes, it is. I have eyes that can read magical formulas. Upon hearing that, everyone was left in shock. The mystic eyes, Sinyu, unable to believe his ears, exclaimed, that is just absurd. Then he warned, everyone should not be too surprised yet. Hazu began to cast his magic, to use the mystic eyes. I analyzed the moonlight projectile, and as the battle began, I locked the moonlight bullet into a whirlwind of slashes. You paused for a moment, and then turned to look at the person next to you, and he started counting off some strange numbers. 1 point. Instantly, magical effects spread out in all directions. He and Hyun were left in awe by the spectacle. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and think of something. The magic Hazu had been casting turned into a stream of green light hovering in the air. You retracted the magic and explained, I used the amount of magic I had already released into the air to cast a long-range spell. Hazu thought to himself, this is a modified version of the spell I used when fighting Han Guk from the magic tower. Hyun cautiously raised a question. So how did you aim it? Tech shared the same curiosity, right? Your spells definitely flew straight at us, Suchen replied. That is thanks to the numbers I mentioned earlier. Sinyu analyzed silently and started to understand. Coordinates. Huh. You are obsessed with this stuff. Are not you? Pretty much. The first number is the identifier for the fixed spell. The second number is the angle to adjust the spell's trajectory. Hazu began to explain every little detail of the questions. And then he pondered. I have explained the magic I shared with Adella and Suchen to everyone. The people sitting below listened, momentarily at a loss for words. Hazu thought to himself, and of course, I have not revealed anything about Baitiner magic. After some time, he reached a conclusion. That is the whole secret of my magic. Hazu began to calculate. Now the third-year students know my abilities as well as Adella and Xiu-chan do. Because everyone is on the same boat named Olympic, I think that will be more convenient for me, and also effective, in convincing the third-year students. He seriously emphasized each word. I will say it again. My goal is to win, which means a gold medal. The words just hung in the air. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Hazu showed his determination. And to achieve that, I need full cooperation from the upperclassmen. I believe this practice match has shown how effective my strategy is. Then, he suddenly lowered his voice. I am sorry for being rude earlier. Hazu unexpectedly bent down. Please follow my lead. After seeing that, I was left speechless. His eyes, completely unwavering, declared without hesitation. In return, I will bring victory home for everyone. Every word Hazu spoke plunged Xin-Yu into deep thought. Hyun, hearing this, felt a throbbing headache. Finally, he made a deal. All right then. I am not thrilled about it, but I will comply. Just follow your guidance. Hannah was taken aback by Hyun's decision. Zico turned around and asked, why are you so surprised? She hesitated before answering, you are really shocked. Huh? Hyun confidently replied, either way, I have already lost everything, so no matter what, I have to follow that kid's orders, right? Otherwise, I would have had to quit the national team. Suddenly, he stepped in front of Suchen, and then Hyun extended his hand and sighed. I am sorry for calling you a loser earlier. I have seen your defensive magic now. It is pretty solid. Hearing this, Suchen's heart blossomed with joy. Suchen happily shook hands. Your fire magic is impressive too. The conversation between them flowed naturally. At Obelix Academy, it was finally meal time, so they headed to the dining area together. Hazu brought a tray of food and pulled out a chair, complimenting everyone. You all did great. Upperclassman. He sat down and said, before we seriously plan our Olympic strategy, I need a small favor from everyone. Adella looked at Hazu, puzzled. A favor? Suchen chimed in curiously. What is it? He scooped a spoonful of rice and replied about tonight's practice. Can you all continue without me for a while? I have something I want to do alone. She picked up a milk carton, asking, alone? Are you planning to train your mana or something? He just threw out a random excuse. Yeah, that is right. I am starting to vaguely see the wall of enlightenment. And by the way, this is just a side dish. Suchen gasped in surprise. The wall of enlightenment. Adella was equally astonished. Don't tell me you mean the 5th level wall. Hazu hesitated to respond. He could not let these two in on the secret of Baitiner magic, even though he once declared to the world that it was a transformation spell. The power of Baitiner's level 3 magic is on par with the strength of level 4 magic. He hesitated for a moment, yet declaring that he had reached level 5 made him think twice. Indeed, he needed more time to structure the level 4 Baitiner magic. He had to use the enlightenment wall as a decoy to buy some time. Suchen was skeptical hitting level 5 at just 18 years old. Adella, is he just talking nonsense or what? She said softly. If he pulls this off, he would be the youngest person in the world to hit level 5. Then she looked at Hazu with sparkling eyes, full of unwavering confidence. That would be incredible. You think so? You seem awfully eager. Well, anyway, because of that, I think I won't be able to join the evening training for a while. Sorry about that. I hope you understand. Adella chuckled. I can totally understand if that is the case. If you want, you can skip evening training altogether. Su-chan shot a glance at Hazu. Exactly. Starting tomorrow. Do not bother coming. I am giving you a pass. Hazu suddenly felt dry in the throat. These guys seemed oddly pleased about this. Hazu then assured him, do not worry. I will keep track of your fitness tests for you. Su-chan was not having it. What a drag. You are totally using that as an excuse. A while later, the atmosphere turned dark at the headquarters of the top mage clan. Hike stared at his tablet, mumbling about octagonal beast horns, the heart of a natural disaster, and the eye of Leviathan. Indeed, all of these were extremely expensive materials. He lifted his gaze and asked, so what exactly do you plan to do with these? He replied seriously, they are definitely essential for me to achieve my own unique magic. Hazu recalled reading in the library, where he got a hint about level 4 magic from the Mimir Spring. He sat flipping through the pages without a break, pondering for a while before asking, Mimir? Is not there a book that clearly explains the missing chapters for readers to grasp instantly? She clearly closed her eyes and bluntly replied, there is not. Seeing Mimir's carefree demeanor, Hazu wondered, was she really planning to help him or not? Then, let us try getting another book for me. Those shelves seemed to be running low. He was about to grab the next book when he suddenly froze. Hazu frowned, staring intently at the book, then glanced around at magic potions. He silently assessed, this one must be pretty ancient too. Mir, that girl just leaves a pile of books here and another pile over there. As Hazu flips through each page of the book, a sudden revelation hits him. It is right here. She hears a noise and instantly jumps. Startled. Wait. What the heck? He beams at her. It is. Using this method, everything is finally within reach. The stars shine brightly in the sky, and the clouds slowly begin to disperse. If I have this magical potion, maybe it will shorten the time needed to achieve the perfect chapter and bring me back to reality, he says with growing excitement. Now I stand before the wall of enlightenment, filled with astonishment. Does that mean I am about to reach level 5? Hazu confirms. Yes. Those ingredients are essential for you to break through your magical limits. Of course. He knows he can't gather everything by himself. I can collect almost all the ingredients myself. But for the rare ones that are not available in the market, I will have to rely on my father's influence. His eyes are cold and still. He gazes at Hazu thoughtfully, and Hazu meets his gaze with determination. Seeing this, he quickly concedes. It is clear you are not lying. These ingredients must be for crafting the potion. Hazu quickly responds, yes, that is exactly right. And Heck asks further, where did you get this information about the potion? I have never seen this recipe before. He answers honestly, I got this information from an ancient text. Shortly after, he fully trusts Hazu's words about an ancient potion. All right, if what you say is true, I will gather them for you. A smile can't help but spread across his face. Thank you so much, Dad. And Hyuk does not say anything back but gives orders instead. First, you get the ancient robe, and now the ancient potion. He adds that, I do not know what you are trying to do, but you must be incredibly lucky. Hazu senses a hidden meaning behind those words and freezes up. He hesitates, struggling to speak about that, and then his father starts questioning him about his magic, about the spells he used in the duel against Hanguk, asking everything about the master of the Green Magic Tower. He questions him one by one. Of course, Hazu says he can't answer. He must be suspicious. Just as Hazu anticipated, realization dawns on him. I mean, that robe and the elixir from the ancient text. It is no wonder he suspects me. In the quiet of the night, only Hazu's thoughts linger. If this keeps up, I might have to tell my father about my magic soon. The next day, at the ancient potion shop, everyone here is buzzing with excitement. Hazu is dressed to impress, his eyes scanning the place. This must be the spot, the monster item market. Suddenly, a shopkeeper calls out, Hey, you student, we have got this red slim potion right here. Hazu carefully assesses the offer. I have to be cautious when buying monster items here. And he just keeps shouting, get it while it lasts. Super cheap. Another shopkeeper nearby chimes in, Young man, just harvested today's Giacablood with tempting offers like these. Today only. Buy one, get one free. Get it while you can. Get it while you can. We have got premium stuff here. Hazu remains resolute. If I were not experienced, I would have a hard time telling what is what. That is why there are so many con artists around. As Hazu walks through each stall, someone suddenly calls him back. Oh my. You there? Hey, student, interested in some St. Leighton spider silk? He stops to look at what the woman is holding for a moment. Then he hears her say, these are rare items. You know, Hazu smirks slyly. Since when did silk from a one-horned spider become St. Leighton silk? The shopkeeper, sensing suspicion, reacts defensively. What are you talking about? Don't he go digging for dirt without reason? I say it is the real deal. He points at the shimmering threads around and replies confidently. It gives off a unique shine. She is not backing down. See, Look, you can see the shimmer. Right? Isn't that right? Hazu boldly counters. Exactly. It is shining bright. Thanks to the glowing powder she sprinkled on it earlier. You must be working hard to make that powder. Nice job. The shopkeeper's face flushes with anger. Get out of here. Scram. Get lost. You little punk. Get out of here fast. Hazu strides away. Deep in thought. I need to look like a gullible fool wandering around on my own. Your eyes are darting around like crazy. I have memorized all 40,000 spells. It is listed like an open source library. There is no reason I can't tell which are fake monster parts and which are the real deal. And then suddenly, Hazu snapped to attention. Don't underestimate my intelligence. After walking for a bit, an old man suddenly called out, "Hey, student." The old man smiled kindly and complimented him. You are young, but you have got a good eye. You turned around. Giving him a puzzled look, the old man seemed to want to say something. Then he added, just a bunch of scoundrels. I really want to help you. Then the old man hesitated, but that shop is backed by a protection racket. Sorry about that, Hazu replied. It is, he honestly added. Only an idiot would fall for those tricks. The old man chuckled at that. You are really funny. Then he switched to a more serious tone. I will give you a good price. Want to check out my shop a little? Hearing that, Hazu asked, Sure. By the way, do you have any black bull horns? I will bring out the black bull horns for you. Just as he finished speaking, the old man shuffled to the back shelf to search while Hazu waited there. After a bit of searching, he finally found what Hazu was looking for and presented it. Here it is. The old man added more information. And rank material. Flawless. Purity over 90%. The mana meter does not lie. Go ahead and check it out. Hazu reached out to take the mana meter and saw the screen displaying a purity of 94%. He pondered for a moment. Unsure of what he was thinking, the old man handed the black bull horn to Hazu. It must be fate. I will let you have it for 27 million coins. Then he reasoned. You know, high-grade byproducts like this usually sell for over 30 million. You are lucky today. Hazu's expression darkened as he questioned. Since when did the horn of an African bull become a black bull horn? The old man noticed the tension radiating from Hazu and started sweating. The old man saw the weapons on Hazu glowing fiercely and broke out in a cold sweat. Think it over carefully. No wonder. I wondered why the first place was selling such fake goods so brazenly. Then he paused for a moment to make a judgment. Now it all makes sense. You guys are planning a major scam. You are involved too. Are not you? Enough? Whatever works. Hazu cut straight to the chase. Anyway, those tricks won't work on me. Let us not waste each other's time anymore. Show me the real stuff. You remember to scan the area with your eyes. Right? If you really have the genuine items here. It seemed like he was caught off guard. Struggling to respond, finally, he dropped the act and tossed the stick on the ground. Suddenly, he tilted his head back, gazing into the distance, as if suppressing his emotions. In Hazu's eyes, there was a glimmer of contemplation. The old man chuckled and made a guess. You are not just some ordinary kid. Are you? After saying that, he raised his hands and added, Forgive me for that, and now, come on in. Later that night, on the bustling highway cutting through the city lights, the high-end vehicle was staring intently at the data from the statistics on the supply card and old merchant materials. After a moment of watching, he spoke up. Master, the young master just made a huge purchase. And Hike did not react much to that. Maybe he bought some supplies. That card is for the kid to use as he pleases. The high-end vehicle was puzzled. Why is he suddenly buying monster supplies? What exactly does the young master plan to do? He answered. He said he wants to create an ancient elixir. You are not surprised. Are you? He is doing his strange things again, but that stuff is pretty expensive. I will check the quality of those items. And Hike seriously declined. No need for that. The kid's been mastering all kinds of monster supplies since he was 5. He completely trusts Hazu and affirms, I raised him well enough that he can tell real from fake. Then Hike suddenly asked, more importantly, is there an issue with the strange octagon? The high-end vehicle quickly responded, the preliminary contract is complete. We are currently renegotiating the price. Hearing that, he started calculating in his head. Based on the import time, it will take about a week. And Hike raised his hand, channeling a surge of energy in the stillness, then turned to inquire. What about the internal investigation we assigned? He responded immediately. We are conducting a careful investigation. It seems likely someone is colluding with the Black Magic Tower. Then Xtiziheen added more to the report. I uncovered a portion of the report related to the Black Tower and found signs of tampering. He paused for a moment before expressing, but for now, I still have not figured out who it is. Sorry, sir. Xtiziheen presented. For now, we have narrowed down the suspects to high-ranking individuals who could alter the top family reports, and we are interrogating them, but we still have not found any suspicious signs. Finally, he concluded solemnly, all clear, no traces at all. He muttered after hearing this, no suspicious signs and too clean. Huh, so that white letter from that battle might just be the evidence we need? Xtiziheen clearly understood what Hike was implying. He suddenly chuckled. If they look this clean, digging deeper might be pointless. Then we will just have to wait for the trader to contact the Black Magic Tower. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, only Hika's heavy voice lingered. Get ready. Right now, in the Grand Library of Mimir, Hazu was sifting through the pile of items in her hands. Sighing, so exhausting, She stood right beside him, praising. Here, you did great. You managed to bring it all back. Mimir counted each type of item and said, we just need 3 more materials to brew the elixir for the mana-enhancing elixir. When used, it will synchronize, allowing the body to absorb a greater amount of mana than usual. Just thinking about it gets you excited. With it, at least I will have more mana to control the expansion ring. Her eyes were glued to Hazu as she asked, when will the other materials arrive? I told my dad on the way here, and he said it would take about a week. Mimir pondered. A week? Huh. Just in time for the competition. Hazu felt a bit uneasy. But even if I brew the elixir, it seems I won't be able to use it right away. To maximize the elixir's effect, you must use it in a high mana concentration area, and then channel your mana to unleash the full potential of the elixir. You need to maximize the effects of the elixir, using it in a high mana concentration area, and then channel your mana to unleash the full effects of the elixir. She looked up at him, her curiosity piqued. I bet you are thinking about some special place. Huh, Hazu replied excitedly. You got it. I have a location in mind, with a serious tone. She asked. Where? He quickly revealed the destination. Benian Island. Research shows it has the highest mana concentration in the country. And recently, those levels have been rising. Her mind raced with possibilities. Awesome. So when do we go? Hazu grins mischievously, a glint of mischief in his eyes. I have got a plan. The next day, a voice echoed throughout the Obelix Academy. Really? The 2nd and 3rd year students gathered here after hearing your strategy. They could not stop laughing. Hazu flashed a friendly smile. Right? We are going for training on Benian Island. They seemed incredulous. All chime in. We will be heading to Benian Island for a week of intensive training next week. You reached out to confirm? Yes. 5 days and 6 nights of special training on Benian Island. I got the owner of the Lamb Tower to grant us permission. Then, I instructed everyone to prepare themselves mentally. So get ready. Hyen suddenly stepped up and threw an arm around Adella. This is going to be epic. Right, Adella? She awkwardly replied. Yeah, sure. Sinu started calculating strategies. We definitely need to prepare a lot for this. Sachin wondered. Really? Isn't it just about going and having fun? He looked at you with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Didn't you just hear? The owner of Lamb Tower is prepping for the training. Jinseok chimed in. It is just a chill trip. Right? Sachin hesitated, but, witnessing this scene, Hazu thought to himself, the atmosphere is already under control. Seeing everyone so lively made him really happy. The rivalry between the 2nd and 3rd years had been resolved. After that match, Hazu took charge of managing everyone's training schedule. Plus, thanks to the support of the Lamb Tower's owner, trust was starting to build. While deep in thought for a while, he suddenly remembered. Oh right. Speaking of which, Hazu issued the order. We need to head to the Lamb Tower to check our mana right now. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly began to complain. Oh really? This is so annoying. The Lamb Tower headquarters is located right in the city center. In the lobby, Su greeted everyone. Hi there. From the Lamb Tower. Right in front of her were the outstanding students from Obelix Academy. Su began to guide them. Anyone needing to check their mana, please follow me. She then turned to Hazu and said, And Hazu, the Tower Master asked to see you privately in the long hallway of the Lamb Tower headquarters, in Kenjin's office. He held a coffee cup and looked up at the door. You are here. How's the training going? You stood there, politely responding, Yes, everything is going really well. Kenjin inquired. No issues or conflicts in the team, right? Hazu quickly replied. Not all. Though I am still a bit shy since I just joined. Everyone is starting to bond really well. Hearing that makes me feel a bit more at ease. So that is good. As long as there is no trickery, we can just keep going like this. You raised your hand, expressing gratitude to Long Dan, thanking him, and also for the Bengi Island situation. Kenjin replied nonchalantly, What is the big deal? It is just a little thing. Renting that island is nothing, with a playful smile. He looked at Hazu and got straight to the point. I am sure you can guess why I called you here today. Right? You hesitated for a moment. Is it about the sacred artifact? Kenjin nodded immediately. Exactly. I want you to prepare to inscribe magical power onto that sacred artifact. Speaking of inscribing magical power, it is the process of etching personal magic codes, gathered from testing magical energy onto the relic, so we can optimize it for the owner's magical energy. At the same time, the tests the members are conducting are to prepare for this magical inscription. I have a request. I also want to finish your magical energy test before heading into focus training. Hazu did not hesitate. Sure. After 8 p.m. works for me. Suddenly, he grew serious now that you mentioned inscribing magical power. we can start to envision what the sacred artifact will look like when it is completed. Right? With a grin. He added, yeah, if all goes well, it will take about 2 weeks. And even if things get crazy, we will have it ready in time for the Olympiad. Back to the mysterious castle from earlier. Right there in the grand library of Mimir, Hazu was engrossed, exploring and soaking in every word. After finishing, he looked up and asked, Mimir, I am done with this book. Do you have the next one? Without making Hazu wait, she immediately summoned magic, and ancient tomes quickly fell before him. Hazu reached out to grab one, then cast a spell. Mimir smiled as she handed over the next one. So how's it going? Are you all set? He shot back. Set for what? The expansion round. Or the Olympiad? She replied. Both. Hazu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, the Olympiad is no problem, but the expansion round is still the same. No progress has been made. Upon hearing this, Mimir raised an eyebrow. What is so hard about connecting the expansion round? He sighed. Actually, theoretically, I have mastered it completely. The issue is that my magical energy is just way too low. She glanced at the neglected magic vial nearby and guessed. So in the end, we still need a blessing of magical energy. Huh. Hazu did not say more but subtly confirmed it. He also glanced over. Yeah? But luckily the materials seem to be arriving sooner than expected. I heard the regulations have been relaxed. At this point, Hazu felt something was off. Wait a minute. Could the changes in regulations be due to some intervention from the T? Mimir exclaimed. The hair really does have good luck. You, who are in the know, could only chuckle and say, well, I guess that is the case. After a while, time flew by. And by the next night, at the Blue Tower headquarters, Hazu was panting. Suddenly feeling tension as he entered from behind, and it was on. He started asking Han, this is your first time testing mana like this, right? How do you feel about it? You hesitated for a moment, then honestly said, the test itself was easy and went smoothly, but it dragged on for too long, so I am a bit worn out. On the flip side, the actual test felt really good. Haha, but Hazu was super fast, only took an hour. While usually, it takes around 8 hours. Just as he finished speaking, Hazu looked like he could not believe what he heard. Kangen grabbed the tablet and exclaimed that this test was easy, which was pretty impressive in itself. He could not help but admire your achievement. Even though it was just a simple test of continuous mana movement, nailing down the mana within a 0.3% margin of error is no small feat. Hazu thought to himself, tests like this are a piece of cake for someone who is past the second trial. Kangen observed the data panel. After all, the test results were good, so there was no need to worry about the artifact's integrity anymore. At this rate, they might aim for a masterpiece. Hearing this, you shyly scratched your head. Is aiming for a masterpiece a bit too much? He suddenly mentioned a valuable item. There is a level 4 rank artifact at the Lamb Tower, the Emperor's Touch. After pondering for a moment, of course, if we are talking about a single attribute, it can T-match the Emperor's Touch, but since Hazu's artifact is made from mana stones, it will be a composite artifact with 4 enhanced attributes. With that thought, Kangen said, if we are considering versatility, it is definitely on par with the Emperor's Touch. You seem to get the idea. Hazu's eyes sparkled with excitement like never before. So my artifact is at least a level 4 rank. He looked at Hazu's expression, feeling a bit surprised. It is the first time I have seen Hazu this pumped up. Hearing this, you immediately reacted strongly. Well, of course. It is compared to those royal treasures. A moment later, Hazu suddenly remembered. Has the artifact been named yet? You were about to say something else when suddenly, the announcement bell rang. Sorry. Hold on a sec. Hazu quickly pulled out his phone from his leather pocket and checked the screen. It was from his dad. Yan Hek informed him that the materials he needed would be arriving shortly and confirmed that Siak Hyen would deliver them right when their training ends. After reading it, Hazu's face lit up with excitement. All the materials for the potion making were gathered at 8 p.m. the next day in Mimir's library. She and you were thrilled about this shipment. Staring intently at the exquisite materials in front of you, Mimir examined each item, amazed at how everything was in excellent condition, all top quality, with perfect sizes. Her face was filled with determination as she raised her thumb. With this, we can start the potion making right away. First things first, let us prepare the materials. Suddenly, after a moment, Mimir observed and suggested, to avoid making mistakes, we should prepare some extra materials to get familiar with them. Hazu mumbled, Be careful. Be careful. Just as he finished speaking, he instantly made a mistake. Oh no, was that wrong? Hazu started to trim more carefully, thinking, this can still be used. So he set aside a bit more and decided to test it again. Suddenly, a swarm of tentacles emerged from the magic vial, causing her to panic. Hurry up and deal with it. It is trying to escape. He quickly grabbed a knife, slicing through each tentacle. And finally, he succeeded. After that, Hazu picked up another ingredient, one that does not handle light very well. Skillfully, he peeled off its skin, dividing one piece into 3 parts in the shadows. Next, Hazu really started to get into this task. Hazu began to stare intently at the unprocessed ingredient. And now, only the most important one remained: the heart of the great calamity, and the eye of the aquatic monster. Mimir gently suggested, "How about we take a little break? What is left is the forest of 8-horned deer, the heart of a disaster, and the eye of the sea monster." Hazu thought to himself, these are incredibly expensive ingredients. And honestly, I might never find such high-quality ones again. I absolutely can't mess this up. And now, it was time for a quick tea break. He savored the tea with satisfaction. Delicious. After a while, Hazu felt rejuvenated. All right, time to get back to it, he said, and she stood beside him, ready to help. He unwrapped the ingredient. Starting with the 8-horned deer's antlers, Hazu channeled magic into the knife, pouring in as much mana as he could, then gradually began to scrape its surface. Once he had infused enough mana into the blade, he carefully lifted the antler and gently scraped it clean. The sharp blade glided over the rough surface of the deer's antler. Hazu was in a state of intense concentration. After he finished scraping the antler, Mimir immediately handed him another ingredient. The heart of the great calamity needs to be soaked in a mixture of water and fairy dust to drain the blood and keep the water temperature at 25 degrees. Hazu quickly prepared a bowl of water, carefully monitoring the temperature. It is a delicate process that requires his attention for 6 hours straight. Next, he picked up the eye of the aquatic monster, remembering her instructions to lightly wrap it in mana. Mimir warned, if you do not, it might explode while boiling. Hazu took the instructions seriously, completing all the preparation steps for the ingredients. He looked at the mixture in the pot and reported, but she did not respond, just calmly flipping through the pages of her book. Next up, we need to soak and stir everything continuously for 10 hours. As soon as Mimir finished speaking, Hazu poured all his strength into stirring. 10 hours flew by, and it was dawn as the sun began to rise. Light started filtering through every crack, illuminating the entire library, and all that remained was the sound of his heavy breathing as she slowly approached Hazu. Then she praised him. Great job. You did it. Finally, it is all safely completed. Each drop of magic is carefully stored in a test tube. The relentless chant of Hazu for 10 hours is nothing less than Manus' blessing. At this moment, a massive ship sails across the vibrant blue sea. Suchan's face reflects sheer excitement. Finally, they are all set for the group training. Suddenly, his gaze shifts to the person next to him. Hazu silently stares at the sea. The weather is perfect, and the preparations for the expansion circle are finally complete. Suchan rushes over, throwing an arm around him. Anyone looking would think he is a model posing. Hazu, confused, asks what is up, only to hear him suggest, let us take a selfie. Suchan grabs his phone and opens the camera, ready to snap a picture. He gazes at the sky and the ocean blending harmoniously, marveling at how perfect the backdrop is. Suddenly, he understands that feeling of longing. Suchan quickly turns to Adella and calls out, "Hey, Adella." He beams. "Come join me for a picture." As she approaches, she asks, "A picture?" In no time, Suchan drags Adella into the frame. Missing out on this scenery would be a crime. She is taken aback. Really? On the ship, he is undeniably the most energetic one. Seriously, it would be a shame not to capture this. Okay? Smile. 1, 2, 3. And just like that, a picture filled with memories of all 3 of them is born. Suchan admires his own beauty in the picture, thinking, of course, group pics have to look good. I am posting this in the group chat. He scampers across the deck, calling out to Hazu and Adella, I am off to take a pic with the upperclassmen. Adella can't help but laugh at Suchan's upbeat mood. He is always full of energy, but today he is on another level. He nonchalantly replies, it feels like a fun outing. Adella hesitates. But is not this training? Isn't being this hyped a bit much? Hazu sighs. Just wait until training starts. He won't be this enthusiastic anymore. She guesses, you secretly feel hyped too. Do not. He is taken aback for a moment. Why would you think that? Adella chuckles. You always look serious. By the way, I heard mana on Ben Na Island has been getting thicker lately. I wonder how much. Hazu glances into the distance. We are about to find out. By the way, have you ever been to this island? Adella. She quickly responds. Yeah, 5 years ago. If I remember right. It was the perfect training spot. Hearing Adella say this fills Hazu with anticipation. Benai Island. Huh. Now he is really looking forward to it. And the ship slowly heads towards the island. Another long day passes. and all the trainees gather at Ben Nai Island for training. Su-chan looks around at the breathtaking scenery, his heart swelling with joy. We have finally set foot on Ben Nai Island. As they disembark, the first thing that catches their eyes is a modern resort complex. Hazu spoke. This is the perfectly prepared retreat that Lam Dap set up. He and Hyun were blown away. It was absolutely amazing. This place was truly something else. Inside the retreat, a food conveyor belt appeared. Suchan was as cheerful as a kid. Look, there is even shrimp. This is top-notch. He thought to himself, I once prepared a seafood feast like this, just on a smaller scale. Over here, she was savoring a piece of cake and said, Hey Adella, you gotta try this. It is so good. Meanwhile, Shinwoo and Jinseo seemed to be fully immersed in enjoying the food here. After grabbing their food, everyone quickly headed to the dining table. Hazu held a tablet in his hand and announced, All right, after we eat, let us take a 30-minute break. Then, meet at the Benyong training grounds at 3:30 p.m. They all responded in unison. Got it. Time flew by during the break, and at the Benyong training grounds, he asked, Is everyone ready? Before we officially start the training, there is something we need to do first. Hazu displayed an image of the Benyong Island and analyzed it, explaining that Benyong has a significantly higher mana density than other areas. He lowered his voice, saying that it might feel a bit uncomfortable for everyone to absorb mana through their circles. Then he seriously instructed, Everyone, let us try circulating your mana once. The moment Hazu finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly turned eerily silent. Without hesitation, everyone closed their eyes and slowly began to feel and circulate mana within their own circles. Hazu observed with calm, unblinking eyes. Suddenly, he spoke up. For seniors Singyu and Adella, I do not have any special advice. Just keep doing what you usually do. They nodded in response. Got it. Hazu approached him. Senior Jink, you need to reduce the mana output of your circle by about 20%. At the same time, he turned to the next person. Senior Yang, you should do the opposite of Jin Seok. Increase your mana output by 15% from where it is now. Hazu scanned the others and noticed some incorrect postures, signaling them to adjust. Su-chan over here was still struggling a bit to circulate his mana. Seeing this, he stepped forward and gently touched his back. Hazu softly guided Su-chan. Lower your mana output to about 50% and adjust your posture to fit your build. He stood there confused. What? Yet, Su-chan's body instinctively followed Hazu's instructions. It was as if he sensed something, turning around with a bright smile. Whoa, this feels so much better. It is amazing. Hazu could not help but ask. Right? He flashed a mischievous grin. All right, now let us maintain this state for an hour. Su-chan is itching all over, rolling on the ground, begging for someone to just put me out of my misery already. But Hazu is relentless, insisting that we get started. He has been up all night. That little divil. Do not you dare laugh like that. An hour has already passed since we began channeling mana. You hit the timer. And just like that, everyone collapses on the ground. I am panting like I just ran a marathon. Who channels mana for a whole hour? My friend next to me chimes in. Seriously, this is way too much. Even the spirit in front of me looks drained if he is struggling. Who can keep it together? Adella unexpectedly walks over with a water bottle, heading straight for Jinx. She reaches out, handing it to him, saying, Here, take a sip. Jinx looks a bit shocked but quickly takes it and nods appreciatively. Thanks, Adella. Hazu's eyes dart over at any movement. He scans the room, silently assessing. Adella looks completely fine indeed. Her magical skills are on another level. Not overthinking it any further, Hazu jumps back into the previous state. Alright, everyone should have grasped the basics by now. Right? He then asked, Any more questions? But all he gets in response is a heavy silence. Hazu's face takes on a mysterious look. Okay, now we will kick off the main training session. Hazu, with a puzzled expression, suddenly says, That is right, everyone should train at their own pace. Not stopping there, Hazu adds, I have shared all the tips I can. During this training, evaluate yourself and work independently. Hyun suddenly asks, So what will you be doing during that time? He replies softly, I need to train my adjustments too. After saying that, Hazu thinks to himself, First, I need to get used to the mana density here in Benny. This will boost my progress efficiency. Suddenly, she remembers something and turns to chat with Hannah. You said this is your first time in Benny, right? She chuckles. I thought you were so familiar with it that you would visit it a bunch of times. Hannah ponders. The mana density here is denser than I thought. Is this place really that amazing? At this point, Hazu announces, Alright, today's group training ends here. He thinks to himself, I should make the most of this environment to activate the mana amplification circle. As training wraps up, Hazu is eager to find a new source of magic. It has to be around here somewhere. Suddenly, he senses magic flickering in and out in a flash. Hazu follows the trail. He finally arrives at the source of the signal gacha. Right in front of Hazu is the legendary source of spiritual energy. In areas with naturally high mana density like Benayan, there are spots where the magic is concentrated even more. These are called mana nodes. He took off his backpack and calculated quietly. It was close to the dormitory area, and the magical energy density here was over 5% higher than elsewhere. Hazu pulled out a test tube from his bag and began by using one of the 5 assistants. This was the elixir, the blessing of magic, and he could not hide his excitement. Finally, he could test its effects. Without a second thought, Hazu confidently took a swig of the elixir. All right, let us get this party started. As soon as he drank it, a chilling aftertaste lingered in his mouth. It was absolutely disgusting. Hazu straightened up, brushing off that awful taste. Let us see if this stuff actually works. He began to absorb it, and soon after, magical circles started appearing around him. Hazu felt a rush, his body floating in the air, with 3 infinite magic circles spinning around him like a pro. But it was not long before an intense pain hit him. Woo! The amount of magic flooding his body was way beyond normal. An enormous surge. He had to focus. He sensed the magic circles spinning wildly. If he did not control the flow of magic perfectly, it could go haywire. His face turned pale as he fought to contain the pain. He had to hold on. Just 1 more hour. Hazu reminded himself that to activate the expansion circle, he needed to increase his current magic by at least 20%. 30 minutes after the pain kicked in, he was still persevering, guiding the magic circles. They were stabilizing. If he kept this up. Suddenly, his whole body convulsed, and he started coughing uncontrollably. His eyes widened as he looked at the strange thing in his palm. What the heck is this? At 11 p.m. in a luxury hotel downtown, Jihan stared intently at the phone in his hand. The voice on the other end spoke up immediately. Want to deal with Hazu? After hearing that, he asked if it was okay. Yeah. Is it? He paused for a moment before continuing. To avoid the eyes and ears of High-NS security team, there is a catch. Suddenly, Jiang grew anxious. What else? We need to avoid detection at all costs. Turkus reminded him. That'll be tough. As I mentioned before, acting while they are monitoring is not smart. He subtly hinted. Our Black Tower does not want our VIP guests to disappear. The space around Turkus was crawling with rats, baring their teeth and squeaking incessantly. 1 rat scurried casually, and then Turkus' voice rang out again. For now, let us hold our position until the target is alone. That'll be our cue to strike. He finished, and at that moment, the rats began to tear into each other. Jihan seemed to disagree with the opponent's strategy. We will miss our chance. His expression darkened further. Do now. We need to act regardless. Turkus chuckled and retorted, why should we act right now? Jihan's current situation is extremely complicated. Sick Hyen is trying to back Hazu. The voice on the other end is stunned. Are you talking about the right-hand man of the great law family? He analyzes. Yeah, if Sick Hyen sides with Hazu, I want to be the only one in deep trouble. Turkus thinks the same. Exactly. He starts sweet-talking. We hope you will become the new head of the great law family. Jihan sits on the sofa, listening to Turkus continue. But I told you, killing Hazu while avoiding Siok Hyen is nearly impossible. He replies, I know that. Jihan's gaze becomes increasingly inscrutable. However, just because it is hard does not mean there is no way. The voice on the other end bursts into laughter, typical of a VIP guest. You are quite knowledgeable. Turkus quickly praises. Yes, indeed there is a very clever way. Just like you suggested. Then he speaks. It is quite a coincidence that the target is currently in Bangyai Wang. So there is a method that might just work. Jian cuts to the chase and asks directly. What method? Turkus taps on the arm of the chair. Thinking. That method is, he calmly lays out the plan. Cause a mana eruption disaster at Bangyai Wang. Turkus continues to imagine and spin it as an accident. Upon hearing this, Jihan becomes suspicious. Are you suggesting creating an artificial mana disaster? Is that even possible? Suddenly, Turkus stands up, affirming confidently. Of course it is. Given the current situation in Bangyaiwang, it is feasible. Jian seems to have anticipated this. You mean increasing the mana density? Right? Then he hears the confirmation from the other side. Yes, that is exactly it. I should not have told you this. It is classified information. He smirks cunningly. But since you are a VIP guest, I will make an exception. At Bangyaiwang, meanwhile, Hazu is sitting next to Venus, secretly thinking. Mana barrier. But it is not just an ordinary barrier. He feels like he has been sucking in mana lately. But now it feels like every pore on his body is a black hole. Hazu's entire body feels weird. And of course, he senses it. He is drawing in mana. Hazu begins to calmly assess the situation. The speed at which he is losing mana is alarming. He cries out in pain. confused. It should not be able to release this much mana. Right? Hazu tightens his grip on his chest and reminds himself. Stay calm. Focus. His face is growing paler. The pain is so intense he is about to lose consciousness. Suddenly, Hazu remembers Mimir's words. The successor. If the divine force causes your mana to spiral out of control, you must not lose consciousness. Endure it, or else. She holds the vial of divine force in front of him and slowly says, you will die. Back to reality. His current condition is dire. Hazu grits his teeth and thinks. Endure until morning. Endure to the end. In a flash. Time has flown by. And now you are sprawled out right next to the mana vein. Hazu slowly opens his eyes. His arms feel like lead, and he can't even sense a drop of mana in his body. Straining every ounce of strength, he manages to roll over. Thinking, I really pushed it too far this time. Did not. Hazu starts to reflect, relieved he is not dead, probably thanks to all those daily mana circulation exercises and Mimir's advice. He stares blankly at the mana vein, wondering why there is suddenly no mana flowing at all. He can't feel any from the vein now. Hazu falls into deep thought. He's never heard of a mana vein losing its power like this. Suddenly, just as he is about to think more, a surge of magic appears out of nowhere. What is this? 2 long days of agony pass quickly. And now, on Benyang Island, in a special room, the training facility is buzzing. Sang Jun, after holding a defensive stance for a bit, hesitantly says, please, go easy on Hazu, full of energy. Replies, sure, I will, with a smirk, but you are making it hard for me. Adella, now tasked with judging the match, announces, let us begin. Instantly, he unleashes his magic, targeting Sang Jun's defenses with a first-level mind and will attack. Sang Jun struggles to hold his ground, thinking, what the heck? Control your strength. Will you? Hazu maximizes his magical abilities while analyzing. Even the first level is stable from the get-go. Mana output is increasing, and it consumes less mental stamina. But what about the resonances? Saying this, he quickly puts on the resonances. If the mental drain decreases, that is the biggest flaw fixed, and both effectiveness and power rise by at least half a level. Hazu raises his hand and blows softly. Since he has not used the resonances yet, he can be sure. But Suchen over here is really mad, trying to take me out. He does not back down, continuing to cast spells, sure that his stamina and strength are also on the rise. Alright, keep it going. Level 3. Here we go. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoes from the training facility. He gets knocked back, helpless on the floor. Thinking, I seriously hate this. Adella, witnessing this kind of magic for the first time, can't help but be astonished. This is insane. Hazu rotates his wrist and mumbles, nice. He stares at the ring on his hand, thinking, this is actually pretty useful. This expansion ring. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Benyang Island has turned dark. A series of rooms in the rest area are still lit up. In Hazu's private room, the space is enveloped in tranquility and warmth. Just as he steps out of the shower, Hazu flops down onto the bed, his eyes fixated on his hand. He tightens his fist. The distortion spell is controlled and stabilized. Overall pressure has eased, and the range of his magical influence has expanded. Hazu quickly let his guard down, wishing he had not used his destruction magic during training. Now, he could apply his spells in a much more stable way. He began to close his eyes, getting ready to cast some magic. Hazu lazily opened his bright eyes. Then, he widened his eyes and activated his divine sight, which had evolved into a broad spectrum. Along with the magic circle, it had become incredibly powerful. Hazu stood up and walked towards the corridor, feeling his power surge. The longer he maintained it, the clearer he could see the colors, formulas, and even the essence of the magic itself. His eyes were glued to the scenery around him. But aside from that, there was something off. Hazu muttered as he put on his robe, the magic energy in the area growing increasingly dense. He thought it through carefully. No matter how he looked at it, the rate of magic energy growth here was too rapid. If this keeps up, it might disrupt our training, and we could end up spending all our time just adjusting and adapting to this place. Suddenly, Hazu turned and remembered something. He pulled out his phone to check for information. It seemed there was a magic research center at the heart of the island. Hazu took a moment to think. Tomorrow, he would dedicate time to investigate. At the Central Research Center, deep within the shadows, eerie sounds echoed now. Following the sound along the staircase, he could get closer to its source. And time was running out. Turkus placed his hand on the Central Research System, just needing to give this core magic energy a gentle twist. He stood before a massive magic containment tube and swung his hand. Boom. The wicked grin on Turkus's face was completely exposed. It was all thanks to the Black Tower. The next day, Hazu's voice echoed from afar, calling it a day. Seeing them all worn out, He quickly encouraged everyone they had done really well. Hazu zipped up his robe and turned to announce, "I have to go now," while Adella looked confused. "Huh? What is going on?" Sinu was also curious. "Where are you rushing off to?" Hazu Suchan hinted that he might have mentioned something about the Magic Research Center. He pondered. So he is heading to the Magic Research Center. Jin Seok, standing opposite, also sensed something was off. The density of magic energy on the island was growing way too fast. It was indeed strange. He reassured him. "But do not worry. It probably is not anything serious." At the Bainang Research Center, an observation station for the current development of magic energy. It also served as a research facility for the magic energy flowing abundantly on the island. Hazu looked up at the research building, the only place he could inquire about the unusual fluctuations in magic energy at that moment. This is it. With a brief moment, he had arrived at the research center. Stepping inside, Hazu was immediately greeted by Jess. Hazu, he felt a bit awkward. "Sorry for being late." And she gently replied, "It is we were the ones who expected you to show up at this hour." Then Jess let out a sigh and seriously said, "Due to the emergency, we had to call you in a rush." Hazu interrupted. "This is about the unusual magical phenomenon, right? Have you figured out the cause yet?" She immediately reported the situation, and there has not been any significant progress so far. Jess paused for a moment before adding, "For now, the leading hypothesis is that the intensity of the mana flow has increased." She held a stack of documents in her hand and signaled that the director would explain the details directly. "Please wait here for a moment." He walked over to the guest waiting area, and suddenly a strong aura appeared as Turkis' long, slender legs gradually came into view. He approached the waiting room where Hazu was sitting, apologizing for making her wait, and the sound sent chills down her spine. Turkis flashed a charming smile. "Haha, sorry for being late." Hazu jumped up, staring intently at him. Turkis feigned a look of confusion. "Is there something on my face? You were startled." "Oh no, it is just that you look younger than I expected," he said politely. "Haha, thanks. Would you like some tea?" And of course, that was a lie. The director of the Beihai lab is very young. Something he already knew. Hazu could not take her eyes off him. But this unsettling feeling, how could someone like him just suddenly be the director? His magic must at least be at the 7th circle level. She cautiously speculated that the 7th circle is the level of a grand mage. Hazu looked at Turkis's back, filled with doubts. There are fewer than 10 people like him in the whole country, and one of them is the director here. Suddenly, he turned around, cutting off her train of thought. "Can you drink coffee?" Hazu replied, "Yes. Thank you." A flood of questions surged in her mind. Was he hiding his strength? Or was he just a fraud posing as the director? She took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. "No matter what, I will uncover the truth." Immediately, Hazu cast the Divine Eye spell, and the aura she sensed earlier began to materialize. Using the Divine Eye technique, Hazu saw that this aura was currently surrounding Turkis. Witnessing this sight made her gasp in shock. Hazu was lost in her thoughts when suddenly he called out, "Hazu!" Turkis sighed. "I heard you were having a training session at Beck's Nai. Right? You have had a tough time. And now this happens." She forced a smile. "Yes, this island is a great place for haunting magic, but just the training alone is already so stressful." He glanced at the data on his tablet and remarked, "The mana density these past few days has truly been a rare variable. Since everything is unpredictable, you should pause any heavy exercises for now." At that moment, Hazu could not hear anything else. A 6th circle, non-attribute illusion spell, a mirage that disguises identity with a special mist, transforming the user into someone else. She opened her eyes wide to see through his heart. This laboratory director is a fake, and this suspicious dark magic, Hazu remembers it all too well. It is just like the magic that surrounds Professor Smith. You can bet this dude is a wizard from the Black Tower. Hazu felt an overwhelming tension building inside him. It hit him hard. This is the lair of the poisonous cult. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he glanced at Turkish calmly sipping tea in front of him. "I need to keep my cool." But the thought of my friends made him hesitate a bit. If they find out I know something, not only will I be in danger, but my friends will be too. Turkish squinted, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he silently studied Hazu, slowly setting his teacup down before casually speaking. "If you want to discuss the fluctuating magic levels in Beijing Wong do lately." Hazu nodded cautiously. "Yeah, exactly. I need to keep training here, but recently, the magic density keeps shifting, making it tough to manage my magic during practice." Turkish held a notebook in his hand, smiling as he looked at him. "I see. You must have faced quite a few challenges." As for the current magic levels in Beijing Ongdu, the official discussion began. The two dove deep into modeling and meticulously analyzed the details, followed by an extensive Kanda session. Time flew by as their conversation continued, until the night sky began to shimmer with stars. Outside the laboratory, the atmosphere grew quieter. After a while of exchanging ideas, Hazu stepped toward the door to say goodbye. Well then. Sorry for bothering you at this hour. Turkish waved his hand gently as if it were no big deal. Not all. I truly enjoyed our chat. He slowly turned to leave. Turkish and Jess smiled as they watched Hazu's silhouette fade away. But as soon as he was out of sight, their smiles vanished, replaced by cold expressions. Cunningly, Jess waved his hand, conjuring a veil. Thank you for your time. Do we need to send someone to keep an eye on that target? Turkish shrugged on his coat as he replied. No need. He is already being watched by my shadow. If we interfere further, it would only be unnecessary and leave traces behind. His face had returned to its usual dark and sinister look. Either way, he won't be around much longer. Jess lightly tugged her hood and nodded. Got it. She placed her hand over her heart and bowed respectfully. Everything will follow your orders. Lord Turkish. Turkish smirked with a mocking smile. Surrounding him was always that dark aura. So now, shall we head down to the basement and continue our mission? Why did you come directly to this lab? Do you think our target has discovered our dark energy? Turkish pushes the door open and strolls in casually. That is nothing to worry about. Even if he knows, it is already too late. He gazes at the massive machine operating with such intensity. He can't help but feel a surge of rage boiling inside him. The magical core has reached its maximum threshold. And by tomorrow evening, this entire island will explode, and they will all vanish without a trace. The magical core continues to absorb energy, swirling dark light into its center. Turkish's face shows a stubborn determination. No matter what power they wield, they can stand against the grandeur of nature. The world will soon be engulfed in darkness. He smirks slightly, a strange smile creeping across his face. Everything is unfolding exactly as the Black Tower planned. At that same moment, hurried footsteps echo outside on the main road. Hazu runs, his head spinning with thoughts. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Why are the Black Tower's people showing up at the Magic Research Center? He glances back suspiciously. I hope I am not being followed. Turkish's image gradually surfaces in Hazu's mind, and that director, if he has the seventh circle of magic, that means he is a high-ranking leader of the Black Tower. How could someone with such power be on this remote island? A wave of unease washes over him. Could he be here to eliminate me on Jihan's orders? Hazu tries to speed up, his mind racing with relentless deductions. They must know they are being watched. Right? Are they really stupid enough to risk revealing their identities here? His face tightens with anxiety. Their real targets are not me. Or maybe they're just skimming over some events. Hazu recalls the unspoiled image of the island. The surges of magical energy continue to increase on the Bikini-2 island. Then he remembers the lab and the image of Tukis. The fact that the lab director is a leader of the Black Tower shows they are scheming something covert and dangerous on this island. Then he remembers the emergency orders he received. Just then, Jahan's command arrives, and our training location coincidentally is right here. A sharp realization strikes Hazu's mind. If the Black Tower has triggered a magical overflow and disrupted the spirit veins on this island, this is the perfect opportunity to kill me without leaving a trace. The more he thought about it, the faster he tried to run, but he still did not have solid proof of what was happening. Finally, Hazu managed to pinpoint the crux of the issue. The most crucial key definitely lies in the laboratory on the island. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to pull out his phone and seek help. First, I need to ask Uncle Seok Hyan to investigate that lab director. No matter what, I have to get everyone off this island safely. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Hazu exclaimed in disbelief. We can set sail from the island. A guard at the checkpoint sighed softly. I told you. The weather is too bad today. No ships can operate right now. Hazu could not help but cling to hope. What about the magic-powered ship? Only regular ships are affected by the weather. The old man shook his head gently. The magic ship can't run either. The density of magical energy has been unstable due to all the disturbances lately. Just trying to start it could overload the engine and cause it to explode. We can use the magic ship. Another person chimed in. Plus, there are no engineers here to maintain the magic ship, so we are out of options. Hazu gritted his teeth in frustration. Did the organization really prepare for a situation like this? Suchin asked quietly. Seriously? We can leave the island? Hazu nodded. Exactly. I think we need to request a magic-powered ship from the Incheon port to come here. Disappointment flashed across the face of the person beside him. In this harsh weather, even helicopters are useless. The driver asked, should we just go back to the training area and wait there? Hazu thought for a moment and suggested they return to the dormitory for now. He still felt uncertain deep down. I can't say anything to everyone yet. I am afraid they will panic. So they headed back together. Things were definitely getting too strange here. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Hazu opened it to find a message from driver Hyan. The message said they could not locate the lab director anywhere on the island. He was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. A leader from the organization vanished without a trace. How could it happen at a time like this? A huge question mark rose in Hazu's mind. What the heck are they doing? Just then, the sky suddenly opened up, pouring rain. He held up an umbrella, standing in front of driver Hyan, his voice urgent and filled with tension. Hey, uncle. What is the situation now? He gently raised his hand to set up a protective barrier. First things first, let us put up a range shield. Hazu immediately got straight to the point. Thanks, uncle. What is the status now? The high-end team has arrived. After receiving your message, I infiltrated the lab right away. He recalled the moment he and his team went there to investigate. The lab was empty, and all crucial data had been wiped clean. We scoured the entire island since last night, but we could not find that guy anywhere. After hearing this, he furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Strange. Had he accomplished his goal here or left in a hurry? Either way, he vanished from this island way too quickly. The high-end team continued reporting. Young master, there is clearly something off about that lab. Hazu looked at him with a serious expression. You think so too, right? He began to drown in his thoughts. Of course. This bizarre rain might be caused by the overflow of magical energy. I can conclude yet that the tower retreated because it completed its mission on this island. After pondering for a moment, determination shone in his eyes. I have to investigate that lab myself again. The high-end team immediately reacted. But we already checked over there. But then he hesitated, remembering something, a smirk forming in his heart. He always wanted to tackle everything on his own. He truly is just like his father. The high-end team bowed their heads in agreement. Understood. Young master, we will accompany you. Hazu smiled brightly. Thanks, uncle. Suddenly, he let out a painful scream. Damn it! Seeing this, the high-end team could not help but worry. Young master, it is still pouring, and Hazu is writhing in pain. What is that sound? Seeing him in distress, the high-end team rushed over. Young master, those strange sounds keep reaching Hazu's ears. Is this it? The sound of fluctuating spiritual energy, completely different from the clear vibrations coming from your endless reincarnation array. Those sounds seemed to be trying to tear him apart and torture him. It felt like the spiritual energies were clashing, growling against each other. A powerful noise erupted from the lab. The high-end team gently patted Hazu's back. Young master, are you okay? Hazu rubbed his head and replied, I am but more importantly, did not you hear that noise just now? He looked outside. Puzzled. Noise? All I hear is the sound of rain and wind. You can still feel the clash of energies within you, raising a troubling question. Am I the only one hearing this eerie whisper of power? Why are they screaming? What are they trying to warn me about? I can't wait any longer. Hazu suddenly activates his powers. His gaze locks onto the research facility enveloped in magic across the way. A sense of astonishment washes over him. Wait. What the hell is going on? Hazu starts piecing together the clues. Is this the formation surrounding the lab? Inside, it is packed with unstable energy. Just a light touch could set it off. He recalls everything he has observed. The air is thick with concentrated energy. He can see the chaotic movements of the power. Worry fills Hazu's heart, a terrifying amount capable of shattering the lab's protective barrier. And at the center of this energy, that is when Hazu realizes something's off. There is no mistaking it. This is a disaster waiting to happen, and it signals an imminent explosion of energy. Anger and self-blame surge within him. Damn it! Why did not I catch this earlier? Without a second thought, he bolts through the rain. Sik Hyen, I am heading to the lab right now. Sik Hyen immediately follows suit. We are coming with you. Moments later, the group has gathered in front of the research building. Sik Hyen narrows his eyes in suspicion at the scene before them. What in the world is happening here? One of his subordinates reports. There is an incredibly solid defensive formation surrounding the lab. We have never seen anything like this before. They cautiously eye the formation in front of them. A high-level defense created from 720 simultaneous spell formulas. Even if one or two are neutralized, the others will instantly regenerate. After a moment of calculation, Sik Hyen turns back to Hazu. It is going to take at least 10 hours to break through this. This is completely abnormal for a research lab. He looks at Hazu with a penetrating gaze. Hazu, do you really suspect there is something inside? Hazu quickly responds, yes, but I am not entirely sure yet. However, certainty shines in his eyes at this moment. I suspect there are explosives inside. Plus, they are powerful enough to level the entire Bitch Neo Island. At that, everyone gasped in shock. Confusion was written all over their faces. Hazu gently raised his hand, gathering strength. After a moment of building power, he was ready to act. First, I am going to destroy this formation. Thunder crackled in the air. A surge of intense energy crashed into the formation. It created explosive sounds that echoed like thunder. His subordinates looked anxiously inside. The formation had 719 layers left. The magic circle began to shift. The internal mana was expanding rapidly. About to burst forth, Hazu turned and commanded, everyone, step back a bit. Suddenly, he recalled Elena's teachings and began to exert his strength. Every formation has a weakness. Exactly. Just breaking one formula will cause the concentrated energy to exceed the formation's self-repair capabilities, and it will collapse like a domino effect. Elena's guidance was deeply etched in his mind, helping Hazu find the gap to break the formation. The next attack was even more powerful and fierce than before. This was the breakdown of the formation. Everyone was stunned by the result. What? No way. The formation. Hazu stood tall before everyone's astonished gazes. It is gone. Hyen stammered, unable to believe it. Young master, I heard you recently reached the 5th circle, but a subordinate nodded, recognizing his power. I am also a 5th circle mage. Young master Hazu's spells. They hesitated to speak, but silently held him in high regard. He was on a completely different level, but Hazu shrugged off their thoughts. Let us head inside. After a while, the rain outside continued to pour like a waterfall. The group hurriedly moved inside, just as predicted. The lab seemed abandoned. He led the way. Taking this path, he noticed the walls speckled with mana. Hazu raised an eyebrow. The dynamic mana was being compressed. This wall. There is something strange about it. You immediately harness your powers to check. Stay alert. Suddenly, a path appears before Hazu. He gazes at the endless staircase. Pondering silently, the entrance to the secret lair, the high-end-brain vehicle moves forward. Taking charge. We will go in first. Young master, please follow us. Hazu nods slightly. All right. They slowly enter the cold, eerie lair filled with dark energy. Upon arrival, the high-end vehicle sniffs the air. Young master. This place. He confirms. Yes, that is right. They closely observe the gigantic machine before them, the source of the disastrous spiritual energy on the island of Bei Sini-ong. It is a block of uncontrollable spiritual energy. What captures their attention the most is the spirit stone placed at the center of the machine. The spirit stone, a high-density energy source of spiritual power. It usually forms in places with extremely concentrated spiritual energy. Speaking of origins, spirit stones are often found deep underground, releasing energy through ley lines, pathways of spiritual energy. Hence, they are called spiritual veins. They break through the surface of the earth. Spiritual energy escapes in various locations and areas where spiritual veins converge. This results in a superior density of spiritual energy. Doubts suddenly swirl in Hazu's mind. What on earth are they planning? The high-end vehicle begins to analyze. Unbelievable. They are digging up and studying the spirit stone. An enraged subordinate chimes in. These guys are really shady. Clearly, they are legally hoarding a spirit stone. Hearing this, he merely furrows his brow. His gaze remains fixed on the machine. Hazu immediately connects the dots to Turkish. No doubt about it. They are definitely the minions of the Dark Tower, but the identity of the director remains a mystery. He looks at the massive machine before him and begins to formulate a plan of action. First, he needs to address the current situation. The high-end vehicle slowly speaks up. According to records, there was a nation that experimented on spirit stones in the past, and the result was an explosion that wiped out half of their territory. But looking at the colossal machinery before him, Rungan feels a chill. Even if we warn everyone to evacuate the island right now, with a reaction this intense, who knows how much time we have left? Hazu stands still before it and says, let me take a look. He starts to unlock his true self. This is everyone's remaining time. A warning bell echoed in Hazu's heart. Only 1 hour left. The island will blow up in just 1 hour. After the inspection process is complete, Hazu's body felt weak and unsteady. Concerned, everyone gathered around him. He pushed them away, his voice firm and resolute. More importantly, it seems the spirit stone will explode in the next 60 minutes. Everyone was taken aback. Their eyes widened in sheer terror. Just 1 hour. Hein's voice came forward, trying to reassure them. Now's not the time to panic. Hazu nodded in agreement. Right? Time is too tight. He looked at the machine and spoke. Then the only solution is, you get the idea. Exactly. Hazu's eyes shone with determination. We have to stabilize the spirit stone. However, as he observed the stone, worry crept into his heart. But how do we control a spirit stone? There has never been a precedent for stopping a spirit stone riot globally. Hazu closed his eyes and began to focus. First, let us analyze the spirit stone. Knowledge he would learn flooded back into his mind, based on what he read in Mimir's records. Pinpointing the exact location of the spirit stone is nearly impossible, because they lie deep beneath the mantle of the earth. However, difficulties arise even if it is close to the surface. The range of magical energy radiating from it is still incredibly vast, making it impossible to pinpoint. Once unearthed, the spirit stone's energy diminishes. Due to the surrounding geological structure changing, it no longer functions as it once did. But in that machine, the spirit stone was still operating normally. Hazu gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell did those bastards do to this? He cursed each word. Feeling utterly helpless, he looked up at the machine. Feeling defeated, we have too little information. While Hazu was lost in thought, a gentle hand rested on his shoulder. Hazu turned in surprise. Uncle Siak Hyan smiled at him, saying, you do not have to shoulder all the responsibility alone. Hazu froze as he listened to Siak Hyan continue. We are all in this together. Young master, Hazu softly reassured himself. Yes, you are right. Thank you, uncle. But the determination in his eyes was still unwavering. Nevertheless, Hazu immediately gave the order. Right now, our data is severely lacking. Gather all information related to the spirit stone. Siak Hyan quickly turned and walked away. I will go report back to the master. He replied politely. Yes, it is about time for the ritual. In that moment, it seemed like all of Hazu's grudges had vanished. As he thought to himself, at this point, I can't even waste time blaming my father or the master of the Green Tower anymore. With only an hour left, I absolutely must find a way to prevent this magical disaster. At the headquarters of the great king sorcerers, Inheek stood by the window, deep in thought while on the phone. Understood. Just one more hour before the spirit stone explodes. He quietly pressed the hang-up button. There is no time to waste. A dangerous glint flickered in Hika's eyes. But if my son is facing death, I can't just sit back and wait. He put on his coat and left, not forgetting to instruct his bodyguard. It is mobilize all available magical ships for immediate deployment. Inhika's voice was icy cold, and summon all sorcerers from the 7th circle and above. Meanwhile, Haru was still busy digging up information. Suddenly, useful information appeared. A subordinate rushed in. Breathless. Young master, I have found the research journal. He quickly replied. Great. Let me see it. The screen below immediately displayed the necessary data. But what shocked him were the numbers counting down. Haru's voice echoed with frustration. Damn it. There is so much data. It is overwhelming, and it is counting down by the second. Layers of data kept appearing. But time was still ticking, sparking a thought in his mind. This is a self-destruct data system activated after privileged access. Whoever finds this information will drown in despair and seek death. Haru immediately turned and asked, is there a backup? The subordinate reported. Everything is encrypted. We need more time to decode it. While he was deep in thought, the subordinate suddenly spoke up. Young master, Haru responded with irritation. I will analyze all the data right here. At that moment, he could not help but think of the dark forces. I never expected to find direct traces of the Black Tower here. The connection between the Black Tower and that guy Jihan is still just a theory. Dark thoughts relentlessly surround Haru. And here I am. Trapped. Am I really going to die here? Jihan's smug smile seems etched into his mind, and everyone will die because of me. Don't he make me laugh? Jihan, I swear I will survive and drag him down to hell myself. Haru starts mumbling, focusing on his inner energy. Heart of stone. He can't contain himself and shouts out, yes, that is it. But then Haru falls back into deep thought. But how can we divide the energy? We do not have enough manpower. Take a breath and make up your mind. There is no other choice. Haru immediately turned around and commanded, hurry. Call the entire team here now. Outside, the rain kept pouring down. And also, my backpack is still back at the dorm. A moment later, Haru's friends arrived. It was the spirit stone, and it is going to explode in about 40 minutes. Right? You slowly spoke up. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to survive, we have to control this thing. Sinu frowned slightly. So this is the cause of the unusual weather we have been experiencing lately. Hyun could not hide their surprise either. Damn it. If we do not act, we are putting our lives at risk in 40 minutes. Jin raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean by not acting? You have a plan, right? Haru received the item from a subordinate and replied, yes. Who else? Of course. I do. You looked at everyone with a determined gaze. I gathered everyone here to deal with the wrath of the spirit stone. Then Haru opened the box, revealing 4 small vials inside. This is what is called a blessing of magical power. It only works for mages below the 5th circle. You held it up and continued to analyze. It significantly increases the speed of absorbing magical power. Suchin felt a bit curious. What are you bringing this for? Is it safe? Haru replied calmly. I brewed it myself and have tested it. It is not poison. Both Singo and Suchin were surprised. You drank it yourself. Did you really create something like this? And then Haru held the 4 vials in hand and continued. There are still 4 more vials. Thanks to these, we can release energy from the spirit stone through the magical veins. Haru's eyes sparkled with determination. Here's the detailed plan. You began to analyze the details. The spirit stone is currently uncontrollable, and the magical veins releasing energy are also extremely unstable. When using the blessing, the body will react in unpredictable ways on those unstable veins. When the potion is absorbed and magical energy is received, Haru's friends will go outside to take action. A massive surge of energy from the spirit stone will be unleashed through unstable magic circuits, causing these circuits to spiral into chaos. They slowly begin to survey the surrounding areas. At that moment, the chaotic magic channel will trigger an energy overflow. Mana will spontaneously release into the air, and the spirit stone will gradually stabilize. Suddenly, Haru stops and looks down pensively. But there is a problem. As I mentioned, someone has to take the potion and channel energy through the unstable magic circuit. Your friends have split into teams to carry out the mission. A terrifying wave of energy suddenly floods into their bodies, exceeding any previous experiences they have had. In the worst-case scenario, the one who takes the potion will lose control. Haru's warning echoes in Hannah's ears, filling her with dread. Adella. Without hesitation, Adella downs the entire vial of potion. Every word from Haru seems to push her into action. They could risk their lives for this. Adella does not hesitate to get moving. Our time is running out. We have to start immediately. Right now, Haru is left guarding the ancient machine, but his heart is racing with worry. I will stay right here until the last moment, because I have to control the spirit stone, so I can be on site at the magic circuit. Therefore, I will designate the potion user and move towards the magic circuit. Adella has begun to take action. Shingo holds the vial in his hand, but his expression shows hesitation. Majin-Seek has already gulped down his vial, and Senior John Heejin grips his vial tightly. His gaze reflects unwavering determination. In everyone's eyes, a fierce resolve is clear. Haru takes a deep breath and announces, "I am channeling energy to all of you." The rain on the island shows no sign of stopping. Heejin's team has arrived and is starting to report in. We have reached Magic Circuit number 4. Haru's expression is filled with worry. Senior Jin Heejin, please be ready. Heejin says nothing, just glances at the vial in his hand. After a moment of thought, he decides to speak up. Haru, I want to ask you a quick question. The core issue here is the ability to control the power, not the rank of the magic circle, right? Controlling the mana is the most important thing. Is not? Haru on the other side of the screen kept nervously nodding. Exactly. Spot on. Hearing that, Heejin quickly changed his mind. In that case, let Su-chan take over for me. Su-chan looked momentarily stunned. Wait. There was no hint of uncertainty in her eyes. Haru, you understand too. Su-chan handles magic better than I do. Haru hesitated for a moment. Heejin's serious words echoing in the tense atmosphere. Anyone who can see just a bit more than others should step up for this crucial task. Su-chan trembled slightly. Senior, keep encouraging her. You have tried harder than anyone else. Now, help us out. Su-chan slowly took the vial. Su-chan stared at it for a moment, but said nothing. After a while, Su-chan gathered all her courage to accept the task. All right, I will do it. I can handle the pressure. Su-chan turned back to look at Haru. You have not answered? Just sighed softly, but then Haru smiled. His eyes filled with trust. Of course. I believe in you. Jishi. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour. The figure known as Kiss gently picked up his phone. He observed while grinning with delight. And thus, it begins. Kiss stepped up casually by the pool. Today is going to be a very special day. His gaze lingered on the dark horizon, his tone dripping with satisfaction. It is time to enjoy the luxurious presidential suite. Suddenly, his phone rang. Kiss cheerfully answered the call. Yes? Hello, esteemed guest. Jihan's furious voice echoed back instantly. My father found out that the spiritual stone is encountering issues. He was fuming. What do we do now? Kiss replied nonchalantly, completely unafraid. Well, I am not going to do anything in this situation. The angry voice on the other end boomed like thunder. What? Jihan could not hold back any longer and screamed in fury. What did you just say? Do you have any idea how much money you have wasted? Kiss' expression remained unfazed, and my last words must have sounded a bit harsh. It is not that I am doing nothing. He looked up at the sky and smiled darkly. It is just that I do not need to do anything at all right now. At this moment, whirlpools of water were swirling and enveloping the island. The island of Bethi is now completely isolated. Kiss casually reclined on the sand. Even with the chief and his 8th magic circle intervening, by the time he arrived, that island was nothing but ashes. He found himself increasingly fascinated by the whirlpool before him. Whether we act or not, Shinha-ju is as good as dead there. Let us just sit back and enjoy the show. Our dear client, Jihan, still frowned in disbelief. What? You are only lucky because the storm played right into your hands. Aren't you being a bit too smug right now? Kiss shot a sharp glance at the screen. It seems there has been a mix-up here. His voice grew increasingly frenzied. Do you really think all this is just a coincidence? A storm hitting at such a critical moment left Jihan in shock once again. What? Kiss slowly began to analyze. Just before the spirit stone exploded, all magic flows vanished, and all spells were disabled. The storm approached, and all moving ports were sealed off. He gently controlled the swirling currents with his hand. The storm would absorb the magic from the spirit stone. Even flight spells or transport items would not work in this situation. Kiss' eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you still think this is all just random? Jihan suddenly realized. What you are saying is, everything has been planned out from the start. Kiss continued nonchalantly. The explosion will occur at Bithanai in 1 hour, which means the assassination plan for Xinhazu will be completed. But Jihan did not seem to buy it. But what if he survives? A strange smile crept across Kiss' face. If a miracle helps him survive, I will personally end him myself. Then he waved his hand dismissively. So stop whining uselessly and prepare for me. If there is nothing else, I am out of here. Jihan seemed to want to say something more. Hey, wait. Hold on. Without hesitation, Kiss ended the call. His smile twisted into a menacing grimace. Kiss sat there, watching everything unfold. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Amazed, he spotted a dozen lights piercing through the clouds over the archipelago. Kiss jumped up in astonishment. Are you serious? He trembles, staring intently at the islands. No way. Kiss grits his teeth, rage boiling over. Damn it. Haju, his eyes burning red with fury. You, truly outstanding. Meanwhile, Adella is fully focused on the task at hand. Magic Circuit 1 has started channeling magic energy. Adella puts all her strength into the coordination process. A bead of sweat trickles down her forehead. Singa's also intensely focused. Magic Circuit 2 has also begun channeling magic energy. Jin is not letting his guard down for a single moment. Magic Circuit 3 here is also starting to channel magic energy. Suchin downs the potion in one go. Magic Circuit 4 has switched to the magic energy channeling state. Magic Circuit 5 is also in full swing. All of them are channeling magic energy. The swirling magic energy in the Heart of Stone has begun to dissipate. The flow flow of magic energy is stabilizing. Jin reports in without missing a beat. Connections to each circuit are steadily stabilizing. Another subordinate chimes in, using the connections. The power remains unaffected by the weather. The images of your squads are clearly visible before us. We will display the images through hologram. Suddenly, a notification appears, making Haru's heart race with worry. Magic energy has exploded at Circuit 1. Adella coughs up a mouthful of blood. He immediately commands, "Hurry. Get Adella out of that magic circuit." The support team quickly helps Adella away. The focus of this plan is to trigger a surge of magic energy. No need to continue channeling magic energy in the exploded circuits. A report comes through. Miss Adella is safe and receiving first aid. Next is a report from Shinyu's location. Magic energy has exploded at Circuit 2 as well. Kang Shin-gyu is also getting timely first aid. Haru quietly stands, observing the machine. The energy of the Spirit Stone is clearly diminishing. The next surge will hit circuit number 3. The support team immediately surrounded him. "You got this." Haru anxiously glanced at the control panel. Now, only circuit number 4 remains. What is the status of circuit number 4 at this moment? Circuit number 4 feels like it is on the verge of explosion. Hyen softly called out. Sachin did not respond, only letting out a few painful groans. Seeing Sachin's condition, Haru's anxiety reached a breaking point. Sachin's mana transfer process is not functioning normally. At this rate, before circuit number 4 can explode, Sachin will die right before our eyes.